34th Annual International Seminar. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of dignitaries gracing the occasion. Chief guest, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Ambassador of India to UAE. Guest of honor, our own CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, President ICAI India. CA Aniket Talati, Vice President ICAI India. Pujya Brahmvihari Swamiji, Mr. Yusuf Ali, Chairman and MD, Lulu Group International. Dr. Azad Mupan, Founder, Chairman and MD, Esther DM Healthcare. Esteemed speakers, sponsors, representatives, Chairman and Representative of Overseas Chapters, past Chairman of Abu Dhabi and Dubai Chapters, invited guest, fellow Chartered Accountant, future Chartered Accountants. We have a good presence of CA students and commerce students here today. Thank you all for coming together to grace this wonderful event. Your presence here today is a true honor, and we are deeply grateful. The annual international seminar is a flagship event of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, and we celebrate it like a festival. It's been conducted over 3 decades now and continue to draw enthusiastic participation from members, sponsors, delegates, students, academicians alike. Preparation for the annual international seminar was started 3 months ago. After a lot of deliberation and brainstorming, the theme for the seminar was selected as Transformation Redefined, Possibilities Infinite, that emphasize the need for us to redefine what transformation means to us today and explore how it can open up infinite possibilities for our future. Transformation is not just a change, it's a shift in thinking, a breaking of old patterns, and a birth of new possibilities. We are excited to bring together leaders, innovators, and disruptors from around the world to discuss how transformation can open endless possibilities. It's a great opportunity for us to come together, learn from each other, and discuss the possibilities of transformation in the ever-changing world. The year 2022 was full of action for the Abu Dhabi chapter, with the highest number of PDC social event, with the highest number of new chartered accountant become member of the chapter, 171. Let's have a quick glance at the journey of the chapter. May I request our AV team to please play the chapter video.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, is the world's second largest prestigious accounting and auditing body. The Abu Dhabi chapter of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was formed in the year 1984. Since inception, it has been led by prominent chartered accountants in Abu Dhabi and has been promoting ethical practice and professional excellence among chartered accountants in the region. The Abu Dhabi chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India from its humble beginnings of around 50 members. Our members are highly valued and occupy important positions in industry and the profession. The chapter's primary objective is to provide continued professional enhancement and growth opportunities, and towards this end, regularly organizes seminars and events featuring leading subject matter experts, as well as professional development sessions on technical and soft skills. The chapter also supports students by offering coaching classes and participation in career fairs and roadshows. It has a proud history of achievement, having received numerous awards for its excellence, including the title of Best Overseas Chapter for the years 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016 and 2021, as well as Second Best Overseas Chapter for the years 2017, 2018 and 2019. In recognition of its outstanding initiatives and contributions to the profession, the chapter also received a Special Appreciation Award in 2019. The current committee, elected in February 2022, is led by Chairman C.A. John George. The chapter has organized 29 PDC events in the past year, covering 99 hours of CPE credit. Let's have a quick recap of technical events conducted last year. UAE Corporate Tax Symposium, Analysis of Union Budget of India, UAE VAT and Excise Tax Updates, UAE-India Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, Digital Economy Reshaping Global Landscape, Wealth Creation, Business Valuation and Due Diligence, Investment Opportunities and NRI Taxation, Stock Markets Simplified, Regular Updates on IFRS, and many more. The chapter also organized a grand event to support the noble cause of the Save Soil movement led by Sadhguru from Isha Foundation. During the year, the events were attended by dignitaries such as His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Ambassador of India to UAE, His Excellency Muhammad Al Hosani, ADIO, Shri Om Birla, Lok Sabha Speaker, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, President ICAI, Sadhguru, Kamal Hassan, CA Nihar Jambusaria, and many more. In addition to professional activities, the chapter also prioritizes social events and networking opportunities for its members and their families. In the past 12 months, the chapter has organized over 23 social events, including cruise trip to Qatar, trip to Kenya, a cricket Premier League, and placement drive. The chapter's activities are widely covered in local newspapers, and it is also very active on all social media platforms like LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The activities related to the professional development reach the pinnacle each year with the hosting of annual international seminars, a regular feature since 1988. These seminars feature leading industry and financial sector experts and are attended by over 800 members and guests. Luminaries who have addressed the seminars in the past include the former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, His Excellency Sheikh Nayyan bin Mubarak Al Nayyan, Mr. Narayan Murthy, Dr. Sam Pitroda, Robin Sharma, Shiv Khera, Sunil Gavaskar, Arokia Swami Velumani, Mr. Ramesh Damani, Mr. Shekhar Kapoor, Mr. Amit Lodha, to name a few. Also, the chapter has hosted amazing renowned singers in the live musical concerts held during the annual seminar, such as Sonu Nigam, Sunidhi Chauhan, Shreya Ghoshal, Mika Singh, Kailash Kher, Sukhvinder Singh, Shankar Mahadevan, Vishal Shekhar, and Preetam, to name a few. The 34th Annual International Seminar, themed Transformation Redefined, Possibilities Infinite, promises to be a unique learning experience, featuring an outstanding lineup of keynote speakers. His Excellency Sheikh Nayyan Mubarak Al Nayyan, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence, UAE. His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Ambassador of India to the UAE. CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, ICAI India President, CA Aniket Sunil Talati, ICAI India Vice President, His Excellency Yunus Haji Al Khoury, Under Secretary of the Ministry of Finance. His Excellency Abdul Aziz Al Nuaimi, Under Secretary Assistant Commercial Affairs, Regulatory Sector, Ministry of Economy, UAE. Mr. Yusuf Ali, Chairman and MD of Lulu Group International. Pujya Swami Brahma Vihariji, Senior Sadhu, BAPS Swami Narayan Sanstha. Dr. Shamsheer Vairil, Chairman of Burjeel Holdings. A. Amarnath, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of India to UAE. Other notable speakers include Dr. Azad Mupin, Founder Chairman and MD of Aster DM Healthcare. Aman Gupta, Co-founder and CMO of Boat Lifestyle. Mr. Surinder Jasrani, Managing Partner and CEO of MMJS Consulting. Mr. M.K. Anand, Managing Director and CEO of Times Network. Mr. Robin Singh, UAE cricket coach and Indian cricketer. Mr. Robin Uthappa, Indian cricketer. Mr. James Franklin, New Zealand cricketer. C. Chandrasen Hara, Head Investment Operations of ADIO. Mr. Ashneer Grover, Co-founder of Bharat Pay. Ms. Shalini Saraswati, the Indian Blade Runner. Ms. Shraddha Sharma, Founder and CEO at Your Story Media. Mr. Isaac John, Managing Editor of Khalij Times. Mr. Neelakantha Bhanu, Founder Bhanzu and Fastest Human Calculator. Mr. Alwyn Rasta, Group CFO of International Holding Company. Mr. Marcos de Quadros, Group CFO of ADQ. CA Hari Mohan, Group CFO of Burjeel Holdings. CA Padmanabha Acharya, Audit Partner at Deloitte in the UAE. Mr. Sanjeev Bhasin, Director of IIFL. And Mr. Chetan Bhagat, Indian author, columnist and YouTuber. The seminar will also hold memorable entertainment experience for its members and families through live musical concert from renowned Indian singer Kanika Kapoor. And stand-up comedy show from stand-up comedian Jai Vijay Sachin. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors and partners for their support. Join us for an unforgettable evening of learning and entertainment as we come together to make this a truly one-of-a-kind event.
All these activities and events of such a large scale is not possible without the support of our sponsors. May I request our AV team to please play the sponsors video.
We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors and partners for their support. Our title sponsor, Abu Dhabi Securities Exchange. Lead sponsors, Lulu Group International, Burjeel Holdings. Platinum sponsors, eBari, First Abu Dhabi Bank, G42, and Jedox. Gold sponsors, MMJS, Creston Menon, Arons. Silver sponsors, Crow, HLB Hamd. And our premier sponsors, ADMMI, Adnic, Acthia, Al Nasser Enterprises, Anderson, Ardent Advisory and Accounting, Bank of Baroda, Deloitte, Gargash Insurance, Chappan Bhog, Ideal Capital, Lewa Trading, Lulu Exchange, MCA Auditing, NAM Valuers, Protivity, Ascensio, UHY James, Windmills. Media partners, Khalij Times, Your Story Gulf Edition, The Finance World Magazine, 89.1 Radio 4 FM.
There are a lot of sleepless nights and hard work put in behind managing these activities and the events of the chapter. Let's have a quick round of introduction of the team behind it and the guiding hands. May I request our AV team to please play the video of committee? I'm very delighted to announce the beginning of 2 days conference along with gala dinner and musical concert today evening. This would not have been possible without the involvement of many people, namely our sponsors, speakers, supporters, committee members, delegates. A warm gratitude to all of you. Let me quickly run you through the agenda for this 2 days seminar. Actually, this has been simplified by our membership team. You can scan the little QR code on your badge to refer the agenda. Now, before formally commence the event, I would like to make a couple of announcements. And here you should pay little attention as it is for your own benefits. There are many raffle draws throughout the 2 days of seminar to win many exciting prizes and how to become the eligible for the draw. The first draw is basically for the iPhone 14 for the successful opening of account with ADX, Abu Dhabi Securities, our lead sponsor. So please do visit to their stall. It is pretty quick. You have to just create an account with them and you will be eligible for the draw. The second raffle draw is you need to visit our sponsors outside. You will see a QR code over there. You have to scan it on your mobile phone. You have to enter your badge number. You can see it right side below the badge. And you will be entering for the raffle draw eligibility. The third raffle draw is for the maximum visit to our sponsors counter. And you have to again similarly scan the QR code and enter your badge number. Apart from this, our sponsor Naam Valuers, they are going to give away 3 Apple watches. And you have to visit their counter and drop your business card. We also have a raffle draw from MC Auditings, so please do visit them. Apart from this, all of you are eligible for a delegate gift. You have to carry your badge until end of the seminar, and you can collect your delegate gift against the badge. We will now formally commence and kickstart the annual seminar by lighting of the lamp. There is a huge significance of lighting the lamp in Indian culture. It symbolizes leading from darkness to light, leading to positivity, spreading knowledge and peace. To do the honor, may I request our Chairman CA John George and ICAI President CA Dr. Debashish Mitra to welcome and escort our chief guest, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, for lamp lighting. May I also request our Vice Chairman CA Krishnan and Vice President CA Aniket Talati to welcome and escort Pujya Brahm Vihari Swamiji. May I request our founding Chairman CA Richard D'Souza and our past Chairman Prakash Chand Mehta to welcome and escort Mr. Yusuf Ali for lighting of the lamp. May I request our senior member CA Sharad Bhandari to please welcome and escort Dr. Azad Mupen for lighting the lamp. I welcome dignitaries to please come on the dais. His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Dr. C.A. Debashish Mitra, C.A. Aniket Talati, Pujya Brahm Vihari Swamiji, Mr. Yusuf Ali, Dr. Azad Mupan, C.A. John George, and C.A. Krishnan. To honor the dignitaries, may I request our past chairman, C.A. Padmanabha Acharya, to present a bouquet of flowers to His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir. Now may I request our President C.A. Debashish Mitra and Vice Chairman C.A. Krishnan to present a bouquet of flowers to Pujya Brahm Vihari Swamiji. May I request our past chairman Neeraj Ritolia and our Vice President C.A. Aniket Talati to present a bouquet of flowers to Mr. Yusuf Ali. Now may I request our past chairman Padmanabha Acharya and past chairman Srinivas Achar to present a bouquet of flowers to Dr. Azad Mupan. Dignitaries, your presence here today is a true honor and we are deeply grateful. May this small gesture serve as a reminder of the joy and beauty that we bring to our life. Thank you. As a sign of respect to our nations and in recognition of the value and the ideas that it represents, I request everyone to please rise as we play the national anthem of UAE and India, followed by the ICAI motto song.
मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति। कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः। तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते। तस्मिन् लोकः शितः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन। एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता।
Thank you very much. Indeed, our chairman's unwavering commitment and relentless efforts are the testament to the power of perseverance. May I call the man of perseverance, our chairman, C.A. John George, for his welcome address. Over to you, C.A. John George.
The secret of getting ahead is getting started. I'm glad to be here before you to get something incredible, something thrilling, and something inspired started. A very good morning to you all. Your positivity are reading across this podium and gracing me. I can sense the excitement for these 2 days ahead of us. And I cannot wait to begin this journey. A warm, straight from my heart, welcome to you all. We have gathered today on the 4th February 2023 for the 34th Annual International Seminar of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. As the current chairman of this chapter, I have received this wonderful opportunity to help this 2-day extravaganza and host dignitaries from across the globe who has taken time to share their thought and experience with us. I am truly humbled by the scale of this event as we wait to unfold everything it has in store for us. For the 34th Annual International Seminar, the theme our chapter has chosen is Transformation Redefined, Possibilities Infinite. Transformation may appear ordinary, sometimes it's so slow that it's almost invisible. But believe me, transformation is nothing short of extraordinary. It is easy to let something carry on if it is more or less work. I mean, why change something that's working just fine, right? But change is about getting out of your comfort zone. It's about challenging the mundane things. Change is only constant. Of course, you have heard this a billion times before, right? But are you ready to replace change with change? Are you willing to get out of your comfort zones and choose growth and progress? I believe you are, which is why you are here. Transformation redefined, possibilities infinite, will take you down the path of professional and personal transformation. By introducing you to the people who have been there, done that, and here today to share the success mantra with you. We have just passed through the challenging yet dynamic times in the past few years. Despite the hardships, many futuristic organizations have thrived because of their leadership, individuals and team who embraced transformation at their personal level. After all, individuals together make organizations. They inspire their organization with collaboration, innovation, sustainability, social responsibility, and inclusion, while enabling growth and opening up new opportunities for others. The lesson for us is that we have to think big, we have to think global, we have to think beyond ourselves, our community, not just we survive, the entire community survive, we treat as everyone as one. So ladies and gentlemen, that's the purpose of this seminar, transformation. How to understand it, how to achieve it, how to open up new possibilities and opportunities by way of it. Now it's time to acknowledge the gracious presence of our leaders, speakers, and achievers who are here with us today. I would like to welcome our chief guest, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Ambassador of India to UAE. Your long-standing support has been a precious blessing for our chapter. Thank you for being with us today. A hearty welcome to CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, ICAI India President, and CA Aniket Sunil Thalati, ICAI India Vice President. You have been guiding lights for CA profession across India, and you are demonstrated at VOCA. You both accomplished professional in their field. We hope to gain your individual perspective of this year's theme and how it may be a must-have skill for our professional growth. Pujya Brahmavihari Swamiji of BAPS. Namaskar. A warm welcome to the 34th Annual International Seminar of ICAI Abu Dhabi Chapter. We look forward to your thoughts on transformation, how it may be the window to many possibilities. And finally, we are honored to and immensely fortunate to have a stalwarts of the world of business, Mr. Yusuf Ali, Chairman and MD of Lulu Group. And Dr. Azad Mupen, Founder, Chairman and MD of Aster. These distinguished gentlemen need no introduction. In all honesty, I may not be able to do justice even if I try. Hence, allow me to limit my words by extending a warm welcome to you all, sirs. Thank you for gracing this occasion. Before we kick off the day's schedule, I have to make a special mention about the committee who's behind, who have sleepless night. I can see messages coming the early morning, 3, 4, 2 o'clock. So that's a dedication, a great efforts to make this event a grand success. The entire team has worked towards transforming the chapter and taking to newer heights. As a chapter chairman, I just ensured the quality and standards are never compromised. And with immense joy and pride, I have to make an announcement. And thanks to the efforts of the committee, blessing of the ICAI President, Vice President, and the leadership, and the past chairman, and support of all the chapter members, we got the first prize for the Best Chapter Overseas Award 2022. This award to you, your dedication, your support, hard work, and your blessing. Thank you very much. On this joyful note, let's straight go to agenda for the day. Before I hand over the stage, let me welcome you all once again to the 34th Annual International Seminar of ICAI Abu Dhabi Chapter. Wishing you two unforgettable and mind-blowing days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CA John, for setting up the perspective for today's seminar and welcoming our dignitaries and members and invited guests. We are so delighted to have the gracious presence of our leadership from India. Now may I request our young and dynamic Vice President ICAI India, CA Aniket Talati, to address our members and audience.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Holds various prestigious roles in several bodies of high repute and is also an academician. He has published several articles and delivered lectures in about 250 seminars and conferences. He is the director of ICAI Accounting Research Foundation, ICAI ARF, Indian Institute of Insolvency Professionals of ICAI, IIIPI, and XBRL India, and a member of various committees, boards, and directorates of ICAI. He has been appointed as the technical advisor to the ICAI's nominee on the PAIB Advisory Group of IFAC and technical advisor to the board member of SAFA, South Asian Federation of Accountants. He has also served as technical advisor to the IFAC board member.
Thank you. Good morning, Abu Dhabi. And first of all, let me begin by congratulating the entire chapter leadership, beginning by the chairman of this glorious chapter, which is celebrating its 34th International Conference and its 4th decade, CA John George, the vice chairman, CA Krishnan NV, who was there last night when we arrived post-midnight in Abu Dhabi, and still he was there to receive us at the airport. And again, today morning, fresh as ever, organizing things. Fantastic team that you have to the Abu Dhabi chapter. My compliments to you, Rohit Daimaji, Priyanka Birlaji, and everybody else who's actively engaged in this chapter. Let me also compliment you for the unique introduction video that you had today, where actually you showcased that chartered accountants can also be interesting. Especially the way each one of you walked up. Amanji here would agree, our profession generally gets branded as, typical. We are all in suits. We are always seen as, perceived as only professional people. But people like Aman Gupta ji and various others are changing the part and making sure that chartered accountants can perform various other functions. And I think that video of yours definitely showed the interesting aspect of chartered accountants. To the two gurus of mine, my professional guru, with whom I have spent 1 year as his journeyman, as he likes to call me, traveling across the world, across the country. Today almost we finished 1 full year of traveling, and so it has been a blessed journey for me. The president of the institute, Sir Dr. Debashish Mitraji, a leader under whose stewardship we ensured that the World Congress of Accountants in India was organized, and of course my spiritual guru ever since I was a child, who has always blessed me. In fact, every decision that I took, even the smallest decision of getting into the branch or contesting the central council, I had sought the blessings of Puja Brahmvihari Swamiji, and today, what an honor for me, Swamiji, to be seated next to you. I remember the day when I was contemplating contesting the Central Council election, and you're aware how busy he is. Still on the corridors of the Swaminarayan temple in Shahibag, he spent 10 minutes with me, asked the minutest questions. How many voters, how many booths, how many chartered accountants voting in each center? And I was baffled, why Swamiji asking me so many questions? And then he said in the end, you contest. I only wanted to see how well prepared you are and how well you will be able to do in this election. Swamiji, you've always been a source of inspiration, so pleasure and honor for me to be with you on stage today. The two council colleagues of mine, very respected senior council member Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, C.V. Chitle ji, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir ji, who's I think been a true friend of the profession. Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate all your guidance. Yusuf Ali ji, Dr. Samsher ji, Dr. Azad, and the galaxy of past chairmen of not just Abu Dhabi chapter, but I see Dubai, the entire UAE, Middle East, and in fact, all parts of the world here today. So to all the chapter chairmen, truly a pleasure to be in your midst today morning. The Honorable President, sir, is going to address us, and therefore, I will not dwell upon the institute, its activities, its vision, and other aspects of the profession. But just picking off from where the chapter chairman said about transformation, I think very important, that is the theme, and that is what is being discussed over the 2 days here. And at the institute too, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that there is a huge transformation happening. Just 3 examples that I will give you before I conclude my address to you. And I know there is a timer here, and I'll try to be as conscious of my time as possible, because I also appreciate that these events that the institute organizes must be as professional as possible, as we tried to do during the World Congress also. And speaking of transformation, I think a historic day was there on 10th of January. Only yesterday we gave out the results of the foundation examination. But on 10th January this year, we gave the results for the CA final and the CA intermediate under the presidentship and leadership of our Honorable President, Sri Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, on the same day. For the first time in the 73 years history, we could give the result on the same day, and that too in a period of less than 45 days. What does that mean? Not just quicker and faster joy for those who clear, but also for those who could not clear the examination. We're able to ensure you have much more time for you to prepare for the next examination. Also, we now have the entire digital evaluation, so that the answer sheets don't travel from one place to the other, but the entire evaluation of the examination today is being done using technology. And what this has ensured, and to many seniors who are here who would have applied for your membership and can go back to those days when we filed our Form 2, addressed to the Secretary ICAI, I beg to apply for my membership. And for God knows what reason, we only used to submit our mark sheets, which the institute in fact gave us. Those same mark sheets we used to certify and send it back to the institute. And for all my life, I couldn't fathom the reason why am I certifying the same thing which the institute sent me, and I'm sending it back to the institute for application of membership. And 2 months later, a printed paper on those dot matrix printers with 15 holes on each side, I would receive my membership number. Today, ladies and gentlemen, with our Honorable President and the support of the entire council, let me say that on 10th January, President signed the result 9 a.m. At 12 a.m., the entire result was uploaded on the SSP portal, the self-service portal that we have today. At 1 p.m., students, because there were students then, applied for membership. And at 5 p.m., they were members of the institute. So if this is not transformation, what is? And this is truly what the council, under our President Sir's leadership, is trying to do, to bring palpable change in the lives of students and members. And these are small aspects that I can touch upon, but yes, meaningful things, because if you can imagine for a chartered accountant getting his membership number on that very day, and we are now in a world where there are various international professional organizations also who have, presence across the world. And it makes a lot of difference for the younger generation to see a profession which is moving with the time. The other important thing which happened under Sir's leadership was the World Congress of Accountants. Many of you were there. For those who were not, it was truly a spectacle where 8,000 physical delegates, more than 3,000 virtual delegates, 2,000 of them from 125 countries of the world, all congregated at the Geo World Convention Center to celebrate the profession of accountancy, which was hosted by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Proud, every member or every participant from any part of the world who came only had one thing to say. This has been the best World Congress that we have ever seen. And I think it speaks volumes about where ICAI is reached, and more importantly, where our country, India, has been able to reach. For us at the Council, it was not just an opportunity to showcase ICAI, but also India and the Indian accountancy profession, the growth of Indian firms, which were showcased through 95 exhibition stalls, which were organized in the World Congress venue, and Indian firms were able to showcase their competency to the world. And it was truly a magical moment of 4 days where the best of the world got together, discussed emerging areas, and of course, we got the opportunity to showcase India and Indian accountancy profession. And the message which resonated was clear. If there ever was a time to be in India, to be Indian, or to be associated with India, it is now. Similarly, if, ladies and gentlemen, if there is ever a time I feel to be a proud member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, it is now. It has been established to the World Congress. And finally, to take this forward, we are in the closing phases of finalizing what is the revision of our education and training known as CRET. It is now with the Honorable Finance Minister, and any time we should have the approval for the revised course curriculum. And in this course curriculum also, the Institute is aiming not just to have its presence through its membership, which qualifies in India and then moves across the world. Today we are present in so many countries. But now there is going to be an international curriculum which the ICAI will offer, so that chartered accountants are not just born out of India or from the boundaries of India, but we can truly take this course global. And my only request to all the chapter leaders who are here from entire Middle East is, we will soon be rolling out the new course curriculum. We will need your full support to ensure that as we've been able to establish ICAI brand in India and Middle East, let's try and make sure that whenever a student thinks of commerce, not just in India, but anywhere in any part of the world, it is the ICAI's Chartered Accountancy course that he dreams of becoming. With these words, I once again thank the Abu Dhabi chapter for inviting me, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving us such a warm reception. Truly an honor. Best wishes for a very, very happy learning. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Aniket Talati, for taking us through the transformation journey our institute is going through. Now, may I request Mr. Yusuf Ali for the keynote address to our members, please.
Mr. Yusuf Ali, Chairman and MD, Lulu Group International. Mr. Yusuf Ali ranks among the top business personalities. Under his dynamic stewardship, the group has diversified into many significant areas, retail being the most prominent of them. Headquartered in Abu Dhabi, the group is best known in the Gulf through a chain of popular shopping malls and hypermarkets. Lulu Group has a 60,000-plus strong workforce in 42 different nations and operational bases with an annual turnover of US $8 billion globally. Mr. Yusuf Ali has been elected by the UAE business community as the Director Board Member of the Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce and Industry, ADCCI. He is also very closely involved in many social, charitable and humanitarian activities, both in India and Middle East.
Good morning, everybody. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most beneficent. May God's blessings be showered upon His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of this great country, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President, Prime Minister, and ruler of Dubai, Their Highness, the rulers of other Emirates, royal family members, government officials, UAE nationals, and on all of us. His Excellency Sanjay Sudhirji, Honorable Indian Ambassador, who represent 130 crore people, President and Vice President of ICAI from India, my friends. I heard that you are from Ahmedabad. I also brought up in Ahmedabad. वादिलाल का कसाटा, हैमोर का पाइनएप्पल आइसक्रीम और जिलेबी, चंद्रविलास का जिलेबी. ये सब खा के हम भी बड़ा हुआ. Thank you. My friend, Dr. Azad Mopan, my brother Ashraf Ali, Pujya Brahma Vihari Swamiji, invitees, guests, chairman and vice chairman and other managing committee members of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Abu Dhabi chapter, friends and my dear brothers and sisters. I thank ICAI Abu Dhabi for this invitation. I appreciate you for arranging this seminar every year, bringing together a galaxy of experts and leaders in diverse sectors. CA professionals are recognized for their trust, reliability, and competence with wide range of roles in various sectors in both government and private organizations. We have hundreds of chartered accountants in our group, and I know their capacity, capability, and caliber. Accounting profession has a great role in any country, and they are part of the economic growth. You are also an integral part of the economic growth of this great country, United Arab Emirates, and particularly Abu Dhabi. As the Vice Chairman of Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce and Industry, appointed by His Highness, the President of UAE, I am thankful to the Chartered Accountants for their valuable contributions to Abu Dhabi. As we all know, the relations between India and Arab countries is centuries old. UAE is today the gateway between India and MENA region. This great country is hosting more than 3.5 million strong and vibrant Indian community, which is also single largest community of Indian nationals anywhere in the world. Today, both UAE and India are looked upon the countries of peace, secularism, stability, and prosperity. UAE is a dynamic country of great opportunities and immense potential. Similarly, India is an emerging power and one of the fastest growing economies in the world. After the historical visits of Honorable Indian Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji to UAE and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of UAE to India, the bilateral, cultural, economic and commercial relationship between both countries have totally moved to a different level. Today, both the countries are among each other's top trading partners and top investors. I congratulate and thankful to our ambassador for his hard work for this growth. Thank you very much, sir. Under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, India is one of its way to become a $5 trillion economy soon. Similarly, focus of UAE under the dynamic leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of UAE, and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President, Prime Minister, and ruler of Dubai, and me, which is independent of all revenues in the future. The recent signing of the landmark Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA, between UAE and India shows the growing interest and strong relationship between both countries. Also, as we know, people from more than 200 countries, including large expatriate community from India, live and coexist peacefully, irrespective of any differences here in UAE. True Islam believes freedom of religion and coexistence. We have temples, churches, and gurudwaras here. The biggest temple in the Middle East is coming up with 14-acre plot, Swamiji here, in Abu Dhabi, gifted by His Highness, His Highness, the President of UAE, and 13-acre another land for parking. Is it, Swamiji? Thank you very much. A mosque in Abu Dhabi was renamed Mary Mother of Jesus Mosque, also called Maryam Ummul Isa Masjid in Arabic. This reflects UAE's religious tolerance, social harmony, and coexistence. What we hear about Islam in some other parts of the world are not the true principles of Islam. Islam is against terrorism and all forms of violence. It is a religion of love, peace, affection, tolerance, and coexistence. And what we witness in UAE and other GCC countries is the true form of Islam. India-UAE partnership is growing from strength to strength. The agreements signed between UAE and India are beginning in a new era of strategic alignment on trade and investments. This is indeed a partnership making global impact. Let me once again thank ICAI Abu Dhabi for inviting me to this wonderful event. I assure you my continued support and wish you great success in all your activities, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yusuf Ali. Thank you for your gracious presence and addressing our members. Now may I request our chairman and vice chairman to present a memento as a token of appreciation to Mr. Yusuf Ali. Our President of ICAI India, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, who was instrumental in bringing together 10,000 plus accountants across the globe during the World Congress of Accountant event in Mumbai in November 2022. May I request you, sir, to please address our members? And can I request our AV team for the introduction video, please?
CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, President ICAI 2022-23. CA Debashish Mitra is a chartered accountant, cost accountant, company secretary, information systems auditor, and master in commerce and law graduate. He is the chairperson of all standing committees of ICAI and the editor of the ICAI Journal, and is associated with several prestigious financial bodies such as Board of Chartered Accountants Worldwide, the South Asian Federation of Accountants, and as technical advisor to the IFAC board member. He is a representative of ICAI on the International Integrated Reporting Council, IIRC. He has also represented ICAI on several boards at national and international level. He is also a board member of the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority, IRDA, Insurance Advisory Committee, and member of SEBI's Primary Market Advisory Committee.
His Excellency Sri Sanjay Sudhir, Ambassador of India to UAE, Pujya Brahma Vihari Swamiji, Mr. John George, the chairman of this chapter, Yusuf Ali, chairman and MD, Lulu Group International, Dr. Azad Murpan, Rohit, Krishnan, and my two council colleagues sitting in the front row, Nandaji, Chandranjit Singh Nanda and Chandrasekhar Chitle, members from Bahrain, Muscat, Dubai, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning to all of you. If you see me very closely, you can see a smile on my face. I smile because, see, I am part of a celebration of success. The success is of this great Abu Dhabi chapter that they have been just awarded the best chapter award in this category. I also smile because along with them, I see other chapter representatives who are here, Bahrain, Dubai, Muscat, who also have been awarded, you see, in their respective categories. So we should not really forget their, you see, achievements. My smile is also a smile of relief because the union budget, which was announced on the 1st of February, has not been very unkind to the profession. My smile is also a smile to celebrate friendship because we have with us an ambassador who I have met him for the first time today, second time today, who for the first visit, he has been, saying that we are a friend of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Today when he was seeing the video, not my video when I was walking up, but the video of all the managing committee members, he was saying that it looks like a matrimonial video. I have taken full permission from him, by the way. I know, I'm aware of the position, so I said that, sir, I will be a bit, bit informal in whatever I say. But he was also saying, but the bad news is, most of the people who were there in the video seem to be all married. But in a most serious note, he said that the chartered accountants are the financial backbone, not only of India, not only of Abu Dhabi, but of the whole world. My smile also reflects hope. Because on the 12th of February, we will have a new president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, who is going to be one of the youngest presidents ever, and with whom, as he says, I have been a journeyman. 12 months together, we have traveled all over the world. And amongst his various qualities, and which are innumerable, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is the quality to speak the language and come from a state from which the Honorable Prime Minister of India comes. Every opportunity, sir, that he gets, he will speak in Gujarati. Even though knowing fully well that I am not following the language that he speaks. But you see, so now what has happened, every time he's there, I also start speaking in Bengali. Right, so, but let me tell you, see, he's going to make such a fine president when he takes over on the 12th of February. I was speaking about the union budget. Madam Nirmala Sitharaman, the Honorable Finance Minister of India, when she was presenting the union budget, she was speaking about Saptarishi, 7 areas of growth and development. The first area she was talking about was inclusive growth. And we totally, at the Institute, we totally agree with her. At the Institute, please note, we are, when we were introduced, we are the second largest accounting body in the world, but the overseas chapters, the branches, 167 branches of the institute that we have in India, makes us totally inclusive. I was about 4 days back in Melbourne. 3 days back, I was in Sydney meeting the Honorable Consul General of India in Sydney, Mr. Manish Gupta, whom Sir knows very well. And the response has been so positive. It has been totally an inclusive growth for the institute, carrying everybody with us as we went ahead. Madam Smriti Raman also spoke about green growth. Let me tell you, and that's for all of us, that we believe that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is the leader in the world as long as sustainability is concerned. In 2020, we were the first to set up the Sustainability Reporting Standards Board. We have now got the Sustainability Reporting Standards. I saw the 3 letters ESG being displayed on the screen when I came inside the hall. And today, the Institute, when it goes for talk shows, it does not talk about finance and things like this. It talks about having talk shows on ESG. So we are a leader in that area. I was in Sydney University the other day. The talk went on and veered around sustainability. And when I said what we have done, the standards that we have set, even the ESG standards that we have set, the 16 social audit standards that we have set, for which the Securities and Exchange Board of India is now saying that the entire social audit sector in India has to be manned by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, regulated and developed by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. That's the way we have become a leader on sustainability. Aniket Talati was telling us about the exam system, that on same day we declared results of the intermediate and final together, creating history. It is because of this kind of action that we do, ladies and gentlemen, that the Honorable Supreme Court of India, in an order a few months back, had said that if you want to learn how to conduct examinations, Supreme Court of India, by the way, it said, if you want to learn how to conduct examinations, learn it from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. That is the kind of faith that we have. Honorable Ambassador, sir, when the GST was unveiled in 2017, most of the professionals, the chartered accountants, were mainly direct tax professionals. We adapted ourselves to that change. We saw an opportunity there. We embraced goods and service tax. And then later on, in a letter issued to the then president of the institute, the Honorable Prime Minister of India wrote that GST in India would not have been successful had chartered accountants not contributed to its well-being. These are the words of the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Aniket was telling us about the World Congress. Today, as I walked into this hall, my friends from Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales, and we are very close to each other. We have MOU and we are very close. We acknowledge your presence, and we are also close to CP Australia, also close to ANZ. When I was there speaking, and they were so close, only one thing they said: how did you manage such a World Congress? Out of 10,000 delegates, 2,000 delegates were overseas. from 120 countries of the world. Can you believe the size? I said somewhere that when the history of the institute will be written, there will be words, there will be a period pre-World Congress, and there will be a period post-World Congress. That is how it will be. Because post-World Congress, we are now raising our head, raising our hand, putting our hand up, having a vision and a dream and an ambition to be the leading accounting body in the world. That is what we hope to become. That's what we hope to become. I know I'm pressed for time. I will just take 2 more minutes just to say that how glad I am to be amidst you. The World Congress is going to shape our destiny. I'm extremely glad that I am amongst friends. And let me tell you, Swamiji is here. I was there, you see, when his organization was celebrating 100 years. And Swamiji Menata, I said at that time, and Aniket Talati was instrumental, and his father was instrumental that I go there in your ashram. And I said that today I perceive myself to be in the God's own country. That is what I said. The peace was so much there, sir. Whatever you do so well. My fascination with Garuda the eagle. And Aniket knows that I'm going to end like that. My fascination with Garuda the eagle, ladies and gentlemen, is our emblem. Adopted way back in 1949. If you have seen the motto song we played, you must have seen the Garuda the eagle flapping its wings, flying across not only the map of India, but flying across the whole world. And then when I see Abu Dhabi chapter having the same Garuda the eagle of a bigger version at the beginning of this program, showing it flying across the globe, my heart is further gladdened that you have thought even beyond what we are thinking. I am very, very happy to be in your midst. Do everything possible to see that the flag of UAE is flown very high. To see that the flag of the institute is kept flying very high. And to ensure, ladies and gentlemen, that the flag of India is also kept flying very, very high. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such an energetic address to our audience. Now, may I request our chairman and vice chairman to present a memento as a token of appreciation to our president, sir. Yeah, may I request our past chairman, Neeraj ji, to please join. May I also request past chairman Neeraj and Krishnan to please hand over a memento to our vice president, sir. We are so honored to have the presence of Pujya Brahm Vihari Swamiji, and that too second time on the occasion of our annual international seminar. We are so blessed to have you, sir, here. Thank you so much for your gracious presence. May I request our AV team to please play the introductory video.
Pujya Swami Brahma Vihariji was born in Leicester, UK. He has a highly brilliant educational background and was offered a scholarship by Oxford University to study medicine. He was initiated into sainthood by his Guru Pramukh, Swami Maharaj, in 1981 at the age of 16. He then studied Eastern and Western philosophy, Sanskrit, and world religions. He is an astounding orator and writer. He is serving as senior sadhu, leading various key departments of BAPS Swami Narayan Sanstha internationally. He was also part of the core team that designed and made the 2 Akshardham temples in Gandhinagar and New Delhi. He is currently heading the BAPS Hindu Mandir project, the first traditional Hindu temple in the UAE.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shantihi Shantihi Shantihi. With these ancient prayers for peace, I'd like to first congratulate the leadership of this chapter for winning the finest and the best chapter in the world, and I believe that comes with a lot of hard work and a lot of great leadership. Congratulations. Also in the divine presence of Bhagwan Swaminarayan and the equally divine presence of my Guru Pramukh Swami Maharaj, Guru Mahan Swami Maharaj, and in the presence of all the great avatars and the saints and sages and spiritual leaders, because I believe when people unite in mind and heart, the presence of spirituality is felt everywhere. So in that presence, and also the most respected and revered presence of some of the closest people who I hold to my heart, let me begin with His Excellency Sanjay Sudhirji. He's more than just a diplomat. He has a place in everybody's heart because he deals with the heart, through his heart, and for the heart. Also in the most respected presence and leadership of Devashish ji, who I have had the pleasure of meeting. Azad Mopen ji, maybe many of you may not know, but his generosity crosses borders. The entire BAPS Hindu team and the workers who are working on the temple for the last 2 years, all the medical facilities are provided in charity by Azad ji. And also, in the presence of Aniket ji, who is going to be the youngest president of the Chartered Accountant World Fraternity. But I've known him as a little child. That probably tells you to calculate how old I am from the Jurassic age. But I've known him as a little child. I used to go to his father, Sunil Talati,
And he used to come from behind the scenes in his shorts. And if there's anybody in this hall who is the proudest for you, it's me, Aniket. What a wonderful life you have led and the great leadership that you are conducting. And so many of you who are seated in this audience, I know that I have come to a chartered accountancy chapter. And just on a lighter vein, I would like to tell you that once the angels were discussing, and they were discussing that when we open up a human body and we look into somebody's insides, who would be the ideal people? So the angel said that the ideal people should be painters and artists, because when you open them up, every organ is colored. And because it's colored, it's so easy to recognize. So they said the easiest person to deal with would be an artist or a painter, because every organ or every thought is colored. Then they said, but the electrician, every organ and every thought is wired. So the electricians may be more comfortable for us. Then they said, what about a businessman? But for them, every organ and every thought is priced. There is a price to everything. And then they said, what about a diplomat? He said, they are more sensible because every organ and every thought is geofenced. And I think you'll understand what I mean by geofenced. And as they went on, one after another, they said, but the finest is the chartered accountant. Why? Wait for it, wait for it. They said, why? Because every organ and every thought is numbered. And the beautiful part of the insides of a chartered accountant, that you can take those individual numbers and add them up and you get another number. You can subtract them, then you get another number. You can multiply them, then you get a bigger number. But you can line up all the numbers together and you get the biggest number of the all. Because a chartered accountant, don't take me wrong, he can generate the number that you want. I think give yourself a big hand, because though I am asking you to take this in a lighter vein, but there is one fact which stares us across the world, that we live in an age of statistics. Statistics drive us, they dominate us, they dictate us. Profits are calculated by what? Statistics. A country's rise is calculated by GDP, GNP, statistics. Now medicine, please forgive me Azadji, now medicine and drugs and all the things that we have are proven by statistics. Recently in Corona, we kept asking that what are the percentage of the workability of this vaccine, 77%, 80%, 92%, and you still ended up with COVID. So I want to tell you, while the world is being driven by statistics, one patient went to this doctor and he said to the doctor that I've got this very, really tough disease. And the doctor said, yes, your disease is rare. He said, doc, what are my chances of survival? The doctor said 100%. Statistics. And that man said, but I was reading just outside in your reception room that the chances of recovering from this disease is just 10%. He said, exactly, the 9 before you have died, you are the 10th. Statistics. If we look at the world, we live in a world of biostatistics, but even religion has not been spared. I was reading a survey, and that survey said that when they were asked that almost 82% on this earth, people say that there is a God. And of this 82%, when they were asked that, do you think that God listens to your prayers? 32% said that, look, God listens, but he doesn't answer. 56% said that I think my God is a little hard of hearing. He doesn't hear my prayers as I've said them. because he answers them and new things arrive, which I didn't ask for. But then, there is a thing that there was a statistics which said almost 16% of people said that if God came on this earth right now, it would be difficult for him as well. Everything has been reduced to statistics, and all of you are the masters of statistics. But I also want to tell you, is your life a statistic? When we are here together as a larger fraternity, when we are here, we are not just here to upgrade ourselves. We are here to feel happy, to exist, to be ourselves. And for that, for a while, you have to forget that you're a chartered accountant. Please don't take me wrong, or you're a CFO, because you are somebody's son. And I was happy, Your Excellency, when you took the call of your mother. And I want to tell you, every day, the mother of Sanjay Sudhirji calls him once in a day at a certain time, and he always seeks her blessings wherever he's doing and wherever he is. You are a son of somebody. Don't forget that. You are a husband to somebody, and you're a father of somebody, a brother of somebody. You're a friend of somebody. Life is more than just statistics that you and me have. And I want to tell you that from a very different experience that I have had. Recently, you might have known or heard or maybe read in the newspapers that when the Ukraine war was happening, out of the blue, our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, he called me and I was in Dubai. It was 12:30 at night in India. It was 11 o'clock in Dubai. And he asked me, because I've known him for so long, and he asked me that, Brahmavihari Swami, I am remembering your Guru, Pramukh Swami, and I'm asking you with utmost trust that can you set up a relief camp on the borders of Ukraine? Because all our students are moving out and we need to extract them, can you set up a relief camp? Statistics told me that we could not, because we did not have volunteers either in Poland, Hungary, or Romania, or Slovakia. These were the four bordering countries. Statistics, the chairman of our England and European facilities, they said it's impossible, Brahmavihari Swami. It was at 11:30 at night. But the words of my Guru, Pramukh Swami Maharaj, told me that wherever you have the intent and passion to serve, and if you have no infrastructure, create infrastructure. And for your reference, I want to tell you, statistics I'm giving you, we flew in volunteers from 11 countries across the world. Getting into a country, going into war is different. We have done Seva after the earthquake, where volunteers are not endangered. We have gone after the tsunami, where everybody is safe after the tsunami. We've gone into floods and famines, where the people who go out to help are safe. In a war, when we were there, that's when the missile hit that nuclear facility. Imagine the chaos, the difficulties, the uncertainties. So statistics told us it's not possible. But I also want to tell you what statistics will never be able to communicate to you. As almost 70 volunteers were helping refugees coming from on the border of Poland, on the village of Jesov. As all the people were coming in, hundreds and thousands, our volunteers first picked up their baggages. They were treated like angels. It was -7, sleeting, snow, 10 days. People had been dragging their baggage. No passports, nothing they had with them. As they came out, and then we created kitchens. We helped, statistics again, we helped actually save 3,700 students and extracted them to India in Operation Ganga. But what touched me was not a statistic, because one little Ukrainian boy had come from across the borders. He could not speak English. He was about 6 or 7 years old. I told our volunteers, make him feel comfortable because his father and mother were still fighting the war. So as that little boy came, just to cheer him up, the volunteers started asking him, you tell a little child, what do you want to be? And he'll come up with amazing ideas. So I said, ask him, what does he want to be when he grows up? And when we asked, he did not say a scientist or an engineer or a footballer or a farmer. He did not say an astronaut or a pilot. You know what that boy said? When he was asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? He said, I just want to be kind when I grow up. Being kind, profession is important, passion is more, but compassion is far more. It makes you feel human and it keeps you connected to the ground. We live in a world of statistics, but we also live in a world of values and feelings. As we talk about transformation, I'll just leave you and conclude with a simple idea. And that idea will perhaps guide this entire conference. Once a big emperor of the ancient times, he was in a confusion that he has three children, all three princes were good, whom to give his empire to. So the emperor brought all his three children and said that for 10 years I'm going into the forest, but I'm giving you a small box which is decorated. Please return it when I come back. So all these three princes knew that this was like a test. Something is there in the box and something has to be done. He just said, just return this box to me when I come back. After 10 years in the forest, the emperor comes back. I'm coming to the idea of transformation. The emperor comes back and he goes to the eldest son, and the eldest son said, and here is after 10 years, I'm opening up the room, and here is the box as you gave me. I am returning it back to you as it was. The father opened up the box. There was a handful of seeds inside that box. Handful of seeds. So the prince said that I am returning the seeds back to you as you gave them. Preservation. It's important. Preservation is important. He goes to the second son, and the second son said, Dad, I looked at the box. I knew there was a handful of seeds. And I knew you wanted them back as they were. If I gave you the same seeds, they would not be the same. So I exchanged those seeds every year for new seeds. So when you come back, I could give you the seeds as they would be planted, fresh, as you gave me. Transformation. Preservation of the seeds as they were, make them defunct. Transformation makes them available. He goes to the smallest and the youngest son and he says, so where is my chest? Where is my box? The youngest son takes his father to the back of the palace and he says, Dad, the forest that you see behind the palace are the seeds that you gave me. They've grown into beautiful trees. Regeneration. So if I ask you as thinkers, what is the most important thing? Obviously today, because the set of the conference is transformation, is it preservation? Is it transformation? Or is it regeneration? Can anybody take a guess? Who says regeneration? Be bold enough, this is our homely conference. Who says transformation? And who says preservation? I think statistics, 82% have no clue. But it doesn't matter, I want to tell you, according to me, all three are important. Preservation of the values that keep you human, do not change them at any cost, however the world moves. Preserve the values that keep us human, of love, of honesty, of integrity, of perseverance, of faith, of tolerance. Preserve them. But the third and also very important, regeneration of your dreams. As Debashish said, that he has a smile which has a dream. So regenerate your dreams. Give your dreams to your children, your people. Please bless Aniket ji that he continues with your dreams and he keeps regenerating the entire idea of this fraternity. So I would leave you with a message that preserve the values that keep you human. Let us grow up to just be kind and the world will take care of itself. Transform the skills that you already have. Never fear upgrading your system. Keep upgrading yourself. But the biggest thing is if you stop dreaming, you'll stop living. If you stop dreaming, you'll stop living. Keep dreaming. A lot of people told me that, Swamiji, a mandir in Abu Dhabi is just a dream. But I kept that dream alive. Almost 1,000 people told me that you won't be able to make a traditional temple in Abu Dhabi because it will have murtis, it will have so many things. But I want to tell you, the generosity of the rulers and the leadership of this nation is unmatched by leaders of any other nation. I want to tell you, as I was there in the presidential palace and I gave a choice to the president, the king, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, and our prime generosity, do not really think that generosity has led us to make this temple. And as we celebrate today, 4th of February is also the International Day of Human Fraternity. The International Day of Human Fraternity, I was a witness when His Highness the Pope and His Eminence, the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, in Abu Dhabi, in this very place, on this day, they signed the historic Abraham Accord, peace between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And as a Hindu, I bore witness to that entire accord. The International Day for Human Fraternity, and I'd like to just end that whatever numbers your life may accrue, the greatest number is that we are all human beings. We are together because our God, if He just believed in one race and one face, He would not have created so many races and 8 billion faces. If our God did not believe in harmony, there would be just one flower and one color. But because there are millions of flowers and billions of colors, our God believes in harmony and love. So today before us, I believe that all of you have come not just to upgrade yourself as great chartered accountants, not just to celebrate the victory of our chapter as the finest chapter, but all of you have come to become greater friends for each other. All of us have come to become better sons, daughters, better husbands, better wives, and better friends for each other. Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful chapter, which I feel it's like a home. Thank you again.
Thank you, Pujya Swamiji, for your words of wisdom. Now may I request our chairman and vice chairman to please hand over a memento as a token of appreciation. Now is the time to have a keynote address from none other than Dr. Azad Moopan. May I request our AV team to please play the introductory video.
Dr. Azad Moopan, founder, chairman, and MD, Aster DM Healthcare. After completing his MBBS with a gold medal, MD in general medicine, and diploma in chest diseases in India, Dr. Moopan relocated to Dubai. From a single doctor clinic in Dubai in 1987, Aster DM Healthcare has grown into a large healthcare organization with 697 facilities spread across 7 countries with over 25,000 employees. It is a listed company in India with an annual turnover of over rupees 10,000 crore. A dedicated philanthropist, Dr. Azad Mupin, has embarked on numerous social initiatives through Aster Volunteers and Dr. Mupin's Family Foundation. He believes that in healthcare, profit has to be a byproduct rather than the aim.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the very nice introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Pujya Brahmavihari Swamiji, the President of ICAI, Mr. Chartered Accountant Debshish Mitra, the President of the UAE chapter, Mr. John George, Chartered Accountant John George, of course His Excellency Sri Sanjay Sudhir, who has gone out, the Ambassador of India, other dignitaries on the dais, and the large number of chartered accountants and other well-wishers who have gathered here. I consider it a very proud privilege to address this very august audience this afternoon. I must thank my friend, Chartered Accountant CA James Matthew, who is from Dubai. He had asked me to participate in this. It's a great privilege. We had a fantastic speech from, of course, Yusuf Ali earlier, as well as the President Debshish, but something which went to our hearts from Swamiji. That is actually the human side of transformation. That is something which all of us, irrespective of what profession we are, where we are, what age we are, we all should be looking at that as the most important transformation. Whatever I say or whatever is being said here is very limited to a particular area or a sector. I, from healthcare, thought that when I saw this theme of transformation redefined and possibilities infinite, I thought that I can speak about healthcare, even though chartered accountants are not unknown to me. My daughter herself is a chartered accountant, and I am having largest number of chartered accountants in the organization. In fact, they say that around me, there are more chartered accountants than doctors now. So that is the situation once you reach into the administration from that of medical practice. Anyway, so I thought that I'll speak something about the transformation that is happening in healthcare, which again is something which is required for all of us, God forbid, in the way in which it is done now, to which I'll come. It's something which all of us at some point of time look forward to. So when you look at healthcare, one thing which I want to say is that any child who is born in 2000 and beyond, out of that 50% of them are going to be centenarians. 50% of any child who is born after 2000, which is very surprising because we don't see so many centenarians now, but it's very easy to understand because when you look at every 10 years, there is a 3-year extension of our lifetime. This has happened over from 19,000 if you calculate. The expectancy of life was just 40 years in 1900. Now in 120 years, it has increased by 36 years, which is 3 years every year, 12 decades, and it has now become 76 years is the average life expectancy. So this has happened, and this is going to happen as we go forward. If you extrapolate that, by the end of this century, everyone will be a centenarian. So how did this happen? This is not by magic. Was it a lifestyle change? Was it something which we took up as, our other ways in which usually we talk about exercise, food, sleep, and so many things? No. This has been achieved only through healthcare. If you look at largest number, just giving an example, in 1919, there was a pandemic like our present COVID, in which nearly 100 million people, which is about 5% of the total world population, died, 100 million people. Whereas the present pandemic, when we have 8 million people, the death was only a minuscule percentage, 0.01%. Out of the 8 billion people, only 6 million of them died, even though many were infected. So that's how there has been a transformation in healthcare, and that has mainly affected and has been possible through healthcare, proper healthcare delivery. So I want to just tell you that healthcare is one area, again now going to future. So what is that we are doing now? Like what I said, it's not healthcare has to get transformed, and it's getting transformed. Even though we have saved many lives, there has to be a transformation. The present healthcare, as you look at, is actually not healthcare. It's sick care. What we are doing is treatment of sick people. It's not actually healthcare. So there has to be a transformation as we go forward. There has to be a possibilities are unlimited when you look at sick care, because 97% of the people don't have any sickness. What they have is healthy body, and what you have to do is that prevent them going into diseases. So this is something which is eminently possible when you look. Recently there has been, 2022, we detected a test which can, and we found that a test can detect 50 cancers from a single blood drop, because of the DNA which is very, very identical with the usual cancers. So that's the way in which healthcare is moving forward. By genetic testing, you could do many of these very, earlier impossible things you can detect. Along with that, there is a lifestyle change which is happening. All of us are wearing now a watch, an Apple Watch, or we are now looking at other things like maybe an Aura ring. I am having both. I have an Aura ring as well as an Apple Watch. So we are now, instead of episodically seeing a doctor, continuously we are monitoring. So this is again another thing which is going to happen as we transform healthcare. Everybody will be having such gadgets which will measure their health and will automatically report to the various agencies or doctors who are looking after them. So this is, as we speak, this is something which is going to happen. So the way in which healthcare is getting transformed is, one, by genetic route, where we are going to find out a lot of things. And also in the treatment, apart from detection of disease. For example, the CRISPR technology, which is coming, can actually act at the level of the genes and can alter our genes and produce change in our future possibility of getting an illness. Like that, there are a lot of things which are coming through the genetic route. And also, we know that there are the digital transformation, which is again producing opportunities for us to prevent as well as treat diseases. We know that now a doctor sitting in a distant country can treat on a patient who is in another country. That's through the robotic surgery with the 5G and all. It's possible for somebody to sit in a place and treat another patient who is far away. So these are all opportunities which are opening up. Maybe in 10 years' time, all that we think as something which is very utopian or something which is not immediately possible. All this will become a reality. So what I want to just tell you is that healthcare has helped mankind and reduced diseases significantly and prevented death. And it's going to further do that, and maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, you will find that more and more people focus on preventive medicine as well as predictive medicine, where their normal health will be kept instead of even getting sick. That's what we are looking at, not something where a treatment has to be given once somebody gets stuck with a disease. That's a way in which we are looking at transformation in healthcare with lot of possibilities as we go forward. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I really appreciate the ICAI for holding such a grand conference, the efforts that have gone into this. I know that it has months of trials and months of efforts, and I really appreciate the team who have organized this and hope that you will have a great conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Azad Mupan, for taking us through the transformation taking place in the healthcare sector and the possibilities. May I request our chairman and vice chairman to present a memento as a token of appreciation to Dr. Azad Mupan. Now it is the time to hear out from our chief guest, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir. May I request our AV team to play the introductory video of His Excellency.
His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Indian Ambassador to the UAE. In a diplomatic career spanning about 3 decades, His Excellency has done 7 overseas postings in different roles, such as High Commissioner of India to the Maldives, Consul General of India in Sydney, Counselor at the Permanent Mission of India to the World Trade Organization, Geneva. Presently, he is also India's permanent representative to IRENA. His Excellency is a BTech graduate from the IIT New Delhi and has pursued diplomatic studies at Oxford University, UK. In international trade, he has studied TRIPS Agreement in Public Health, WTO Law and Jurisprudence, and WTO Dispute Settlement.
The top management team of ICAI India, as well as here, Swamiji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think you should all heave a sigh of relief that this is the last speech, unless John changes his mind, which you can never be sure. But before anything else, I must say that the passion with which ICAI Abu Dhabi organizes its annual events is indeed remarkable. Months of preparation culminate in an event like this one, which is grand. Speaking of the zeal of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, I remember that they have braved COVID to organize regular annual events, barring just 1 year. And that is real Josh, I must say. I'm reminded of a couplet from Faiz Ahmed Faiz, who said, "Dil na ummeed to nahi, naakaam hi to hai, lambi hai gam ki sham, magar sham hi to hai." ICAI has proved it. ICAI has proved it that when the going gets tough, the tough really get going. And this event is also a hallmark of India's CA fraternity, which has earned deep respect and trust not only for themselves, but for India across the world. Trust takes decades to build, but you have done it. I want to share how happy and proud I am of the Indian CA community in the UAE. With about 8,000 Indian CAs in this country, you do form the backbone of the economy here, as I mentioned to Debashis earlier. I believe that about 60 to 70% of CFOs in the UAE are Indian CAs. Even in the most difficult times, whether it was COVID or the economic highs and lows, you have steadfastly supported your companies in the UAE. And I think this is something which India is also proud of. Congratulations to all of you. And also another feather in the cap. I'm told that yesterday the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter received the first prize for the best overseas chapter. At a time when India-UAE relations stand stronger and deeper than ever before, this event adds further value in enhancing the understanding of the dynamic in India, as well as the dynamic in the UAE in terms of economic policies and potential. Many of the sessions lined up indeed take a deep dive into serious business. Transformation is the buzzword for this conference. And it is also the word which actually defines the India-UAE relationship, which we are going through at this point in time. And you all in the UAE are actually a part of it. But don't get too serious, as they say that all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Sorry, I said Jack. All work and no play makes John a dull boy. But John can never get serious in that sense. John and his whole team, which you have seen in the Bollywood-style video already, have also organized a lot of fun activities, so well-deserved on a weekend. Sad that I'll miss out on some of the sessions, particularly of Robin Singh and Robin Uthappa, of whom I'm a great fan, because I have to travel overseas tomorrow. India-UAE relationship can on the one hand be defined to be rooted in history, cultural affinities, age-old trade ties. But on the other hand, it can also be defined as a relationship which has shown very unique dynamism in the last about 8 years, ever since the visit of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in 2015. And that visit happened after a gap of 34 years. But since then, the landscape has completely changed. In diplomacy, we usually measure the energy or the dynamism of a relationship in terms of high-level visits. If you look at the last 12 months, almost everybody from India has visited the UAE, barring of the president. We have had the visit of our vice president, our prime minister, speaker of our Lok Sabha, chief justice, RBI governor visited earlier this week, and multiple visits by our foreign minister, trade minister, energy minister, and it's a long list. In terms of statistics, we may say that India is the third largest trade partner of the UAE, UAE is the second largest trade partner of India, also that India is the UAE is the seventh largest investor into India. But to actually put your finger on the grain and texture of India-UAE relationship, I think we can say that today UAE believes in the India story and bets on it. When coupled with mutual trust and level of mutual understanding and confidence between our leadership and our institutions, the result is that we can negotiate a CEPA in 3 months flat. The last 1 year has also seen investment in India of over $8 billion in different segments of our economy, from infrastructure to renewables to startups, private equities. And as Swamiji said earlier, I think you all have generated the right numbers which have enabled this investment into India. India's steady economic growth, it's being the fastest growing major economy of the world. It's climbing to the 5th spot among world economies, rapid strides in digital solutions. What all do these hold actually for the UAE, I think is a point which must be debated and discussed in your sessions to translate them into opportunities for both countries. But I think the question still is, are we still scraping the surface? And I think we are. Probably we can go much deeper and wider in the investment spectrum. I say this because the transformational changes which are happening in India are are to be further appreciated. The dynamic in India relating to futuristic legislations, setting up of regulatory systems which are well ahead of the global curve, and the disruptive digital stack which we have developed. Pioneering initiatives like the Green Hydrogen Mission will break new frontiers in renewables. All these initiatives need also a deeper dive. While presenting the Union budget a few days back, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said, "The world has recognized India as a bright spot." When recession is staring at the world, I think economies like India are actually providing that ray of hope. She mentioned about the 7 priorities called the Saptrishi. I think Debashish has already mentioned that. While the Indian economy is dynamic, the UAE is no less an economy than ours in terms of showing dynamism. While we have already put UPI in place, the UAE is setting up its own e-payment platform called the Instant Payment Platform. We are both developing our central bank digital currencies. The desire of both our countries to de-risk our trade payments from geopolitics is also common. Last Sunday, we had the visit by our governor, RBI, Shri Shaktikant Das. Yesterday, we had a video conference between our Commerce Industries Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, and Sheikh Hamid, discussing things like, why not work on integrating India's UPI with the UAE's payment systems? The 3.5 million Indians living in this country and the 2.5 million Indians who visit the UAE annually as tourists will certainly benefit if we have a seamless payment system. Why not de-risk our trade settlements using bilateral currencies? What is the need to go through third country currencies? You will notice that the game has shifted. Increasing trade is not enough to satisfy either our leadership or to do justice to the potential of our partnership. No doubt, trade is doing well. CEPA, which entered into effect on the 1st of May last year, has already resulted in an increase of bilateral trade of about 30%. We are actually looking at grossing about $85 billion in this financial year. Our joint efforts with UAE are more towards integrating our economies now. FinTech and India's digital stack actually allow us to do that, and we are doing it. So there's a lot for us to celebrate, a lot for us to contribute in our respective fields. Keep doing your good work, keep flying the Tiranga high, and as Swamiji mentioned, keep developing your values of kindness and of compassion, and keep dreaming. My best wishes to all of you for a very successful conference. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, His Excellency, for your words of wisdom. Now, may I request our Chairman and Vice Chairman to present a memento to His Excellency. With this, we conclude our opening ceremony. I would like to thank all the dignitaries who have been present here today and taken this schedule to grace our seminar. thank you all the dignitaries. Your gracious presence was essential for the success of our 34th Annual International Seminar. Now I would like to call upon Master of Ceremony to take over the further proceedings. As a quick round of introduction, she is the talk of town every week, from her fashion to the celebrities she meets week on week. The host of the longest running lifestyle magazine show, G Connect on GTV, and the most prominent faces in the UAE television space. Priya Jethani, a TV anchor, an MC, a model, an influencer amongst the South Indian audience. There is no Bollywood celebrity who doesn't know her. I'll request Priya to please take up the further proceeding.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. So this is one reason why I've been called on the stage. They said, go and wake people up. So when I say good afternoon, what do you say in return? I don't even hear it. Where is the energy? So can I please request everyone to take their seats so we can proceed? And thank you so much, Mr. Rohit, for a lovely introduction and for conducting the inaugural session so well. By the way, it's not CA Priya Jethani. I am not a CA. So who am I then? I'm an anchor, a presenter on ZTV. So you can watch me on television. But right now, I'm going to bore you by being here all day, today and tomorrow. So get used to seeing this face. But also get used to having the same energy that I have right now. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to, tell me, what are we doing here today? Which annual seminar is going on? What is that? 34th. Is that right? Good, very attentive audience. The 34th Annual International Seminar by the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. And congratulations are in order because the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter has also been awarded as the best overseas chapter. Am I right? Let's have a huge round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much to all our esteemed guests and dignitaries who conducted such interesting inaugural sessions. I am still seeing people standing up, so can I please request everyone to take their seats? Trust me, it's only getting better and better. You've seen the agenda. The video was played for you earlier, and I'm just going to make sure it all runs in a smooth manner and we all enjoy, and the sessions are insightful and informative for all of us. So before we move on to the very exciting technical sessions today, I would like to do a little announcement, which is of the UAE corporate tax. And when is UAE corporate tax coming into effect? June 2023. That's correct. Well, there is an unveiling of the course book that is going to be done right here. And for that, I would like to invite on stage the ICAI India President, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra. Can we please have you on stage, sir? For the unveiling of the course book for the UAE corporate tax. And can I please also invite ICAI India Vice President, CA Aniket Sunil Talati, Chairman Direct Taxes Committee, CA Chandrasekhar Vasanchitale. Central Council Member, CA Charanjoy Singh Nanda. CA John George, Chairman, Abu Dhabi Chapter. Vice Chairman, CA Krishnan. Chairman of Dubai ICAI Chapter, CA Anurag Chaturvedi. Regional Director, CA Prabdeep Singh. Also, Mr. Chan, the representative of the Ras Al Khaimah chapter. Here you go, that's the course book unveiling on the UAE corporate tax. Thank you very much. Requesting everyone to take their seats, please. Right, so before we move on to the technical sessions, do you remember Mr. Rohit mentioned about some raffle draws? Do you remember? Yes? So you know what to do, right? Because you've done your part. Those who haven't, let me remind you, you've got to do whatever Rohit has mentioned. Go to the sponsor booths and register and scan the QR code and all of that. Because the raffle draws are going to take place post-lunch and then also later on in the day. And there are some very exciting gifts to be given away. You're aware of it? Okay, great. So just a reminder on that. And now let's get started with our very interesting technical sessions. But before that, before I invite our guest on the stage, let me give you a little lesson in alphabets. A for apple. A for Aman also. B for boat. Kiski boat? Aman ki boat. Aman, everyone's trained, just like you've trained us on Instagram with your son's answer sheet. So B for boat. And what is boat? It's a brand of headphones by Boat Lifestyle. Am I right? Well, that's it. And we have none other than the coolest shark on Shark Tank India and also the co-founder and CMO of Boat Lifestyle, Mr. Aman Gupta, right here with us, who is going to be taking us through his transformation journey.
Boat Lifestyle, celebrated entrepreneur and one of the sharks on Shark Tank India show. Aman is a born hustler who loves building brands. Recognizing the need for smart, superior, stylish and durable audio and wearable products, Aman launched Boat, which has produced millions of consumers. Aman has been acknowledged as one of India's top business leaders under 40 by the Economic Times in 2021, 40 under 40. He is also recognized by Forbes India and is part of Tycoons of Tomorrow list and awarded Entrepreneur of the Year by Entrepreneur India magazine, among others. Before co-founding Boat, Aman was associated with Citi Financial, KPMG and Harman International. Aman is a chartered accountant and an alumnus of the Indian School of Business, ISB.
Mike, hi guys. I also wanted to see ये मेरी team ने क्या क्या भेजा है मेरे बारे में. Thank you for calling me here. In fact, I'll tell you a small story. I normally don't go for, these functions, but, Mr. George, he was so adamant. You guys understand a bit of Hindi, right? So he was a bit like a little chep, bolte hai na, huh? But it is also called persistence, right? I get called by a lot of chapters, but the way he persuaded me and the way he pushed me to come here, it is amazing. So, first of all, a huge round of applause for him for being persistent. और कल इन्होंने प्रेशर भी बहुत मारा, कहते हैं आपका सेशन अच्छा होना चाहिए. मतलब सर नो प्रेशर, मतलब कमाल है यार. नहीं, but coming after such great orators, and I was listening to Swami Ji, and the way these guys talk is amazing. It's I should have been somewhere पीछे सर कहीं. गंदे सेशंस के बाद मुझे डाल देते. इतने अच्छे सेशन के बाद मुझे डालोगे, it becomes difficult. So let me start. I have like a small presentation. So people who know me, I'm a chartered accountant. I'm an MBA from ISB, an entrepreneur, and also a shark in the Shark Tank India series, which we were introducing it to somebody who I hadn't seen in the morning. So it's a show in India, adapted from the US show. So before I go into all this, I'll just go to my basics on how I started, where I started, and who I was. So my journey, as I said, I'm from Delhi, typical Delhi boy. My dad wanted to be a CA, and he tried. And unfortunately, my Tauji was a CA, my Dada was a CA, but my dad could not be a CA. So he decided that mera beta CA banega. वो था ना picture 3 Idiots में वो जैसे बोलते हैं. So I was one of those where, at our times, probably, the choice was less, right? So I was pushed into being a CA, but I did my articleship along with my college. So वो जो foundation course होता था, right? It's not there anymore, right? Its foundation isn't there. So foundation course के through गया था, and I was also born in a very middle class family. We had a, what do you call it, वो बजाज चेतक करके scooter होता था. My dad used to have that. हमारी classes होती थी ITO में. Any chartered accountants from Delhi here? So there used to be a, ITO करके होता था. That used to be the head office of chartered accountancy. तो सुबह ना buses चलती थी वहाँ से, दिल्ली से, IIT से, 501, 511, 512. और उसमें क्या होता था ना कि CA में, we all have gone through the grind, right? We used to study a lot. और उसमें क्या होता था कि बस में ना सीट नहीं मिलती थी अगर मैं हॉर्स कास्ट से लेता था. तो उससे पहले 2 स्टेशन पहले से सीट मिलती थी. तो उससे क्या होता था ना, वो जो कोर्स मटेरियल होता था, I used to get a seat and I study on the way. So what people see today is, the success. People don't see how as chartered accountant or as individual, we also go through the grind. We've also studied 18 hours a day. And, I have a big problem. My biggest problem I have is I can't wake up early. It's like I have to put like 10 alarms on snooze, ask the hotel people to wake me up. So I remember हमारी classes होती थी 5:30 बजे, because 5 से 8 की class होती थी. फिर वहाँ से used to go for articleship, and then शाम तक 6 बजे तक class होती थी, and then again you used to go for these classes. So my friend used to wake me up always, Anish, and 5:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. We all of us as chartered accountants, we've gone through that grind, right? So I fulfilled my parents' dream and I started working on mine. I love where I am, and I'll tell you frankly speaking, it's because of the course. It's because of the chartered accountancy course, which teaches us how to hustle, which teaches us how to study 18 hours a day, which teaches us how to take 8 exams in 8 days. I don't think any course in the world does that, right? So you know how to, जब आपको पता होता है कि आपको इतने सारे एग्जाम एक साथ देने हैं, आपको कैसे प्रिपेयर करना है, so आप रेडी होते हो नेक्स्ट डे के लिए. So today if anybody, when we went to an MBA school, anybody says कि एग्जाम है, हमें पता होता है कि अगर वो एग्जाम 5 दिन बाद है, तो हम 3 दिन के बाद भी पढ़ाई करके कर लेंगे. मतलब हमारे को टाइम मिलेगा and we'll do it. So I never got any awards in my life, been a backbencher all my life. Then I joined Citibank. I was a credit underwriter there, City Financial. I worked there for 2 years. It was a good company, City was. Then I joined my, I remember a story. My dad was starting up, and I started my company with him, right? And I'll tell you a small example. जब मैं सबसे पहले ना sales के लिए गया, तो मैंने फ़ोन किसी एक क्लाइंट को ना फ़ोन करना था, उसको वी वर सेलिंग सम प्रोडक्ट्स एंड माय डैड टोल्ड मी कि तू ये वाली सेल्स कर. तो मैंने फ़ोन, अरे इसमें टाइम्स अप लिखा रहा है अभी से, पुराना है ना, ठीक है. तो उसमें मेरे डैड ने बोला कि फ़ोन कर कि इसको तू सेल्स करेगा. तो मैंने फ़ोन उठाया और मैंने उसको बोला कि सर आपको ये प्रोडक्ट चाहिए थे. कहता हाँ शाम को फ़ोन करियो 8 बजे. तो मैंने उसे शाम को फ़ोन किया 8 बजे. कहता नहीं अभी नहीं, मुझे कल फ़ोन करियो. मैं ठीक है, मैंने अलार्म लगाया, मैंने सोचा कल सुबह का, उसने बोला फ़ोन करने को 11 बजे का, मैंने अलार्म लगाया. फिर मैंने फिर से फ़ोन किया 11 बजे. कहता अभी नहीं 15 मिनट बाद फ़ोन करियो. तो मेरे को ना थोड़ा गुस्सा चढ़ रहा था, गुस्सा अंदर से आ रहा था कि यार ये ऐसे कैसे बोल सकता है कि मतलब हर 10 मिनट में फ़ोन करो, 15 मिनट में फ़ोन करो. तो मैंने 15 मिनट बाद लास्ट फिर से फ़ोन किया. कहता अभी मैं थोड़ा बिजी हूँ, मुझे 5 मिनट में करियो. मैंने दिल्ली से गुस्सा तो आ ही जाता था, मतलब मैं ऐसे क्यों करूँ, राइट? एंड आई गॉट ईगो आ गई मेरे अंदर कि मैं ऐसे किसी को क्यों फ़ोन करूँ, और मैं जब उसका भी काम है. एंड दैट इज़ द फर्स्ट टाइम आई रियलाइज्ड, एंड आई हंग द फोन अप, एंड माई डैड सेड वेलकम टू सेल्स, राइट? We should as salesmen never have egos, and that's what I realized. And that's what I remember, John sir, when I was telling you कि आपको मैंने जब नॉर्मली जब कोई चैप्टर, अभी आई वाज टॉकिंग टू द दुबई चैप्टर, एंड मैं क्या करता हूँ, मैं बहुत इजीली बोल देता हूँ यार मेरी ना ये है, उससे बात कर लो. तो लोग उससे बात करते हैं, भूल जाते हैं, फिर मैं गोली दे देता हूँ थोड़ी सी, फिर वो खत्म हो जाता है. बट जॉन सर वाज सो परसिस्टेंट. सो एज अ सेल्समैन, all of us, that's the first rule which I have learned, that you should have no ego and just go on and on. So there was it was a strange case. I was selling for a couple of brands, and they started selling very well in India. So what I did was I brought these brands to India. Ki I will be their distribution company in India, and I sold so well that one day eventually these companies said ki boss, agar India is such a big market, why don't we open our own office in India? And overnight they opened their office in India, and I lost what I loved. And I was building those brands in India, and suddenly and overnight I said, उन्होंने बोला कि आज से you are no longer apart, and we will have our office and our people running the show. So I was young. I went to MBA. I went to ISB. I was at that time 29, and my wife said ki let's try an MBA. So I went for an MBA, and again the CA degree helped me. I'll tell you why. In all these new courses, right, they've got, they want selection of people, right? Pehle hota tha na, if you look at IIMs, mostly it's IIT and engineers who get into IIMs, right? But if you look at the new world, they want an all-round performance. They want people from all aspects of life, and that is where, the CA degree again helped me, because as a chartered accountant, as a professional, you're respected all over the world, and that helped me there. I didn't get good grades. I was a normal student because, when you go to a college and when you have stopped studying at 21, 22, and then you're 30 and you go to a college after 8 years, you don't want to study. पढ़ाई की books देख के मुझे वो 3 Idiots में नहीं था, वो दर्शील ज़फ़ारी, right? उसकी याद आती थी कि यार ये मैं हो क्या रहा है, इतना पढ़ना पड़ रहा है. And when you're fighting with the engineers, when you're fighting with the IITians, वो लोग ना बहुत पढ़ते हैं, वो इतना पढ़ते हैं कि उनको रैंक चाहिए, हर जगह उनको ना फाइट मारनी है, राइट? मैं तो खुशी बोलता हूँ, सीए में वो पासिंग मार्क्स फाइनल में 600 का होता है ना, पहले 600 होता था, 800, इंटर 600 होता था ना, हाँ 600 होता था, तो 600 में से 300 का पासिंग होता था, राइट? मेरे 301 आए थे, 301. तो लाइफ में मैं उतना ही पढ़ता हूँ जितनी जरूरत होती है, ज्यादा पढ़ने का भी, क्योंकि इवेंचुअली लोगों को या तो आप टॉप 50 रैंक होल्डर्स होते हो या कुछ नहीं होते, या फिर तुम नॉर्मल सीए होते हो, राइट. सो आईएसबी में भी यही हुआ. मुझे पता था कि यहाँ पे घुसना मुश्किल है, जैसे सीए में होता है निकलना मुश्किल होता है, राइट. इट्स डिफिकल्ट टू एग्जिट, बट इन एन एमबीए स्कूल एंट्री इज मोर टफ, एंड व्हेन यू एंटर एवरीबडी बिकम्स अ एमबीए, राइट. So I did not study much, right? I did not go for grades. I learned how much I had to. I networked a lot, but I was a part of social club because I tried to get entry into the finance club, and there were better CAs than me who were also CAs, and they'd also done CFAs, and they'd also worked in Goldman Sachs and all these companies. And they were all much better. So I thought that, boss, yahan pe to I will not be a big hit because they are better chartered accountants than me. Then I went to the marketing club. And if you go to a marketing club and if you hear marketers speak, no, they talk in a very good, they're orators, right? They know how to talk those words. You know, the consumer insighting is very important and all that. And did you analysis? So I thought, yahan pe bhi kuch nahi hoga. Then I went to the operations club. और operations club में जब मैं गया ना, तो वहाँ पे अगेन engineers fight मार रहे थे. तो मेरी सारे clubs में rejection हुई. I did not get into any club. Then एक club होता था social club, which was more about making other people party. That was the only club I could get into, and I excelled in that. Because there is one saying which I totally believe in, and I'll come to that later. That you got to do what you like doing, right? That's been my mantra. And for me, I realized very soon that I will not be able to excel in this area, or this area. So at least something I did, people knew me in the whole campus as this guy can make you have fun, and that is where I belonged. So again, there is a rat race in the campus. Everybody goes into consulting. Everybody likes to do investment banking. Everybody wants to, as an MBA. And I also got into the rat race. I got into, consulting. I went to KPMG. It was it was not in the finance or the audit division. It was the consulting division I went into. And I realized very soon that maybe, again, there were people who were better consultants than me. So it's better not to be a consultant. And in 1 year, I left that too. So I was 34, 35 by that time. And I'd left, I'd got married, I had a kid, and I started a couple of companies, So people know me from both, but, I said it in one of the, if you guys have seen Shark Tank Season 2, I said it in one of those companies that it's not a problem to fail. I have failed in 5 startups, and I've only succeeded in both. You don't need 5 success stories. You just need one. And with one success story, I could build both. And one more thing, most important here, what's happening in India is, I don't know about the world, but in India for sure, people don't like talking about failures, right? I think it's good to talk about failures, yeah. I love saying that I failed. And if you fail only, then you realize, then the importance of, the successes comes. And if you fail is when you learn the maximum. I have learned maximum not from anything else, but from failing. So, again, and that's a small story again. When I failed a couple of times, I was staying with my parents, and my mom used to wake me up saying, because I had nothing to do, "Ud ja beta, ud ja. Isliye naukri chhodi hai." Just because you want to sleep is why you are here. And that, sometimes those taunts from your parents, those ways of telling you to go, get up and do something. The world starts looking at you as a failure. The world from outside, everybody thinks, because when you're doing well, chartered accountants or MBAs, all your friends were doing well. and you are still struggling at the age of 34, 35, you know, it sometimes gets onto you, right? It sometimes you feel that, boss, yaar, main kya kar raha hu? Well, some people used to call it midlife crisis, right? At 35, ki boss, ab jaake decide kar raha hai. But I don't mind talking about it. I was going through all of that and even more. So, and I've used this line before at one of these episodes, Flatheads. If you guys have you guys seen Flatheads? So Flatheads में उस बंदे के साथ same हुआ था. You know, he also was struggling. He was down, and I said, "Ki boss, there is no harm. Go back, earn some money, get back to life." He was down, but not out. That's what I went through. So I kept trying, but at one point of time, I had to join a company because my funds were over and I did not have money. So I joined Harman. Harman is the JBL. Have you heard of JBL? Yeah, so JBL, so I always say they paid me to teach me how to be their competitor, right? So today in India, you know, I worked with them for 2 years, I learned, and today I'm one of their biggest competitors in India. But I'll tell you what happened there. You know, markets were changing. And what happens in big companies is, as rightfully, I don't know who was saying, that I think Swamiji was saying, that you have to change, you have to adapt. And what happens in big companies sometimes is, they are very resistant to change, right? They think कि जो चल रहा है सही है, ऐसा ही होता है. And I used to keep telling my boss कि boss ऐसे नहीं हो रहा, change करो, आप इसको थोड़ा colorful लाओ, थोड़ा products India के लिए बनाओ. वो सुनते ही नहीं थे मेरी बात. So, you know, and that's what happens when, you know, then I said one fine day कि sir मेरी, you know, last point होता है salary बढ़ा दो. और वो भी नहीं माने. तो एक ही option था कि market में मिलते हैं, right? So I left them and I started boat. So at boat, it is, you know, it was very surprising. Again, I'd had a few failures, right? And people don't believe at that time, few years back, 5 years back, people never used to believe कि जो fail होता है, वो कुछ कर सकता है. People said कि यार ये तो इसने बहुत बारी loss करा हुआ है, इसको चलाना नहीं आता, इसके बस की ना है, बंद करो. So I had a loss before. So people did not trust me. The bankers did not trust me. I had no money in my bank. I had only 15 lakhs. So I have never studied marketing in ISB. I studied finance and strategy and not marketing. And that's what people think, that I know marketing. I did not know marketing at all. It was out of, me and my co-founder Samir, right? And Samir also didn't know marketing. I also didn't know marketing. What did I do? I went to YouTube, and you know, as I always said, the CA degree, you don't mind trying anything, right? और आपको पता है, अगर आपको कुछ सीखना है तो आप सीख लोगे. मैं YouTube में गया, 15 दिन लगाए, इतना marketing पढ़ा. I studied a lot of performance marketing, Amazon marketing. How do you do performance marketing and AMS कैसे करते हैं, और portfolio analysis कैसे करते हैं. उसमें सब सीखा. और marketing अपनी boat में, क्योंकि पैसे भी नहीं थे. I did not have money to even hire a marketer. So I learned it myself, right? People said there are a lot of competition. There were 200 brands in India when we started audio. Not one. There was Indian brand, there were Chinese brands, there were American brands, there were Japanese, there was German brands, and all of them were there. And people said this market is a very commoditized market. How would you know, new guy who's failed a couple of times be able to do it? So, you know, people started doubting us, right? And this is where we are, sir. This is where we are. We are now world's second largest wearable company. So the fact that, you know, we are putting India on the world map gives us immense proud. You know, and the compare said A for Apple, B for boat, and the only first brand above us is Apple, right? So you know, we are a company born out of India. In India, we have more than 45% market share in the wearable segment. And now we are putting India on the world map. We are the only, you know, there are so many people like, you know, Lulu has done that. And there is There's so many Indian companies which are doing that. Tata's is doing that. But in our space, in electronics, we are only ones. Because India में क्या था ना, पहले बहुत सारे brands होते थे, जो बहुत सस्ता बनाते थे, cheap quality. And now in India, people don't mind buying Indian brands. So we like the fact that we were one of the first brands which said that Indian brands can also be recognized globally. Like, look at all of you. Indian chartered accountants are being recognized in UAE. Same way, Indian brands can do it. And, if you look at our Honorable Prime Minister's vision, he also said that, brands can now, why can't we have brands from India sold for the world? And that's what our next mission is. We just announced this 2 days back. Again, India में क्या होता है ना, people doubt each other. Everyone else. People say, people in India are skeptical, and we are one of them, right? लोग हमें कहते थे, अरे तू कैसे कर लेगा? You buy from this country, you buy from that country, you will not be able to make in India. And with the help of, with the support of the government, thanks to COVID, we all learned that we can't be dependent on one country. We started manufacturing in India, and we are proud to say that now we made 1 crore units in India in this 1 year. So, as you guys know, I am a filmy buff. So I thought, I'll give you, I don't like giving gyan at all, right? So this is freaky advice. Leni alone, nahi leni, mat sunna. First thing is, I personally feel that, this is a very old saying, grahak bhagwan hai. वो ना शॉप्स के बाहर लिखा होता था, शॉप्स के अंदर जाते थे तो वो शॉपकीपर के गल्ले के पीछे लिखा होता था ग्राहक भगवान है. And I still believe in that. The customer is the king. If the customer is not happy, you will die as a brand. So please take care of your customers, whoever they are. Second lesson, frugality. And this is a very, this picture reminds me that when we had no money, we had no office. I started out of a cafe, and in the cafe, you were not supposed to get food from outside. You were supposed to get, either you buy the food from the cafe. So I used to go out. This is 4-5 years back. I used to go out at a restaurant. और वो पुराने ज़माने में होता था, ट्रांजिस्टर लेके लोग जाते थे, रेडियो लेके लोग लंच करते थे. हमारे यहाँ पे I used to bring dry lunch with my colleague, and we used to sit out of a park and have lunch. And this keeps me humble, and this also tells me कि boss पैसे जब आपको लेने हैं, आप अभी क्या होता है ना, सबसे पहले जब कोई business, whenever you start a business, you want fancy office, you want a fancy admin team, you want a finance team, you want to have an IT team. But when you have no money is when you learn how to be frugal, how to be effective, how do I always look at ROI in everything. So it helped me till now. Frugality is embedded in our DNA, and as a chartered accountant, we only have focus on ROI, right? So ROI is embedded in our blood. Third, basics. As I said, I haven't studied marketing, but product, place, price, promotion. मतलब इस बारी तो मैंने Shark Tank में भी जाके ज्ञान दे दिया था. So Shark Tank में मैंने बोल दिया था that just focus on basics, not on 100 other things. And this is also one thing which I wanted to share for everyone here. You should always start. There is a lot which happens in any company once companies grow up, and you guys must be feeling it. People don't talk to each other. I think the biggest problem happens is when you email each other and all that. I think the best part is just pick up the phone and talk. And, this one, stop procrastinating. The big problem in India or everywhere in the world is people think कि कल कर लेंगे. And what happens is, especially in the world we are in, people are today doing, if you go to any cafe, they are all talking startups, they are all talking entrepreneurship, they are all thinking that, what is the next business we can start. And I feel that there is no better time to start something than today. So stop procrastinating and start doing. If you don't do it, someone else will. So yeah, these are my 4 basic lessons. And then the biggest lesson which I say, never fear competition. Don't be, I remember a time when I was in Shark Tank and somebody said I had, I built and that somebody is coming in the 3 o'clock session. He said that I have built this, I am this, I have done all that. I said, kuch nahi hota, hum bhi bana lenge, right? So don't worry. don't fear competition. If I could do it, so can you. So, hum bhi bana lenge is my mantra for my life. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Aman, or rather C. Aman. You know, I'm really happy to see the jam-packed ballroom, and we are privileged to have C. Aman here. When we discussed during our committee meeting whom to bring, then finally we thought of, you know, ek shark ko pakdega. वो shark को पकड़ना इतनी easy नहीं है. Then finally, I get in touch with him. I don't know what he got convinced. I pitched, like in a Shark Tank, you pitch your product. You know, I said, we are a chartered accountant, you are a chartered accountant, we want to hear from you. I don't know what then we said, this time we are going to give delegate gift, we are going to your product. You know, it will be great. So, पता नहीं क्या हो गया, then, you know, see, we are really strangers, you know. He's in India and in UAE. When I call, he was Dubai, enjoying with his family. But in spite of that, he take phone and reply back, you know. That's something great, amazing. And thank you for being here. तो एक ही आप सी है, मैं सी है. अच्छा लो. हम लोग की तरफ एक ही डिफरेंस है. टाइप पूरा बैठ के, सूट बैठ के, इधर टाइट बैठा है, ये तो आराम से बैठा है. सीए में ऐसा कर सकते हैं क्या? मैं सपोज इफ आई गो इन दिस ड्रेस, माय बॉस विल गेट आउट. ही इज हियर, मिस्टर जोस इज हियर, यू नो, ही इज माय बॉस. तो ऐसे I think as an entrepreneur, you can do such things, whatever you want, you can put and you can. So, as a chartered accountant, what do you think a role of, can a chartered accountant become an entrepreneur? What do you think? Is it possible to do that?
So, first, I would say that I don't think clothes matter, today. When I entered the room, I was feeling underdressed, right? I was like, I will, how can I wear t-shirt, jeans and shoes? But I think, today every profession is different, right? And as, when I was also a chartered accountant, I had to wear suits, sir. So unfortunately, it just is how the world is, right? But if you look at today's world, if you look at how Steve Jobs also was wearing whatever he was comfortable in, I think the world will change soon. And everybody, if you look at the new companies, they don't normally care. I think I'm going to be beaten up by these 2,000 people afterwards. I was saying that. But it is, you should be comfortable in your skin, right? I am very comfortable and I'm actually become uncomfortable. So I am very comfortable in my skin. For last 10-15 years, I am just being me. Even if you look at Shark Tank, if you've seen any episodes, sir, I'm sometimes I'm sitting like this. After 5 minutes, I'll lose my patience. I'll go like this and this and this and this, and I'll be like sleeping over the chair. So I am just comfortable in whoever I am. So I think, and to answer your second question, sir, can chartered accountants be entrepreneurs? I don't agree to the question only. I think chartered accountants are entrepreneurs by birth, because if you look at our the maximum number of chartered accountants are actually practicing in India, right? And they have their own firms. So chartered accountants are entrepreneurs itself. Second, I think जो मैं अभी पहले भी बता रहा था, जो CA का कोर्स सिखा सकता है ना सर, the hustle, the frugality, the ROI, the ethics, materiality, I think यही तो सीखा है, and all that is helpful for life, right? Simple, matlab life is very simple, sir. Debit what comes in, credit what goes out, right? And I still remember that. It's the easiest thing. You do hard work and success you will get. Jitna hard work daloge utna success milega. So I think as chartered accountants, we all should be. And I was talking to the Mr. Lahoti, the vice president. He was talking to me. He's saying that the youth today, the new chartered accountants, are also like engineers, right? Engineering में ये पहले आ गया था कि लोग engineering करते हैं, उसके बाद maybe MBA करते हैं या different areas of life लेते हैं. Now I think chartered accountancy के बाद भी people don't stop. The young guys are also doing X course, Y course, and then with that digital CA course, and then CFA. So I think it is one of those professions which teaches you everything. So I don't like that question, and if anybody if you look at Kumaramangam Birla sir, he's also a chartered accountant, right? I think Piyush Goyal is also a chartered accountant, right? So ministers are also there. So I think gone are those days when I said it in Shark Tank also. Gone are those days that engineers were ruling the country, sir. It's time for chartered accountants to start doing that. मतलब एक लास्ट ईयर की बात है, किसी ने ना, मतलब मेरा एक दोस्त है पीयूष, उसने चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट को बोल दिया कि सीए का भरोसा मत करियो. ओ भाई, मैंने अपनी कम्युनिटी को इतना एक होते हुए कभी नहीं देखा. The whole world chartered accountants all became one. तूने बोला कैसे ऐसे, राइट? तो समझ, उसको ऑडिटर्स की मेल आ गई उसकी कंपनी में, बहुत सारे लोगों ने बोला ऑडिट नहीं करेंगे, एंड ही हैड टू अपोलोजाइज इन फ्रंट ऑफ एवरीवन, राइट? सो सीएस आर हियर एंड वी आर द फ्यूचर.
You just mentioned about Piyush Bansal, basically. So I just want your help to next time bring him here for the.
But I hope he'll be safe here.
So in your life, there was in the beginning there's ups and downs, and you said उसके नीचे नहीं जा सकते. There's a point where you reach. अभी जाएगा तो ऊपर ही जाएगा. And you come up, become second largest company in wearables. And you have a partner. So how that partnership gel with in such today's scenario? Is it an advisable thing that what's your I think Samir is your partner, and how it goes well, how you work with him in this in your business?
मेरे को क्वेश्चन क्या एक बार फिर से बताओ.
आपके जो पार्टनर है समीर है, so how you work with him together? What's your role?
So Samir, I think, I didn't know Samir before I started boat, and there was somebody who knew Samir. तो हम उन्हें बुलाते हैं पंडित जी जैसे शादी कराते हैं ना सर, तो मेरी और समीर के ऐसा ही हुआ है. Partnership is all like marriage, right? And I did not know this guy, but it was more of an arranged marriage, which was done by this pandit ji who knew me and who knew Samir. And it's been a few years. We've had our ups and downs. लड़ाइयाँ भी होती हैं, but as you have it in marriage, right? You do whatever is right for the kid, and we fight. अभी भी हमारी लड़ाई हुई हुई है, तो but 2-3 दिन लगेंगे, ठीक हो जाएगा. But it is like marriage, partnership is, and you have to live with it. And he's also a Gujarati by by birth, right? So and I think वो खून में भी होता है उनके धंधा करना, right? थोड़ा सा. So he does, and in fact, if you know that Samir is actually managing finance in our company, and he's not a chartered accountant, and I am handling marketing, being a chartered accountant. So he is very good in what he does, and we've built it till here, and I hope, inshallah, we'll keep building from here on.
So basically, whatever you speak, we cannot hear it. That's why the question may be. Sir, when you go for a Shark Tank, that event, how many checks you carry with you? And how you decide that how to take this investment? What is your investment strategy you adopt? There are, say, 5 people pitching for a product or their company, and you decide that point, I need 20% of at this 50 lakhs. Then suddenly you take a check and give 50 lakhs. Abhi kitna check aapke paas hai?
Sir, the funny baat ye hai ki, people think that, we write checks in 10 minutes. It's not that first, right? Every pitch takes 1.5 hours, and you evaluate them very well. And then the due diligence happens. And then we have, somebody who does CDD and FDD, and then lawyers come into the picture. So every evaluation is very important. But I'll tell you about me. For first season, so I had no money, as you saw, right? But I sold 10% of my company in January last year. That is where I got some decent money. And then from there, I had not done any investments. I'm not an investor, right? If you've seen Shark Tank, I have never done investments. I was more of an entrepreneur who's done decently well, who's sitting there. So, but I had people who had done investments, right, sitting with me. I had Anupam, I had Piyush, I had Ashneer, I had Namita, and these people had done investments in their life. तो फर्स्ट सीजन में मेरे लिए बहुत इजी था सर. मैं वेट करता था, ये लोग बिजनेस की बातें कर लेते थे, समझ लेते थे, ऑफर दे देते थे, तो मुझे लगता था अच्छी होगी कंपनी. तो so I used to just piggy bank, and my role was to fight with them only, because if they have selected a company, I'm sure it is a good company. And in second season, I learned a lot from them first, and I learned art of investments, and I'm a much better investor. And now I look at, as always, I look at the entrepreneur. मुझे अगर उसमें थोड़ा सा भी मैं दिख जाता हूँ, तो I invest in them. And obviously the business has to go bigger, and my money should come back. My wife, she's there is a market in Delhi called Sarojini Nagar. You guys know that? It's like Lamington Road, Sarojini Nagar, right? So my wife says that मैं यहाँ सरोजनी नगर से शॉपिंग करती हूँ, तो यहाँ शार्क टैंक में जाके कंपनियाँ शॉपिंग कर रहा है, right? So I have to prove to her that some of these investments have done well, and some of them are doing well, paper money, but it's a fun ride, sir. Helping. When I was starting up, I had nobody to help, right? I had nobody who I could go up to. But now when I'm able to help these young guys somewhere, and I can be their mentor, and they do well, it's a different joy. I don't do charity, sir. I don't do charity. My wife does, she does a lot of charities. I don't do it, but my way of charity is actually giving back to the society this way. That if I'm able to give my time to and invest to the entrepreneur, I will be very happy. So it's my way of giving back to the society, sir.
Coming back to the boat, if you look at that, the simple, it's AI is going little up. Is it Aman or is it air drops? What is that basically?
No, sir. If you see properly, there's a boat inside A. So it was a very simple word, right? And as I said it on Instagram and LinkedIn, it's very easy. A for apple, B for boat, right? So इतना सोचा नहीं मैंने, sir. अगर मैं marketer होता, अगर मैं actual marketer होता और business start कर रहा होता, so I would have put agencies, I would have put companies, research on what should it be and how it should be and उसका कैसा purpose होना चाहिए, क्या vision होना चाहिए. मैं तो साधारण आदमी हूँ. Simple A, B अच्छा लगा, डाल दो.
See, now boat has become very popular and one of the leading wearable brands. So what is your plan for Middle East? Do you have plans? Actually, tomorrow you're going to get a delegate gift. You're getting from bot, AirDops. It's a very good quality. This is why we actually import from India. And it takes so much efforts to bring it here. It's taken 1 month, putting importers, exporters. There's a lot of chain to bring it here. Now, we have to make it available here. It's a great product. So what is your plan for Middle East?
Sir, सच बताऊं? If I say the truth, I actually, I'm not able to even manage what I'm doing right now, right? It is very easy to expand, but I don't want to do it that I start it and then afterwards I go back and, I'm not able to give the right service. अभी खुद की इतनी ग्रोथ आ रही है कंट्री में जो हमारे से संभाली नहीं जा रही, तो अभी हमें थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा सोचने में क्या करना है, कैसे करना है. And yes, for sure, we had plans of Middle East. We had in fact started to think about opening an office also. But then now we've taken it a bit slow. Maybe in the next 6 months, once India becomes a little stabilized, we'll start. I don't want to be in a... Sir, आजकल पता क्या हो रहा है? एक ना rat race शुरू हो गई है इंडिया में भी. कि global valuations, you have to, show this and keep growing. And in fact, that is the worst thing which has happened. So if you look at now in India, there are so many people who are getting fired, right? It is because of this, that people start hiring fast and then firing fast. And I don't want to be in that situation where I grow more than what I can chew. So for me, I would go slow and go, वो कौन सा था? Tortoise and hare की story है ना sir? So I'm like that tortoise. I'll go slow, but I'll do it well.
So basically you want to keep your foundation strong, then you build on it. Actually, we are short of time, and I will take one more question. I'll ask one more question, then we'll open for the Q&A. Few questions. Sir, आपका fan base, when I checked generally, सब 40 नीचे है, 30 के नीचे ज़्यादा है. Say, graph is going up when the age comes down. तो जितना वेज ऊपर जाता है, fan base कम हो जाता है. क्या millennials और Gen Z see as a role model? If I can say you that you are a social media sensation, what does hum bhi bana lage? What does that mean to you?
Sir, that's it is a weird combination I have, right? There are below 25 children. Everybody in the Shark Tank panel has their own fan base, right? There are women who like Namita, and some people like Vinita. Some had, inclinations towards Ashneer, some like Piyush, some like Anupam. So for me, fortunately or unfortunately, my biggest, people who support me or like me are below the age of 30 or above the age of 50. And I am still trying to decipher the logic behind it, sir. There are a lot of aunties who like me, but the uncles don't like me too much. So I have, but unfortunately, they are not on Instagram, aunties. But I have a lot of fanfare above 50 also, sir. So
great to know that, and it's time up. It's a pleasure talking to you, and really from bottom of my heart, I really thank you for coming here and talking to our members all the way.
Hello.
We will just open for questions, and
I'll take the liberty to ask the first question.
You've been asking since yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah, I know. This is just the observation.
He's taking advantage of being in the committee, right?
एक तो आपके मतलब जो sunglasses आपने wear कर रखे हैं, it is looking fantastic. My question is basically, how do you feel when you see people using, the other brands or, because मेरे को लग रहा है शायद आपने Ray-Ban पहना है and you have a friend with lens cards. So, I mean,
controversial question, right? No, frankly speaking, I hate it when I see other brands, right? आज भी जब सुबह डिस्कशन हो रही थी, people were talking about Apple Watch. थोड़ा सा अंदर से गुस्सा आ रहा था. But you can't change perceptions. You can't change, I hate, it's not that I don't like competition, but अब यहाँ recording हो रही है, मैं सच क्या बताऊँ आपको, right? नहीं नहीं ठीक है, but it is you know it's also as I say I'm very passionate about what I do, but I'm paranoid about competition, right? We saw, and we disrupted, but somebody else can come and see and disrupt us also. So for me, I am very I look at these the smaller brands very carefully, and I feel that if I become arrogant, if I become if I don't learn from them, then I'll die. So for me, it's more about learning from them, and I shouldn't. I would end it at that. Full stop. और जहाँ रहिए इसकी बात it's like मैं क्या बताऊँ, स्पॉट पे डाल दिया, सब मुझे देख रहे हैं, पीयूष की बातें हो रही है, सब इधर उधर देखो कौन सी पिक्चर है। नहीं, पीयूष अभी ऐसे वाले बनाता नहीं है, so he has to start but if I go to the Shark Tank, जब हम सेट पे बैठे होते हैं तो वो मेरे को उतरवा देता है और अपने पहना देता है, एंड मैं उसकी घड़ी उतरवा देता हूँ और अपनी बोट की पहनवा देता हूँ, but अभी he's he has to develop these also. ये इन्होंने ही बंद करवाया है माइक। Yes.
उसने बंद कर दिया था। So thanks, great listening to you. Big fan of Shark Tanks. We also, as a group of friends, do a lot of startup investments. So we invested in close to 20 startups now. But to ask a technical question, abhi valuations are sky high, right? So how do you look at valuation versus cash flow now? Because what we are seeing, there is a trend coming that valuations are being questioned. And now people want to look at cash flow. जो हम as chartered accountants day one से हम always cash flow, even .com crisis, we always used to look at cash flow. So now what is the situation in India? Because that's the next big startup market. Is valuation important or is cash flow important? What do you look at?
Sir, when I started, and there is your story people also here, and Shraddha will say tomorrow. In fact, that is a good question to her, right? She's been covering startups. I think as a chartered accountant, as I said, and as you rightly agree, we are very cash flowed. हमें पता है कि इतने का माल है तो हम इतने का बेचेंगे। अब हम इतने का माल इतने में बेचेंगे तो लॉस होगा ना। तो मैं अभी एक बहुत अच्छी रिपोर्ट चल रही है which is against sharks. सारे sharks लॉस में, खाली एक बोट ही प्रॉफिटेबल है, right? This is not by design, it is by nature also. I'll tell you, पहले तो हमारे को फंडिंग भी नहीं मिली, तो हमारे को जो मैं बता रहा था ना कि हमें फंडिंग नहीं मिली, तो हमारे पास ऑप्शन ही नहीं था कि भाई इतने पैसे में ही गुजारा करना है, राइट? तो हमने फ्रुगैलिटी, जो मैं आपको पहले बता रहा था कि फ्रुगैलिटी सीखी कि भाई पैसे चाहिए, कैश फ्लो इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट। मैं बहुत देसी हूँ सर धंधे में, आई एम लाइक द मोस्ट देसी गाय। वो कैश इज किंग बोलते थे ना हम लोग, गले में कितना पैसा पड़ा है, राइट? कैश इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, एंड व्हेन आई एम नॉट सेइंग फॉर ग्रोथ you need to do, you sometimes have to invest, right? Sometimes I have to invest for taking competition out, कि इतना पैसा डाल दो कि competition ही मर जाए। Investors ऐसे गेम खेलते हैं, वो भी ठीक है, each one to his own. But today the market has realized it. क्या है ना, वो एक सही नहीं है, वो public है, ये सब जानती है, correct? आप जब public market में उतरे, और जो startup public market में उतरी, जो उनकी हालत करी है ना public ने, सबको उतार दिया नीचे, चाहे वो नाम नहीं लेना चाहता मैं, बट आपको समझ आ गया ना कौन सी कंपनी की बात कर रहा हूँ।
ए से स्टार्ट होता है,
तो सारी कंपनीज के साथ यही हालत हुई है कि उनको सबको प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी की तरफ धकेल दिया है, राइट? एवरीबडी हैज टू बी प्रॉफिटेबल, एंड दैट इज व्हाट वी ऑल बिलीव इन फ्रॉम डे जीरो. हैड वी लर्नड दैट लॉस मेकिंग कंपनीज वर बीइंग वैल्यूड as this much, we had not learnt it also. This is not the way business is done. But I think sanity is coming. I believe in India. all these companies who were burning cash have understood it's all about earning cash and not burning cash. So I think India has finally, all these startups have all postponed their plans to go public because of the beating public gifts. So I think if you look at, I was chatting with Vijay Shekhar Sharma, and he's also announced profitability in the last quarter or something. So I think companies have to be profitable, sir. There is no option in that.
Actually, please clap, then I will speak. We are short of time. We are already 1:30. The inauguration session little bit extended. So I would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much. Let's have a lunch here. Then we'll sharp. What time we'll meet? Like she'll announce. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
And,
see you soon.
Thank you. But before you leave the stage, Aman, we would like to give you a token of appreciation. And for that, can I invite the chapter treasurer, CA Priyanka Birla, and PDC team member, CA Suma Rajesh, to please come up on the stage.
और मुझे अच्छा, हेलो, और मुझे अच्छा भी नहीं लगता क्योंकि बाकी सबको मिला था. I should also get it, right?
Also, can I invite past chairman, CA Prakash Mehta, to come up on the stage? I see people already leaving the room for lunch. You are free to go, but please come back in 45 minutes from now. So let me see you back at around 2:15 because we have a raffle draw right after lunch. So, and we are running behind time. So please, let's reconvene at 2:15. Before you leave, I need a picture.
I'll also go.
Just a reminder. Check. A reminder for everyone, we are going to have our first raffle draw right after lunch. So 2:15 is the time. Finish your food, fill up your stomach, but come back in on time. Otherwise, you'll miss the train. The ladies in the front are all excited. The 3 winners that we have, they've decided, they've predicted it's going to be them. We have some really interesting sessions coming up. Our speakers, our panelists have already joined us in the room. I request you all to please take your seats so we can move on.
Imagine a company that is committed to you, that is committed to your health and life. Imagine a caring community of the leading doctors, always there for you. To be part of your joy when you welcome a child. To give personalized care for you and your family, or to support you in a medical crisis with the best care. Since 2007, Burjeel Holdings has been doing just that. An army of professionals working together to ensure your well-being always. Connecting care, scale, and community in health. Burjeel Holdings.
The financial sector is expected to play a key role in the economy's transition to a more sustainable and ESG-friendly future. But how? FAB has firmly established itself as a regional leader in sustainable finance. Our leading role in sustainable finance is a result of our commitment to driving sustainable growth.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from your lunch break. Is anyone sleepy? Should I wake you up? Give me a louder yes. Do you want to win something very exciting? There's a raffle draw coming up. Only if you can guess my name. Preeti. These 3 women said Preeti. And you all were very confident you all will win this raffle draw. I don't think I want you to even participate now. I'm just kidding. It's not Preeti. What is my name? Priya. That is correct. Khali E ka farak hai. That's true. But one letter, one vowel can make a lot of difference. One space can also make a lot of difference. So Priya Jethani is my name, and glad that you all have been very attentive. I hope you all will stay attentive throughout the rest of this afternoon. As I said, we have some very, very interesting and insightful sessions coming up. But before that, I hope you all have registered, scanned the QR code, gone to the sponsor booths, and registered yourselves for the raffle draw, because it's all done and complete, and we will have the winners showing up shortly. But to announce these winners and to present the gifts to them, I would like to call on stage Chapter Chairman CA John George and Chapter Vice Chairman CA Krishnan NV. Come on, give them a bigger round of applause, everyone. More energy. Okay. So, can we have the wheel up on the screen, the digital raffle draw wheel, so we can pick the winner? Or rather, you pick the winner. We can just announce, so we are not to be blamed. All right, so there are 3 prizes, and that's it. A lot of you have participated, I can see. And it's on. And the winner is MD Arshad Ayub. MD Arshad Ayub is not here, or is still at lunch, or has left. Yeah, on the count of 3, if you're not in the room to collect your prize, we go again at this. Tick, tick, 3. Tick, tick, 2. Tick, tick, 1. Gone. Okay, we go again at this. And the winner is Rupali Inale. I thought everyone had come back from lunch. What happened? Rupali Inale, are you really not here with us? Well, shall we go again? Tick, tick, 1. Tick, tick, 2. Tick, tick, 3. Gone. Go again. This person better be here. An iPad is up for grabs.
Some cheating.
Whatever happened to committee members not being allowed to participate? Oh my God, you were so confident. The audience takes a call for this. So the iPad goes to the one who, congratulations, you made sure you win by putting in your husband's name.
He was so busy, so I thought I'll put his name.
Yes, that is the power of manifestation. She's been saying it since the start of the session. Many congratulations, and that's an iPad that we've just given away. We have 2 more gifts. Yes, so let's have our second winner. This one better be here as well. Ramachandran. Ramachandran Ramakrishnan. Congratulations. We are giving you 2 platinum passes for tonight's gala dinner. Congratulations. Right? And we have one more to go. Let's go for it. And the winner is CA Ankita Motwani. Congratulations! You get 2 gold passes to tonight's gala dinner, organized by the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. Huge congratulations to all our winners, and those who didn't win, don't be disappointed. There's another raffle draw coming up a bit later on. And for now, I would like to introduce our next speaker on the stage. Well, whoever said CA seminars and conferences are boring, I have not had one single boring moment since morning. I think it's been fun. Do you agree with me? And it's only going to get even more fun now that we're going to have another speaker on stage who is none other than the Managing Director and CEO Times Network, Mr. M.K. Anand. Let's give him a huge round of applause, and can we please have his intro video play?
Anand, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Times Network. N.K. Anand is credited as the turnaround CEO in the M&E industry today. Anand joined Times Group in 1990 and rose to become the Managing Director and CEO in February 2014. Under Anand's leadership, Time Network's best-in-class news brands, Times Now, the market leader for over a decade, ET Now and Mirror Now, grew exponentially in viewership on the back of its impeccable standards of news reportage, presentation, and creative advancements. Having established dominance in the English news category, Anand led the network's foray into Indian language with the launch of Hindi news channels.
Let's welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause. Mr. M.K. Anand, pleased to have you with us.
It's okay, I can use the things. Good afternoon. So thank you for inviting me, all of you. To be honest, when this invitation came, I was not very sure what would I really sort of do with ICAI chapter Abu Dhabi, because we don't hear about these big events happening in India. I was interested in coming to Abu Dhabi because I've never come to Abu Dhabi. And I was not very sure, and I went to your websites, etc., and I was quite intrigued to see the list of speakers who have spoken on this podium before me, and that's what really sort of led me to say yes. And I just came in with, thinking that, okay, let me do this. And to be honest with you, and we do a lot of these conclaves as part of the media work that we do. You would have heard of India Economic Conclave, Times Now Summit, etc. These are some of the biggest that are done in India. And therefore, I can tell you one thing, that the quality of this whole setup, including from the whole hospitality to the whole setup and the participation, I think is something that I wouldn't expect from people who are not professionally involved in this. So seriously, congratulations, commendable work by those people who are the volunteers who have done this fantastic work, really. Now, having said yes to you people, and because speaking is something that as media people we have to sort of over a period of time sort of get used to, I was quite confident that I will sort of be able to reel out something. And then when I looked at the brief, is what really stumped me. It says, please speak something on the theme which will be of interest to Indian finance professionals. Now, then when I started to write, for the first time in very many years, I actually had a whole night of writer's block. I just scribbled on 2 pages for almost 4 hours and went to sleep when I actually started preparing for this. Because, you know, CAs and finance professionals are a difficult lot to impress, you know. You know, my own team, which reports to me, those guys when I sit with, I find it really difficult. In fact, I think that they have code languages with each other. They're actually passing jokes, you know, what this fellow's really talking to us, because, you know, accountants is a completely different breed of people. They are polite, obstinate, and they're always right also. That's a problem. So that's something that really sort of put me out there. The brief was clear, the audience demand was not very sure. So I was really thinking, and the breakthrough actually happened when I stopped thinking about you as CAs, to be honest. So I started looking at you people as, you know, instead of looking as Indian finance professionals, I thought of looking at you as successful, intellectually savvy Indians. Now, if I was to talk to you, then I think there is some fair, you know, some sort of a common ground where somebody like me can have something to talk with you, which might be of interest to you, and I would be able to hold your attention after a lunch. So I will talk to you about something that we shape on a regular basis and something that is very, very dear to you, and that is India, the nation. We do about 45% viewership share on a weekly basis on English, and our newly launched Hindi channel has approximately 5 crore viewers already within just about 6 months of its launch, which is quite comparable with the top channels like Aaj Tak, etc., which are at about 6.5 crores. So we can tell you, and you can be rest assured when we say this, that we really do shape India's public opinion. In fact, our byline, "Action begins here," is a very clear statement. It's not an arrogant statement, it's a fact that all conversations around anything that is politically relevant or socially relevant in India, from water coolers in offices to, sometimes in the Parliament House, get triggered off on our debates, the famous News Hour debates, which we've been sort of conducting for a long time now. And because of that, we have a ringside view and also a hand in shaping India and the way India has been developing over the last 2 crucial decades. And that's something that I probably will be able to sort of explain to you. And the most important thing that I think, I took this as a subject was also the fact that being a media manager, being a viewership manager, because that's my job, to sort of get people to, get audience to be, sort of aggregated in a place and then find a means to monetize it and sort of, conduct a business in that manner. So I think the closest to our kind of business, which is audience management, is electoral management. So there is not much of a difference between TRP's management and vote management, whether it is, they do it every 5 years, we do it every week. And the way that we map the geography, the way we map, interests, communities, opinions, and the way we design our proposal is not very different from the way political parties and candidates would be designing their manifestos, their tone tenor, their opinion marketing, etc. And that's why I think that understanding how we conduct ourselves in the Indian market right now could give you an idea about how India is developing and where it is going. Before we talk about the present of India, I just wanted to sort of take 2 back into the past, the idea of India, because ultimately when we are talking about democracy, why democracy and what is the future of democracy, we need to understand as to what and how did India come to be. Now, World War II, we all know as a period, and as a story when Hitler, Hirohito, and Mussolini were sort of defeated, and we see a lot of these stories nowadays from Netflix, etc. And that's a great, that's the way the human story went. But the real conflict there and the real triumph actually was 2 systems of governance. One is power from the bottom, people's power, versus top-down dictatorship power. And that's what really happened at the end of World War, that democracy triumphed over dictatorships. However, with a very expedient, sort of not a very happy but necessary, I wouldn't call it immoral, but maybe expedient, deal with a dictator called Stalin. So democracy did need Stalin to sort of overcome other dictators. And that deal, that compromise was, expensive for democracy in the sense that it sort of delayed the full coming of democracy by 45 years. That 45 years today we call what is called the Cold War, or in people like our lives, we look at it as the lost years of development, because we could all have been doing all this 30 to 40 years back instead of starting in our generation. Our fathers' generations could have been doing this because globalization didn't happen, because there was a very, very obstinate and very strong USSR sitting as a gravitational pull in very many regions across the world, and that sort of led to democracy sort of not really happening at the pace that it should have happened. Now, and then that brings us to India. But so at the end of 1945, when democracy won, it was obviously necessary, therefore, that democracy had to win in one of the largest populated parts of the world at that time. And therefore, it was, of course, there was historic reasons, but India becoming a sovereign democratic republic was just a natural outcome of World War, because that was what even Britain and France and US had fought for, really, and not just to sort of rid of people like Hitler or Mussolini. So India became independent. Now, the idea of India just didn't become independent. India, if it had become independent, would have been 500 different independent kingdoms and a few patches of, so-called India territory. So how did India happen? Now, we sort of blame the British all the time in our popular culture, saying that the British have divided and ruled us. No, it's actually a mistake. Because when 1857, the first so-called revolt, or what we call the Indian War of Independence, and they call the first Sepoy Mutiny, now 1857, when that was quelled, the British Crown decided that the company cannot rule, and therefore it took charge. Now, just as any company, any corporation takes over another corporation, what it does is it goes with its systems, implements its systems. So in that process, in 2.5 years after September 1857, in 1860, they came and gave us something which I think is practically worth more than the $45 trillion that they took away from us. And that is what we, don't realize. That is what we call the IPC, the Indian Penal Code, 1860. The Indian Penal Code, 1860, actually united India. Because suddenly people living under Indian Penal Code were having a common law as against their identity as citizens of small principalities or kingdoms. And that suddenly gave them some sort of an equality, common ground, common problems, and a common boss. And the moment you have a common boss, there is unity. And that is what common problems and common law, actually, Indian Penal Code, united India. And that is why if you suddenly see 1883, just 23 years after that, you see the word Indian National coming in an organization called Indian National Congress. And that's how India happened. So then you come to this whole 1945-47, when freedom came to us. Why did we go democratic? What was the reason for us to go democratic? And that too from a party. Indian National Congress did not really have inner party democracy. It did not. It had, Mahatma Gandhi was so strong, he could sort of overrule other people and say who should be this and who should be that. So it was not a politically, internally democratic organization, but they still went for democracy. And not just democracy, they went for universal franchise, an experiment really done hardly any time before. In fact, even at that time, there was so much of inequality happening all across the globe in Western countries. We went for what is called as universal franchise. I can't see any other reason but the fact that if we did not go for universal franchise, we would not be able to hold back 500 plus dictators who already were sitting in India, which were the kings. Small petty ones, but they were there. So to make them all, make the community feel as one, we had to bring democracy, because without democracy, India will break up into its ancient principalities, and the idea of India cannot stay without democracy. And with that universal franchise, we created our first Lok Sabha, and we are proud that in 75 years today, we continuously sort of vote and bring in our parliaments. However much, and people might say that, there is this possibility of a dictatorship and that possibility of a dictatorship, 1975, even now there is conversation. The fundamental fact that we have actually, purged so many kings at one go and brought us together is the reason that we will be a democracy. If we are not a democracy, we will not be an India. We will probably be, the state of Travancore and the state of Marathwada and the state of, XYZ, which is not going to happen, and therefore democracy. Now, What happened after that? Now, we've had a pretty poor economic record in the first 45 years and in the last 30 years. So there is nothing greatly different between, then and now, except the first 45 years obviously was a bad period because of two reasons. One, that, we were so happy with independence and being sovereign that we did not need anything. And happiness is something that, the Indian way of life, the so-called Hindu rate of growth, you grow when you're not happy, right? You want to change. That's when you're already happy, that you're already sort of content. That was one reason the Hindu rate of growth happened. The second was geopolitical. The fact of the Cold War made Pakistan so important to, the West, that USSR became cozy with us. And due to this distraction, unfortunately, that friendship also led to the creeping in of socialism into our sovereign democratic republic, became sovereign socialist democratic republic. And therefore, the economic policies, I'm sorry, there would be people who are sort of favoring that. I'm talking my mind here, and I'm also looking at the experiment of post-liberalization from 90 is definitely better than before that. So you had lost years up to 1990, and after that, you've had liberalization, reforms, and that reforms is going on for the last 30 years. If you have a reform, you should just reform in 5 years and finish. But no, we can't do that because we have a lot of people and a lot of real political democracy at play. Now, you have gone from approximately $300 per capita GDP in 1990 to 2,277 in 2022. It's a pretty decent growth over 30 years. And to me, I can tell you, I joined the Times Group in 1990. I'm one of those people who have sort of practically lived in the same company. I've gone out for some time, but I came back like a bad coin. So I joined the Times in an entry-level position in the sales department, and my salary at that time was 25,000 rupees per annum, which means if I had to keep my salary for 8 years without spending anything out of it, I would be able to buy a Maruti 800 of 2 lakh rupees in those days. 8 years salary is equal to one entry-level car. Today, the same role, we pay people that they would be able to buy the same car in about 5 to 6 months of salary, the same car. So from that point of view, productivity of the economy, the value of our rupee, the purchasing power, etc., have gone up tremendously in the last 16 years. Definitely different from the 30 years before that. That last 30 years, not 16 years. So I think there has been a, what is that called, improvement in our overall state. From 48% abject extreme poverty in 1990 to 22% in 2011, and arguably at 10% in, according to some studies, and 0.8% according to some other studies, Indian poverty has practically come down definitely to 10% or below level from 45% or 48%, which is a fantastic, improvement that we've had. All that has been good. And then we had Y2K, we had people like you studying and sort of getting jobs abroad. We had globalization and the acceptance of Indian professionals across the world, which is a great thing because that sort of made, was able to absorb good people coming out of our country, and is also sort of a good thing that people started looking at things outside. And by the 2000 onwards, the Y2K I think was a significant time, and that is something that is important to us because that is the beginning of what we call the angry Indian. So here we have people looking at others and saying, you know what, it was okay at once upon a time. I mean, okay, white people doing better than us is understandable because they are superior. This is the mindset. But, even Malaysians are doing better than us. Sri Lankans are doing better than us. And the Middle East people are doing better than us. And some people in Libya are doing better than us. And what is wrong with us? So that's when you start this so-called angry, Indian, which I think, has started around that time. And you start seeing global benchmarks. You start seeing, you push for Miss Universe in the beginning. Then you have global best cricketers. It's not Bradman anymore. It's not, Gary Sobers. It has to be Sachin Tendulkar. And then you have the SRK films in which the hero is always a NRI and he's a pretty successful international guy. You see the beginnings of Indian multinational corporations in the form of Infosys, TCS. And then you have the anger actually sort of, and that confidence obviously when you start sort of breaking and, sort of pulling at your chains, you start. And then the loss of innocence and the first time anger happened on the streets in India post-independence, I think, was Nirbhaya in Delhi. Similar rape cases have happened time and again in India and many other parts of the world, but definitely in India. In fact, my father tells me he was staying in Delhi in a similar locality. In 1965, a very similar rape had happened apparently in a DTC bus. One woman was taken around the night in a DTC bus. Nobody hears about it. But what happened in 2012 with the Nirbhaya case is a coming of age of the angry Indian. He's sort of really sort of now expressing himself. And with that, you see Anna Hazare, the coming of Arvind Kejriwal, and finally manifests in the body of Narendra Modi. That, you know, I want change and I want it now. I'm not going to sort of compromise. I'm not going to wait. The passive optimist, which is the generation before this, are people who would, you know, always be sort of saying that, you know, don't worry, things will be good in the future. Things will be good in the future because somebody else is going to come and do it. The government will do it. Somebody else will do it. We don't know who will do it. So it's the whole thing about Indian, you know, that whole thing that in the Gita, which you can sort of come down to that one line called Karmanye Vadikaraste Ma Phaleshu Kadachana. Right? So now, we used to, I think, only look at Ma Phaleshu Kadachana as our dictum. No? We've been, you know, if you get or don't get, doesn't matter. That Karmanye Vadikaraste has come in the 2000s after people like you have started going out and started understanding that we can be as good physically, mentally to other people. And that now is leading to impatience, loss of innocence, anger, and that is where you have the coming of also the news channels. And you suddenly start seeing where the news reader used to be a sedate, nice person, sometimes wearing a sari with a, you know, with a flower, or a very well-spoken gentleman, you know, who would just read to you. Here you have this guy sitting like this and shouting, and there are 10 people there shouting back. The whole thing of, I want, you know, change and I want it right now. And that slowly started changing. Indian news channels practically look like those, I think internationally, the only thing that we can compare is those horse racing counters, you know, those little things. I mean, I designed them, but I like to sort of do something else, but that's what I designed because that's what the consumer wants. And we have, you know, if you've seen the screen carefully, it's not just blue and red. There is blue, there is red, there is black, there is silver, and there is fire. There is always elements of fire in it. And silver, black, and red are basically, and the sounds that come in are practically, you know, whips or swords or, you know, weapons. So that has started coming in from mid-2000s, 2006, 2008, 2000 now, whatever. And we now practically sort of, you know, orchestrate it almost like a, you know, full-fledged action movie, the news channels. And that's where, you know, rude comments, loud debates, all this is part of the expression of this anger. Now, we told that we are the reason, you know, we are sort of actually doing it because we are actually leading the market to that. I'll tell you this a little later, but that is really not so because that is exactly what the consumer wants. Now, so great thing, we are doing all this, we are angry and we are still doing better and all that. And in the meanwhile, we just have a look at what China did in the same time. Now, what did China do? China grew at the same time. In 1990, we were less than China per capita GDP, slightly less than China per capita GDP. Between 1990 and 2000, let me just check the number. Yeah. In 80, they were 200, we were 267 per capita GDP. In 90, we were 300, they were 300, we were 368. In 2000, they became 959, we were 443. So it means we grew 20% in the entire 90s. From 368 to 443, they grew 300 to 959, 200% increase. In 2000 to 2010, we went from 443 to 358, fantastic growth of 200%. They grew from 959 to 4,500, a growth of 4.5 times, which means 300% growth. In 2010 to 20, we grew from 1358 to 1993, only 50% in the last 10 years. Whereas in that period, they grew from 4,550 to 10,409, which is a 100% increase. So as against our 2,250, they have grown 200, 300, 100. And this is a dictatorship, and we are talking about democracy. What is the real reason that we didn't grow? Democracy. The momentum of P.V. Narasimha Rao and the momentum of A.B. Vajpayee and the momentum of the first UPA have been disrupted by democracy. Is that good? That's something that the jury is out on it. Is it bad? Again, the jury is out on it. So now, I would look at economic record of India as first 45 years lost, next 30 years attempts made, right? Now, but China was a communist dictatorship even before that. So what happened in China? I think you should sort of not ascribe it to only the great work that they did. I think you should ascribe it to the providential happening of one divine human being there called Deng Xiaoping. Probably if he had not happened, you wouldn't have had this. China wouldn't have happened. You would have seen P.V. Narasimha Rao do the same thing, but he was thrown out. But I think, but you must remember that Deng Xiaoping also did Tiananmen Square. He did Tiananmen Square. You won't do that in India. You will not do that in India. So I think, when we sit and lament over, not enough development, we should also sort of enjoy the fruits of freedom. I went to China and I was sort of walking around as, a part of a tour group. And the tourist was, the guide was talking really well about the Chinese dynasties and the Tiananmen Square. I just asked that person about what happened here in 1991. She did not know. She did not even know what happened there in 1991. So that is what we have, but at the cost of not growing to 12,000, which currently China is. And right now, China is 12,556 and we are 2,277. Not bad for us, but the world average is 12,000. So that is where we are with reference to, where we are economically. Now let us get to democracy in motion in our context, which is news channels and the aggregation of viewership. So what do we do in trying to aggregate viewership? And what does the best butter maker do? What does the best mall manager do? What does Amazon do to be the best e-commerce platform? What do you do if you're an entertainment company wanting to make the most profitable movie? What do you do? What do you do? You look at the pyramid and then you go to the parts of the pyramid where the per capita into volume is highest to aim your product. Your positioning has to be as such, right? If you see, Indian film industry has gone from Satyajit Ray to Govinda in 1970 to 2010. Why? Because prosperity has trickled down the bottom of the pyramid and more people are participating, and therefore the products need to be made for that. So from that point of view, if you were to look at, the design of, website, e-commerce, movies, then why would news channels, which are also profit-seeking private enterprise, which are optimizing their performance on ad sales because, that's the model, not go for mass viewership? Because, and I'll tell you how, and that's what the tyranny of majority does to somebody like me. When I run my Hindi news channel, I post my editor to put Ukraine content. Ukraine content, you'll find it weird. The Ukraine content rates and how. Indian Hindi viewers who have no clue where Ukraine is are watching Ukraine content continuously. The top channels are all putting, Hindi channels are putting Ukraine viewership. Day before yesterday, we put something where the Shaligram stone was being brought from Nepal to Ayodhya. We just put a camera behind the truck which was bringing it. Everybody moved to that. When we started doing it, others started doing it. So now, Mandir, bulldozer, Ukraine visuals, you blame me? You know what? Time spent as a metric, reach and advertising as the paymaster. I mean, if you tell me, go play a game of cricket and say that the best bowling average is what meets the match, then I will look at that. But if you tell me that you have to get to 240 and other guys get to, when the other guys got 239, I will do whatever I have to get to 240, right? Will I go at average? Will I go at style? Will I go at, form and blah, blah? No. The rule of the game, the incentive in the game is what the whole structure will eventually, descend towards. And that descending is what is leading to, and I'm sure some of you all do sort of visit home and, try to watch news channels even for the sake of entertainment. It is, it is what it is because that is what the Indian consumer currently watches. And they are watching it in droves. They're watching it more than last month and the last year. Right now, I just did my last, Thursday is our ratings day. we found, just a calculation, 22 and now, the total English viewership has gone up double. Double. There is 1.5 million channel Times Now, 1.5 million channel Republic, 1.5 million channel CNN also. There used to be only one channel plus 2.5 million channels, just 2-3 years back. So people are watching it, and because they are watching it, and because we are paid, our incentive, our market incentive is that we will do what the tyranny of the majority forces us to sort of go into. So we also do, we are Godi media, we do polarizing content. We do. Because if you don't polarize, you'll not get. So I do a research, and that is being done for the last 5-7 years now, which is the state of the mind of the Indian viewer, the political opinion, the affinity to Modi, the affinity to Yogi, the affinity to Mamta. We do that to figure out the content agreeability of the content to you. So we know for a fact that the right viewer in the English space has gone up from 31 to 36. The centrist stayed at 37 to 36 in the last 5 years. And the left socialist types have gone down from 32 to 27. Now, if I was to optimize myself on the right side, then I have a chance of taking 36 plus 36, 37 plus 36, 73% of the viewership. Only 27 I am antagonizing. So if I was to run a #1 channel in the country where socialism is more prevalent, I would optimize it on socialist left side. Otherwise, I'll optimize on that side. So then we put content there, and most people, my friends, relatives even ask me, oh, you must be getting calls, right, to run this? Or, oh, guys, you guys get me getting, threatened. You must be arm twisted. So this is not the case. The incentive is to get more viewers, and therefore we do content to get more viewers. Now, I'm just extrapolating that to the next part of what I'm wanting to say is, if high opinionation, what is that called, threat and fear versus scenic vistas. Now we do a channel called Mirror Now. I don't think many people know it. On Mirror Now we don't do all this, but we get only 8% viewership. On Times Now we do all the things that we are not supposed to be doing as civilized human beings. We get 30% viewership. You will blame me or you will blame the viewer. Now if I am doing this, can we blame the electoral managers, the Prashant or the Kishores or the Amit Shahs of the world, who are electoral managers first and then leaders, of not optimizing their agenda, their manifesto to get the maximum voters by polarizing opinion, agreeable agenda, othering of the others, and pursuit of winning first past the post? Why would you not allow them to do that? Because you're all doing that in your business. I don't think, therefore, that we have much of a choice when you are talking about democracy, if we want to hold on to democracy. And that is something that, that's what we are doing. I'm not saying I'm doing the rightest thing, but that is where we are. Now, this is the current, situation in which we are with reference to transformation of this transformation part of your theme is concerned. I've tried to put a sort of a 120-year story of how India transformed from a bunch of people to a nation, to a sovereign republic, to a non-socialist, attempt to where we have reached right now. Now, where are we right now with reference? And the one question that I think which comes to me is, all this is fine, so is there a threat to democracy in India? I think not, because the populism motive in our union budget, which is evident. If you were to go into a dictatorship, you will not need to do populism, right? You'll just do it. Investment in roads and visible infrastructure. Then you would be investing in things that you don't need to make a show of. Continuous and vigorous attempt to woo voters, and they are all the time on the field. And now the opposition is also. The science and art of electoral strategy is no different from marketing that we do, and we are seeing that on a continuous basis. Obviously, they are invested in democracy. EVMs and the transparency of polling, good institution EC, rule of law and strength of our judiciary, vigorous outreach by the government to media, not harm twisting, but continuous. They are doing something that immediately, almost like public companies, corporations. We are doing this, sir, kardona, sir, kardona. PR machinery of the government is really, really strong. We have 22 crore TV households, 70% penetration, 90 crore internet subscriptions, 60 crore smartphones, 892 channels, 40% of them are news, 40 Hindi news channels, 72 crore viewers on a monthly basis watch news. So I don't think dictatorship is possible. Regional challenge, and even if something happens, regional challenges to hegemony will come. You know, the Gujarati won't like a Malayali dictator, right? So why will a Malayali like a Gujarati dictator? Possible? So there will be that challenge. I don't think we're going to go into a dictatorship. So we are unfortunately or fortunately having to live with democracy. So let's agree that we'll continue to live with democracy and we will continue to grow, albeit slower than what we want to grow at. So what are the challenges that we have? Now to the area of realm of possibilities. I think I'm running a little short on time. I'll take 5 more minutes. Is it okay? No? 2 minutes. Okay. So I'll tell you the bad things and the good things and then I'll get out of here. So we have challenges. We have unemployment. People don't talk about it. We have poor educational infrastructure. 50% of women are illiterate and very low women participation in the workforce. I think we are really, really, really bad. We are the worst women participation in the workforce. Just go to Bombay, look at the Bombay train, you will realize, I think not more than 1 compartment out of 12 is reserved for women. That means that many women are sitting at home. And we talk about the so-called demographic advantage. No demographic advantage, because demographic advantage, half of them are sitting at home. 1, it's not safe for them to go out. 2, there are so many cultural reasons to not send them to work. Ridiculous. I mean, that's a very, very big problem we have. We have serious inequality. The rich-poor divide in India is only getting worse. While it's a good thing that we now have 160 plus billionaires, the problem is, compared to many, many other parts of the world, democracies in the world, our rich-poor divide is very, very high. Our budget deficit of 2022, FY23, which FY24 they are saying 5.9%, it is 6.5%. If you add the state deficits and the PSU deficit, it will be in the range of 12 to 13%. We are certainly spending more than what we earn. Low tax to GDP ratio, 12%, world average 45%. Corruption at petty levels. Difficulty of doing business, really, 130 out of 150 is our rank. Rising oil prices, good for you guys here, but very, very bad for us. Positives that we have, 1 trillion plus and rising UPI, digital payments. Jan Dhan, startups have gone from 471 in 2016 to 73,000 in this year. We've gone from 84 to 163 billionaires. We have 105 unicorns. The China Plus One strategy, great for us. Make in India, PLI, performance-linked incentive, fantastic work happening in the last 2-3 years. 70% growth, 7% growth we continue to be. And you are finance people, you know that even if we are not doing well, if other places don't do well, the gradient effect will happen. Finances will flow to India because of our 7%, and it will be there for some time. So 3,200 kilometers of expressways are going to be opened up in 2023. We have 200 billion GST and it's rising, and our capex is like never before. So I think we have positives and negatives. What can we look forward to? I think the most important thing that all of us will sort of celebrate is on April 14th this year, we are going to be officially the #1 populated country in the world. And that is a huge thing that is going to happen because for the last multi-millennia, China has been that. We'll be the largest country in the world forever into the future, as we see right now. By current GDP per capita of 2,200 and average required of 12,000, India will certainly reach 4,000 by this quarter, this year, this decade, at least 6,000 by 40 and by 50s we should be getting close to the world average. That itself is a 6-time growth. India will go to number 5 shortly and number 4 economy by 2030. We will become apparently the global capital source by all calculations by 2040. We will actually be lending money to the world. Fantastic. Average global standard actually in 2 decades. The only thing that you have to worry for, and you can take it down, China threat, definite, and they will not sort of keep quiet. There is continuous sort of, things that are happening because they are also sort of having a problem with a boisterous democracy next door. Climate is a huge problem. We don't realize if you look at the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer and draw a line and just go home and run the map and see, you'll see that the maximum climate impact is in this zone, the equatorial tropical zone. On that, if you see, maximum part is under Pacific and Atlantic and Sahara. So most of that place is not inhabited. The only parts which are inhabited is Southeast Asia and India. Parts of Southeast Asia where this is crossing is not so thickly populated. The fundamental country which is going to get messed up with global warming is India and South Asia and India. And we are also cordoned off by the sea and cordoned off by the mountain, and on one side is not a very happy relationship with Pakistan and Afghanistan. Even if we have to run if it gets hot, you can't. So we are going to be having a major climate threat going forward. Energy, unless we sort of transition to wind and solar the way they're talking, I don't know whether that's really going to happen, we're going to be in trouble because that's only the problem. The rich-poor divide, religion in politics, there's going to be a big problem coming up from 2026 when there is a change in the Lok Sabha constitution, and that's going to start, you'll start hearing about this. The Lok Sabha currently has, certain number of reserved people for states. That reservation is going to change after 50 years, 1976, 2026, and most likely that is going to be changed this time. And when that change happens, you will have the northern states getting more MPs than the southern states. That's going to be a problem because currently South GDP per capita is about 3 or 4 times of each North state. So rich-poor divide, North-South divide, religion divide, China threat, climate, energy, and internal migration to urban centers without adequate infrastructure. These 7 are our problems. In spite of that, we will be the number 5 economy or number 4 economy and the number 3 economy and start becoming a top-end nice country before we all die, because I think, I'm 1960s born. We'll sort of easily say that we will see 40s and even 50s. I think we will be in a good place. So that's a possibility for India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. M.K. Anand. We would like you to just stay back and we'd like you to present a token of appreciation. And for that, can I please invite on stage Leader Media and Student Affairs CA Ajay Singhvi, Leader PDC CA Shafiq Nialil, and ICAI Regional Director Middle East and Africa CA Prabdeep Singh, please. Sir, for that wonderful session. And since we are really short of time and we're running behind time, we have to catch up. So moving on to the next session right away. How many cricket fans in the house? That's amazing. So am I. In fact, I didn't tell you this before, but I'm a cricket presenter as well. And this evening, I'm going to be at the Zayed Cricket Stadium hosting a fun game of cricket. So the session that's coming up is going to be very, very insightful and fun for you and I. And we've got some legends of the game with us right here in the room. I would request the AV to play the intro video first.
Mr. Robin Singh, former Indian cricketer and cricket coach. Robin Singh currently is the director of Cricket UAE and head coach. He started his cricket career in Trinidad. Later, he moved to India and represented Tamil Nadu from 1986 to 2002 and captained the state from 1995 to 2002. He represented India in 136 ODIs between 1989 and 2002 as an all-rounder. Post-retirement, he has coached Team India, India A team, Hong Kong and USA national teams, IPL teams Mumbai Indian and Deccan Chargers, Caribbean Premier League team Barbados Tridents, etc. Mr. James Franklin, former New Zealand cricketer. James Franklin hails from Wellington, New Zealand. His professional cricket playing career spanned 20 years, from 1998 until he retired in 2018. He played over 170 international games for his country and a number of T20 franchise tournaments around the world, most notably being involved with Mumbai Indians between 2011 and 2013. James has been living in England and coaching for the past 8 years. He's currently working as a fielding coach for MI Emirates in the newly formed IL T20 League here in the UAE. Mr. Robin Uthappa, former Indian cricketer, commentator and motivational speaker. Robin has represented Team India in ODIs and T20s and played as a top-order batsman and wicketkeeper from 2006 to 2015. From 2008 to 2022, Uthappa played as a key top-order batter in IPL for various teams. Uthappa was part of the 2007 T20 World Cup winning team and was 3 times IPL winner. He held the record for the highest score on ODI debut for India for 10 years till 2016. Robin Uthappa is a social media influencer with around 5 million fans and followers on different social media platforms. C. Chandrasen Hada, Head Investment Operations, ADIO. Chandrasen Hada is a chartered accountant, certified management accountant, and certified financial management professional with a proven track record at senior finance and accounting leadership roles. His core skills include cross-functional leadership, delivery of enterprise financial objectives, operational finance, budgeting and forecasting, business valuation, fundraising and M&A, amongst others. He has over 25 years of diversified business and functional experience in education and training, IT, real estate, automobiles trading, general trading, hospitality, investment banking, and consulting businesses.
Unfortunately, Mr. Robin Uthappa could not join us today, but he has sent his apology in a video. Can we have the video, please? Can we try that again? Shall we wait for this? I think there's a technical issue with the video. In any case, you saw his smiling face. And he was apologetic in the video, and if we can play it later, we will do that for you. For now, let's welcome on stage our other panelists, the legends of the game, as I mentioned, Mr. Robin Singh, former Indian cricketer and cricket coach. Mr. James Franklin, former New Zealand cricketer and cricket coach. And the one who will be moderating this panel is C.A. Chandrasen Hada, Head Investment Operations, ADIO. A huge round of applause for everyone, ladies and gentlemen.
It's on? Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you guys have been eagerly waiting for this moment. I've seen some school kids sitting at the back. Maybe they can come in the front, please, if they want. On that side. Guys, if you can come in the front. Where? Okay. Yeah, so we've been cut. I mean, our plan was to do maybe 45 minutes, but we've been asked to limit to 30 minutes, so I won't be taking much time. But before I, start this session, just to reflect on a person who's with us here, I've written a few lines, which kind of reflect his journey, perhaps. Kabhi acha, kabhi mushkil, waqt hi to hai, badal jayega. Perhaps he started with these thoughts when he started 1984, he moved from Trinidad to his journey to Chennai. Kya darein, bhari bayaron se, mausam hi to hai, badal jayega. Bharosa tu, bharosa rakho apni mehnat pe, naseeb hi to hai, badal jayega. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a legendary person with us, and I'm sure star of our generation, Mr. Robinson. And my opening question to him is to basically describe his emotions, his decision to leave a very nice country in Trinidad where he was doing exceptionally well, to make a decision to come to India, take the decision to play cricket for India. And nothing was clear, pretty much taking a leap of faith then. Robin.
So on, right? Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, kids, people who are here. It's nice to see so many people who are actually still fans of the game and who remember us. So, I mean, just to answer your question, that's a long journey, to be honest. Yeah, it was one of those things where there was an opportunity to come to India, to explore, not really cricket so much, but getting a taste of what it is to play a little bit of cricket in India and to actually explore my education. And of course, you know, most of you know in Indian families, it goes way back, and it goes without saying that education becomes priority. Now, before I actually got to that decision, I had actually already played for Trinidad. I captained the Trinidad youth side at a very young age. I captained for 3 years. I played for a national team when I was 16. And I took a very informed decision. I think at those days, there was very little money in the game, and the only way out really was education. And so for me, when I came to India, it was almost like killing two birds with one stone. The opportunity came when there was a team that came to India, to Trinidad, where we played against them. And I played against people like Azad, Azharuddin, Sabakari, and so forth, Maninder Singh, L. Shiv Ramakrishnan, to name a few, who went on to play for India. And I continued, I did my master's in India, and that's where the journey actually really began. I was fortunate enough to be allowed to play cricket in India and to represent Tamil Nadu state. Of course, there were a lot of challenges, a lot of ups and downs. I don't know how many of you know the Caribbean, or how many of you have visited the Caribbean. It's a very different place, a lot of island culture. At the same time, you have a lot of Asians, Indians who actually go way back in time and history, and we tend to sort of course, follow all the traditions that exist in this part of the world. So that was really the journey. It was something that I took that decision on my own. When I came to India, until today, I really don't have anyone in terms of family except my immediate wife and my son and my in-laws and so forth. But these were the only few people who I actually, I can say are my family here. But from a cricketing perspective, I did have a lot of friends who I made over the years. I was really welcomed by a lot of people. I think people were quite curious about the West Indies those days. So it sort of worked to my advantage, if I may say so. And, we were, the way we played the sport in the Caribbean was what you see is what you get. We played a sport as a sport. There was nothing else to it. There were no agendas. You played because you wanted to do well. You played because you wanted to succeed. And we played with a lot of emotion and passion for the sport and valued what it was to actually play for a country. So for me, when I played for Tamil Nadu, or I played for any club side for that matter, I actually carried the same sort of passion and concept into, based on what I was doing. And similarly, I used those sort of energies and stuff when I played for India. And you try and sort of make sure that these things rub off on others as well. So that was, in a brief nutshell, the journey. I can go into in-depth, but I don't think we have time.
Thank you, Robindra Ramrayan Singh. I don't know how many people know that's his real name. And I don't know how many of you may know that 170 years perhaps, his family, his ancestors moved from a place called Ajmer in Rajasthan to Trinidad and Tobago. Interesting trivia. continuing with you, Robin, you were in a sense a prototype, bespoke T20 cricketer before T20 cricket was even a thing. Left-handed finisher, fantastic fielder, and perhaps a very, very handful bowler. Have you ever felt that you were perhaps born 2 decades too early?
No, I think a lot of people have asked me this question, not asked me this question, but they've asked me in different ways. I think the first thing is, for me, playing the sport was a sport. And the way we grew up playing the sport was actually to play Test cricket. So there was nothing like T20, right? And what I had to do when I came to India was actually transform my game to suit the Indian style of playing cricket. And that was actually what was required. Because the way we played cricket in the West Indies was very, very different. It was aggressive cricket. I remember playing local cricket. A lot of people felt I was very aggressive when I played against them. But it was really about winning and playing for a team. So that culture actually I grew up with. So it was nothing that actually different or changed over the years. And today we talk about playing for a team. We talk about having these sort of qualities when we play the sport. But I think those qualities I grew up with as a young kid and people around me. And I always keep remembering this, and I say that I started playing cricket for a club side in Trinidad, which is actually run by my father and them. And we had a lot of land, like most Indian families. There was a very huge family. We stayed in a community where I think for 1 mile, it was mostly family and friends. So everyone looked after each other. But, I hear a lot of corporates talk about bonding, right? And I wanted to touch on this because I think it's really important. And I grew up in a community where, to me, playing in a club environment is actually what is bonding. We played actually without expectations. We wanted to play for a club. Success was everyone's success, and people appreciated that, and we actually enjoyed, the time out as we go and we play the sport. So, I mean, to a large extent, these are some of the things that actually I remember that actually helped. But T20 cricket is almost a replica of playing the last 10 overs of a 50-over game. And if you want to put that into the right perspective, and when we analyze it, and of course those days we had no data, we had no stats, so everything you had to remember in your head. I was just mentioning to somebody earlier, and I guarantee if you take your phones away and I ask you for 10 numbers in your head, you can't give me 10 phone numbers anymore. It becomes, and data it's good, but it's also bad to a large extent. So I think you have to have a balance. And for me, playing the sport was about, I could actually tell you when I played exactly where I would be, how many balls I played, how many runs I was on. I literally counted everything in my head. So, analytically, I had to actually calculate the game because I played with a lot of people who were lower than me and who couldn't really handle the situation. So playing in those situations actually helped me to actually calculate and put things into perspective and understand what is a chase, what is run rates like, etc., etc.
Thank you, Robert. Coming to James Franklin, popularly also known as Franco or Jimmy. I don't know how much you guys remember. There was a crunch moment between a game between Mumbai Indians and KKR, and where he came and played a blinder, scoring 45 runs, 23 balls, and last over required 21 to win. He scored 4 consecutive boundaries. So, gentlemen, that's James Franklin for you. I want to start with, you made your debut in 2011 with Mumbai Indians. So, how was it like coming to, experience of, did the experience match the hype? I mean, the expectation met the hype? How was it like to experience IPL for the first time?
It was amazing. Obviously, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for having me here. Yeah, that experience in 2011, getting picked for Mumbai Indians, was certainly not something I was expecting or really on my radar. I'd been already playing for a decade professionally around the world and had been playing some international cricket and had toured India before for New Zealand. But at that time, I'd been playing some county cricket in England as an overseas player and had been going pretty well and still playing some international cricket. And yeah, went into the auction in that 2011, prior to that 2011 year, and managed to get picked up by Mumbai. And then you obviously keep note of what had been happening in the IPL in the previous, I think, 4 editions. And it looked a great event to be part of, sort of the rock and roll show of T20 cricket in the world. Obviously, it's become much more than that. It's a huge business now. But to be involved in that and to be involved in such a huge franchise was awesome. But sort of seeing it from afar was one thing, but then to be actually involved in it and be part of the, I guess, the machine that is MI was amazing. And to be rubbing shoulders with, so some iconic players, particularly some iconic Indian players like Sachin, like Harbhajan. Rohit Sharma was a bit younger then. It was fantastic. I mean, I remember, I think it might have been a brainchild of Robin. At the time, I got promoted to open for MI for a few games, so I was going out to open the batting with Sachin Tendulkar, and that was a little bit of a pinch moment for myself, being a bloke from a little place called New Zealand at the bottom of the world, walking out to bat at Wankhede Stadium with the iconic Sachin Tendulkar, and all I could think about was, don't run out Sachin. But it was really cool. I had 3 brilliant years there. Was part of the first trophy-winning side there in 2011, and had a few years there, which was really cool. And now being back involved with the MI family from a coaching point of view, as they look to expand globally with these different franchises, is really neat to come back and be part of the MI family.
Thank you. I don't know how many of you know that James is also the only second Kiwi to take a hat-trick in a game. Do we know who was the first one? Yeah, I too thought that it is Peter Pitrick. We haven't heard about him. And the other thing which is to his distinction is he's in his first World Cup match, first legitimate, he's the only bowler to have taken wicket. So, James, I mean, these things do happen, or you plan for these things? I mean,
yeah, I mean, you'd like to think that they do happen through your planning, but sometimes you get a bit of luck along the way, and those 2 events are just some of the events that you create as a professional player, and I'm sure all of you here, you work incredibly hard at what you do for your jobs, and sometimes you just need a little bit of luck to get across the line. And as a sports person, as a cricketer specifically, it's no different. You do a lot of preparation work in behind the scenes, you do a lot of planning, but ultimately it comes down to that moment and executing under pressure and being able to deliver ultimately what you're paid to do. And in those 2 instances, yeah, I got a bit lucky, but then you also think back to, well, there's potentially weeks, months, years of preparation for moments like that, and you like to think that, yeah, part of the reason why you get significant performances along the way in your career, again, it can be in sport, it can be in any line of industry, is hopefully down to the work that you put in and the preparation that you put in prior to that significant event happening.
Thank you. Now let's see how how the real business of life, what parallels we can draw in sport. And I think one iconic moment that probably led to a transformation, arguably, is launch of IPL. And I want to understand both from Indian perspective and from world's perspective, how the world of cricket changed post-IPL. Robin.
I think it's changed in every possible way. First of all, the change comes really with the mind more than anything else. You know, most people when they were playing the sport, yeah, we'd want to play the sport, but you know, with T20 in the mix now, you have so many more opportunities. And I think with IPL, and I was part of that from inception. After we won the 2007 World Cup, we saw the transformation. I think, you know, thanks to Lalit Modi, whatever it may be, I think he's put actually everybody on the map. People who were non-existent in the sport, people who you probably wouldn't hear about as cricketers, as commentators, as mentors, or whatever field you may talk about, from a marketing perspective, from a logistics perspective, from a financial perspective, from brands getting visible, from owners becoming from where they are to suddenly globally having an impact in the world. Suddenly they realize that they can use sport as an entity to take their products across the globe. Yeah, I mean, it's very huge, I think, and it's going to get bigger. That is from that aspect of the game. But I think more importantly, we can't forget about the impact it has had on people, players, people who would never, ever have got a chance to be seen in the sport. And I know when we were playing, because the focus was more on Test cricket and T20 cricket, and I can tell you, when I stopped playing cricket in 2002 or 2003, formally, we hardly had about 250 or 300 cricketers who had actually represented India at that point in time. So the percentage of playing for India, if you take it on a scale of 1 to 10, is very, very minimum to actually represent India. So the risk factor of playing the sport is so high when you play the sport. A lot of people don't realize what it takes to actually play the sport, because you put in a lot of time, a lot of effort. And so what it has done actually to the sport, of people in general, it has given them the security, it has given them the confidence to actually go out there and use this as a pathway or career that you can actually look forward to. You don't have to be a Test cricketer anymore. You don't have to be a 50-over cricketer anymore. You can be just an ordinary guy. You can market yourself. Take a YouTube. Today we look out, this is how we do scouting. We don't even have to talk to anyone. Globally, you can find anybody, a guy who is different. We're always looking for people who are different. Just giving you a little bit of insights of how we go about things. You know, somebody can send a video, and if we see and we think, yeah, they get a chance, we call them to have a look. And if we feel they're good enough, we actually give you an opportunity to spend time with us for long periods to make a decision and to see whether you mentally can fit that or not. That's very important. A lot of people we look at in terms of backgrounds, right? We have to look at people's backgrounds, mentality, whether they can actually handle these sort of things. So, I mean, it has literally changed the entire scenario in India as far as I'm concerned. I think today people are looking at cricket as a career. No more you find families are going to the traditional way. I'm sure you see it in business as well, right? People are not afraid to take a chance. I think that's more important. And for me, the biggest impact it has had on the sport is the fact that it has brought so many people globally across together. And it's been a learning not only for the cricketers, but for people like myself, where we have actually learned from other people and other experiences, coaches across the globe. And that's the space I am in. So I look at it in very different ways, but I think from a franchisee perspective, from a marketing perspective, from a sports person's perspective, from, you know, putting your life together, I mean, the huge, huge impacts globally, and I think it will only get bigger. And we've seen that now. It has taken a different, you know, pathway where we've seen women cricketers. I don't know how many of you know, but they are paid the same amount as the men cricketers today. which is a huge step in India. So that's, to put it in a nutshell, the very small impact it has had.
James, how do you see, I mean, as somebody who's coming from outside India, impact of IPL?
Well, I guess if you look at it logically, the format of T20 cricket is only just coming up 20 years old. So you think about how much it's evolved in a very short space of time, and where potentially it could be in another 20 years' time is a really intriguing aspect of our game. I think there's no doubt that the best thing that happened for the game of cricket was the T20 winning Indian side back in 2007 prior to the inception of the IPL, and that exploded the game into the Indian mindset, and we can't get away from the fact that, you know, the home of cricket is well and truly now in India. I think there's probably going to be a few English people that would disagree with that. But the reality is that the biggest market is India. So, you know, Robin's just touched on the fact of what's happening inside the women's aspect of cricket, and I think we've just seen in the last week or two the Indian under-19 girls winning the World Cup, and so that's going to have a huge impact. That's going to have a huge impact on the game globally, because we're going to see the women's IPL start this year, and that's just going to become bigger and bigger. So the commercialisation, the commodification of the game is just going to go through the roof. I think we've only really just started to scratch the surface of it. It's big business already. There's been big media deals that have been done recently that's starting to rival the American sports industry. So where that all leads to is the fact that from a cricket person's point of view, whether you're a coach, whether you're a player, whether you're involved in administration, whether you're involved in media, opportunity is massive, because it is not now just necessarily centred in the IPL and in India. It is now truly going global, because these IPL franchises are expanding globally. And now there's been that tension between international cricket and franchise cricket for probably the last 5 or 10 years. I think we're going to see the real tension through the next year or two, the challenge to the international game, and whether all formats can survive, whether the international game can truly survive. Does cricket start to head down more of the American sports models, where they don't really play international sport, they just play pure franchise sport? And that's an intriguing aspect of the game that we're leading into. Coming back to the fact that this format's only 20 years old, fast forward 20 years, who knows where we're going to be.
Thank you so much. I have many questions, by the way, but unfortunately time has run out, and I don't want to steal the opportunity of allowing the questions from audience, actually. I'm sure they must be having some of the questions that I have written here. So I would really want to allow opportunity to the audience to ask questions. Somebody can help?
They want a microphone. There's a spare microphone here. Does that one work?
Please tell your name and the question whom you are addressing to.
My name's Ramesh. It's been a decade since I played cricket, but I can't help asking both of you respectively, when you've scored a hat-trick or you've scored a century, at that moment when you won the hat-trick, what was your thought process?
Children, cover your ears. Yeah, it was just shock, and probably to this day I still don't really believe it when people say that something significant and it has happened to me. Like, we're talking 5 minutes, you know, over a whole career of 20 years, 5 minutes of a little bit of skill, a lot of luck, and you're kind of in the history books. Yeah, I still don't quite believe it. But they're cool things, and as I said, they're just moments that happen. You know, us as sports people, you'll have significant moments in your business career that you'll think, you know, jeepers, I did a lot of hard work, but I had a little bit of luck to have that moment. It's just the same.
Robin, the question was, if you have scored a century, what kind of, in a very demanding situation?
The moment of victory.
I think I got 100 against Sri Lanka when I was actually promoted. I think in '98, can't really remember exactly when. But importantly, getting 100 is something that you want to achieve. So it takes a lot of planning. You have to phase out your innings as you play. But I remember those days we were told that we have to play in a particular way because we were trying to actually sort of compete with the Sri Lankan team who had set a standard. When Jayasuriya started playing and they were getting 120 in 20 or 15 overs. So we wanted to actually try and see how we can emulate that because we were getting pasted all over the place. And I had the opportunity of going number 3 when Sachin actually decided to give me that opportunity. And it so happened that the first time I went in, I got 0. And there were a lot of chats about how can he go in before Rahul Dravid, for example. But I managed to get 100. And the good thing is that you don't just get 100, if I may say so. These are things that you train yourself to do. And it comes from this level up, like anything else. And you have to find a way to achieve that, and you plan according to how you want to achieve it. So ultimately, I think I was batting with Rahul, and I ended up getting 100. And it was one of those things where, I didn't really think about getting 100. My thought process was to go out there and play in the interest of the team, as one would say, and to achieve a certain run rate that we were targeting, which happened quite automatically based on the way you wanted to play. And incidentally, there was an opportunity to get 100, so you seize the moment. So it's important to understand at this moment how I need to carry on. And if I can achieve a landmark, you try and do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Robin. There's a gentleman in red shirt, or pink shirt, I would say.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, so we had to close at this point in time. We are really sorry.
Okay. So be it.
If you can just allow one question in the interest of kids as well in the UAE, cricketers, budding cricketers in the UAE. Just one question, please.
Sorry, we have to stop, sorry.
Okay, we are closing, right?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, first of all, I'd really like to thank Robin for his generosity. It was really impossible. You can imagine both these gentlemen are coaching, they are actively involved in the league, and they had to find this time for us. Thank you so much, sir. This is really our pleasure. And guys, these are cricketers. Come on, let's give a thundering round of applause, please. And if I may request, a standing one, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please stay back. To hand over the memento, may I please request our past chairman, C.A. Neeraj Ritolia, and leader membership, C.A. Mohammad Shafiq, to come on stage, please, and hand over the memento to Robin Singh. And to hand over the memento to James Franklin, may I please request past chairman, C.A. Rajiv Shah. C.A. Rajiv Shah. And team communication, Manish Mohan. Manish, please. Manish. Yeah, and to hand over the memento to our moderator, Chandra Sen Hada, may I please request our past chairman, Srinivas Acharya, and from our committee, C.A. Rajesh Reddy.
Thank you so much for having such an interactive session. Given that we have the opportunity of having Robin Singh and James here, as all of you are aware, we recently concluded the ICAI Abu Dhabi Chapter Cricket League in January, and we had quite a lot of teams who actually competed, and there are winning teams. So we are just taking use of this opportunity for the winning teams to come and get a trophy from them.
Hello everyone, we are just closing soon, so I had a 2-minute speech. I'm just cutting it short. So we would like to call the winning team, Goodwill Hunters. Please the captain and vice captain on the stage. Also the runners-up, Southern Eagles, of which I am also a part of. Please Murali be on the stage. And the third place winners, Ream Cricketers, Amit Daga, who is also the winner of the indoor cricket tournament. Please come here with your team. Thank you. And now for the runners-up, Southern Eagles. Amit is here with the team, Ream Cricketers, third place and indoor champions. Thank you very much, Robin, James, and Chandrasanji. Over to Priyanka. Thank you.
I think this should be a great motivation for more teams to nominate themselves next year. Guys, don't lose the opportunity of participating in the sports conducted by ICAI. Good evening, everyone. Myself, CA Priyanka Billa, Treasurer with the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, and I've got the privilege of announcing the session, the most awaited session of today's seminar. This is the interaction that we have with none other than Ashneer Grover, co-founder Bharat Pay, a guy who has a personality who's carved a niche for himself, who's carved a name for himself. He's known to be very bindas, very spot on, and one name, the moment we started sharing the posters, and everybody was like, seriously, he's coming? So this is like a most awaited session, and we are really looking forward to hear more from Ashneer. I request the AV team to please play the voiceover video.
Founder Bharat Pay, Indian businessman and managing director of the Indian fintech company Bharat Pay. He has also appeared as an investor on the reality TV show called Shark Tank India. He's a qualified BTech graduate in civil engineering from IIT Delhi and MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. Before establishing Bharat Pay, he worked in many firms including Kotak Investment Bank, Grofers, PC Jewelers Limited and American Express.
And to have the conversation and a fireside with him, we have CA Surinder Jasrani, Managing Partner and Group CEO, MMJS Consulting. I request the AV team to please play his voiceover as well.
CA Surinder Jasrani, Group CEO and Managing Partner, MMJS Consulting Group. A chartered accountant by qualification and entrepreneur by nature, Surinder, prior to founding MMJS, was in key positions at HSBC Private Equity, Infosys, L&T and GM. He is a thought leader and regular contributor to the leading newspapers in the region. He is a speaker at various international forums and was recognized as Corporate Icon of the Year for 4 consecutive years. Under his leadership, MMJS has grown across GCC and is one of the leading firms offering various consultancy services.
With a big round of applause, I request you to please welcome them on the stage.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good to see you all. Thank you. This mic is working. Just see.
Hello.
Yeah. So, thank you all. I'm always a speaker here for different reasons, but I'm very privileged to have Ashneer with me here, and my job is different today. My job is to ask questions and learn and understand Ashneer more. But before I do that, we heard Ashneer's introduction. I will not forget to introduce Madhuri. Madhuri, if you can stand. Madhuri is wife of Ashneer, and I'd like to have a clap for him. So Ashneer, I would say you don't know how much, and whole team here is excited to see you, Ashneer. And do you want to taste that? Okay, so I'll do this way. This is one side, this is one side. This side will say, Ashneer, welcome to ICAI Abu Dhabi. And I will see how it goes. Watch out, Ashneer. Okay. Louder, louder. Ashneer, welcome to ICAI Abu Dhabi. नहीं यार, नहीं, ये क्या दोगलापन है? This is not done. Once again, together. Ashneer, welcome to ICAI Abu Dhabi. Floor and roof should be up and down, right? Ashneer, welcome again. It's our pleasure to have you here. And
यार एक तो ये इंग्लिश बोलता रहेगा मेरे को कुछ नहीं समझ आया इसने क्या बोला है और क्यों आप चिल्ला रहे थे वो भी नहीं समझ आया एमसी का काम है सबको जोकर बनाना मैं इसमें शामिल नहीं हूँ ठीक है तो सॉरी अगर किसी को हिंदी समझ नहीं आती तो आप अपने पैसे वापस ले सकते हैं ICAI से उनकी प्रॉब्लम है मेरी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है मैं तो हिंदी में ही बोलूँगा क्योंकि इंग्लिश में मैं इफेक्टिव नहीं हूँ तो या तो मैं 100% लोगों को बोर कर सकता हूँ या मैं 70% लोगों को एंथ्रॉल कर सकता हूँ तो मैं थोड़ा 70% के लिए जा रहा हूँ आज और ऐसा नहीं है कि मेरे को अंग्रेजी आती नहीं है पर वो अंदर से नहीं आती
और ये अश्विनी जो बोल रहे हैं वो मेरे थोड़े इंस्ट्रक्शन देने के बाद कश्मीर हम मिक्स करेंगे बट आई लव हिम once again for Ashneer. So Ashneer, I'll run through few. We would love to know your story by way of. मैं हिंदी में बीच में बोलूँगा definitely, otherwise आप मेरे को आंसर नहीं करोगे. So I know. तो Ashneer के लिए this is not the first time where he is surrounded by chartered accountants. I'm sure he has been, and the real part is. Ashneer, is it correct your father is a practicing chartered accountant? So he has been seeing what CA life is around. How's your experience with the chartered accountants and are you connected with the profession?
यार
So मैं English में और हिंदी, that's how it is going to be.
नहीं अब मतलब मेरे को समझ नहीं आता कि मैं खुश हूँ या मेरी बदकिस्मती है कि मैं चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट से घिरा रहता हूँ ठीक है तो पहले मेरे को लगा कि एक्चुअली मेरे फादर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है ठीक है और वो खुद प्रैक्टिसिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है तो जब बचपन में मैं उनके साथ जाता था ना तो कभी मेरे को बोलते थे कि चल ऑडिट हो रहा है गर्मियों की छुट्टियां हैं तो तेरे को लेके चलते हैं ठीक है, मेरे को चलो लेके चले गए भुवनेश्वर, ठीक है, वहाँ पे एनटीपीसी के प्लांट पे ले गए। वो एनटीपीसी के प्लांट पे बैठ के वो ऑडिट कर रहे हैं, मैं क्या करूँगा? तो मैं इधर प्लांट देखता रहता था, तो मेरे को लगता है अरे असली चीज़ तो ये है, ठीक है ये क्या किताबों में घुसे पड़े हैं। और दूसरा क्या होता है कि पता नहीं, अब थोड़ा ज़माना चेंज हो गया है। हमारे टाइम पे जो बाप कर रहा था बेटे को वो करना ही नहीं था, मतलब अगर बाप इधर जा रहा है तो बेटा उधर जा रहा है, ठीक है। तो बिकॉज फादर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट थे तो मेरे को ये था ये तो नहीं करना है भाई, कुछ भी कर लेंगे मतलब सेम गलती दो लोग कैसे कर सकते हैं जनरेशन आफ्टर जनरेशन। तो मैं कभी मैंने जानबूझ के साइंस ले ली, कॉमर्स ली नहीं, ठीक है कहाँ से सीए बनूंगा, तो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बना नहीं। हाँ, अब चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट मेरे पे ऑडिट करके बहुत पैसे कमाते हैं, ये इतना पता है मेरे को
So, कभी फोर्स किया था आपको प्रेशर कि नहीं आपको सीए करना चाहिए, या फिर यू आर पुश्ड?
नहीं, एक्चुअली फादर को कभी शौक ही नहीं था इसको चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट क्यों बनाना है।
ओके।
उनको ये लगता था कि बैठ के बिल्डरों के टैक्सी बचाने हैं तो उससे अच्छा बिल्डर बन लो ना यार ठीक है तो जेन्युइनली उनकी तरफ से भी कभी नहीं आया कि कई बार होता है ना कि वकील का बेटा वकील बनेगा, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का बेटा चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बनेगा, डॉक्टर का बेटा डॉक्टर बनेगा। वो थोड़ा आपको लगता है आप सेम ट्रेड में हो तो इट बिकम्स ईजियर फॉर द सेकेंड जनरेशन, मतलब आपने एक बेस बिल्ड कर लिया तो सेकेंड जनरेशन के लिए ईजी हो जाता है। बट मेरे फादर को था कि तू मुश्किल काम कर, इजी क्यों कर रहा है तो उन्होंने कभी घुसाया नहीं अपने दफ्तर, तो गया ही नहीं मैं।
ग्रेट अश्नीर, अभी एक डिफिकल्ट सवाल पूछने वाला हूँ मैं आपसे। अच्छा, इस रूम में पहले तो सीएफओज या फाइनेंस मैनेजर्स कितने हैं, जरा हाथ ऊपर करेंगे? मेजोरिटी हाथ ऊपर होंगे। नहीं, आधे लोग नहीं कर रहे, प्लीज। सो अश्नीर इज MBA and we are sitting here CAs. Ashneer, who made better CFOs, CAs or MBAs?
मतलब कोई पीछे वाला रास्ता है तो बता दो पहले
मैंने पहले बता दिया, थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट सवाल है।
नहीं सी कराना क्या चाहते हो सीएफओ से, उस पर डिपेंड करता है, ठीक है अगर आपको फंड रेज कराना है, आईपीओ कराना है, ठीक है, तो मेरे को लगता है फाइनेंस वाले बंदे थोड़े तेज होते हैं उसमें ज़्यादा। अगर तमीज़ से धंधा चलाना है, प्रॉफिट बनाना है और प्रॉफिट बनाते हुए टैक्स बचाना है तो उसके लिए सीए आर मोर इक्विप्ड, राइट। तो मेरे को जेन्युइनली मैंने बहुत सारे सीएफओस के साथ काम किया, आधे सीए थे आधे सीए नहीं थे, बट मेरे को ये लगता है कि इन अ टिपिकल लाला कंपनी जहाँ पे लाला बोल रहा है भाई पैसे तो मैं ही उठा के लाऊंगा, वहाँ द सीएफओ शुड हैव कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री स्किल्स, तो ही शुड बी अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट। और जहाँ पे लाला की एक्सपेक्टेशन ये है कि नहीं बॉस मैं तो सिर्फ धंधा चलाऊंगा, पैसे भी तू उठा के ला, वहाँ पे आई थिंक द फाइनेंस गाइज प्रॉब्ली आर बेटर। बट अगले 2-3 साल तो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ही लगने वाले हैं क्योंकि अब पैसे किसी के उठ नहीं रहे तो मतलब एमबीए फाइनेंस को बैठा के भी गाली देनी है तो उससे अच्छा मतलब
No, definitely, I think he answered it, and I think we all have to give applause to all of us. Ashneer, the most unique thing which I believe you have done is you saved the bank, and that too while you were not even 40. We'd love to know your experience. What was it?
यार मेरे को नहीं पता था कभी बैंक बचाने का मौका मिलेगा। मेरे नाना जी इंपीरियल बैंक में थे पहले, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, बिफोर पार्टीशन कह रहा हूँ, बिफोर इंडिपेंडेंस एंड पार्टीशन इट वाज कॉल्ड इंपीरियल बैंक। तो वो पाकिस्तान में काम करते थे इंपीरियल बैंक में, फिर वो इंडिया आ गए, यहाँ पे एसबीआई में काम करने लग गए। मैं तो भारत पे में सिंपल फिनटेक का बिजनेस बना रहा था, बट 2.5-3 साल में हुआ क्या कि पेमेंट्स भी कर रहा था, लेंडिंग भी कर रहा था और डिपॉजिट्स भी ले रहा था। सो टेक्निकली आई वाज एक्टिंग लाइक अ बैंक विदाउट लाइसेंस ठीक है, कोई RBI मेरा माई बाप नहीं था, टेक कंपनी, हम बोलने को टेक कंपनी थे, बट आई यूज टू डू एवरीथिंग अ बैंक डज एंड बेटर देन देम. तो मेरे को भी रियलाइज होने लग गया कि यार कब तक मैं ये खुद को झूठ बोलता रहूंगा कि मैं बैंक नहीं हूँ. ठीक
आप
है,
पैसे ले रहे हो,
हाँ, RBI आता था, मैं उसको सिर्फ एक चीज दिखाता था, बोलता था लेंडिंग हो रही है NBFC की बुक पे, डिपॉजिट रेज हो रहे हैं P2P NBFC की बुक पे. ठीक है, पेमेंट्स के लिए मैंने 4 बैंक से टाइप कर रखा है. बट वो ठीक है, वो थोड़े दिन एक बेवकूफ इंसान के दिमाग मतलब आंख में धूल झोंकने के लिए ठीक चल जाता है. बट कोई तो पीछे बैठ के देखेगा ना, बोलेगा बकवास क्या कर रहा है यार, 1,60,000 करोड़ का तेरे थ्रू पैसा मूव करता है साल में. ठीक है, 10,000 करोड़ की बुक बना के बैठा हुआ है, और जितनी बुक है सारा पैसा मार्केट से उठा के बैठा हुआ है, तो तू बैंक ही है ना, और है क्या. सो मेरे को रियलाइजेशन है कि मेरे को बैंक लाइसेंस तो चाहिए होगा. एंड इन्वेस्टर को भी मैंने ऐसी तड़ी में बोल दे, दिल्ली वाले हैं, सोचते थोड़ा है. तो इन्वेस्टर को भी बोल दिया जी बैंक लाइसेंस लेके आऊंगा मैं. तो अब बोल तो दिया, अब कोई तरीका पता नहीं है. फिर क्या हुआ, जसपाल बिंद्रा सेंट्रम ग्रुप चलाते हैं, वो मेरा ट्रेजरी मैनेज करते थे. तो जसपाल मेरे पास आए, कहते हैं कि यार एक अपॉर्चुनिटी आई है बैंक खरीदने की. और मैंने सुना ही नहीं, मैंने बोला नेकी और पूछ खरीद लो. ठीक है, देख लेंगे. कह रहे पंगे हैं बड़े. मैं बोला बताओ क्या पंगा है. तो कहते हैं पंजाब महाराष्ट्र कोऑपरेटिव बैंक करके है, उसमें 10,000 करोड़ रुपए के डिपॉजिट्स थे, अब सिर्फ 3,000 करोड़ रुपए कैश रह गए. वधावन साहब खा गए 7,000 करोड़. तो मैंने बोला अच्छी बात है, खा गए तो. अब कह रहा है कि RBI पीछे पड़ा हुआ है कि तुम संभालो इस बैंक को. तो मैंने बोला हाँ संभालते हैं. बोलते संभालते तो बोल रहा है 7,000 करोड़ कहाँ से आएंगे. ठीक है, तो मैंने बोला नहीं कुछ तो करेंगे, बट लग रहा है कि ये बैंक हमारा है, संभालते हैं इसको. तो फिर हमने फिगर आउट करा, इंडिया में ना एंड आप सब लोग तो पढ़े लिखे हो मेरे से ज़्यादा, बट इंडिया में एक इनफैक्ट पूरे वर्ल्ड में एक कॉन्सेप्ट होता है डिपॉजिट इंश्योरेंस का. अगर आप बैंक में डिपॉजिट रखते हो तो सेंट्रल बैंक गारंटी करता है कि चाहे बैंक डूब भी गया तो एक सर्टेन अमाउंट आपको मिल जाएगा. जैसे US में वो अमाउंट है $250,000. आई एम श्योर यहाँ पे भी कुछ होगा. इंडिया में पहले वो अमाउंट था 1 लाख रुपए.
1 लाख?
हाँ, 1 लाख पर डिपॉजिट वॉज गारंटीड बाय RBI. फिर पार्लियामेंट ने कुछ एक्ट पास करके उसको 5 लाख रुपए कर दिया. तो फिर हम RBI के पास गए, हमने बोला कि भाई साहब 5,000 करोड़ तो आपने देने हैं. ठीक है. और RBI बोल रहा पागल हो गए कि हम क्यों देंगे. फिर हमने उनको पढ़ाया, भाई देखो डिपॉजिट गारंटी स्कीम है, आपने गारंटी करी है. अब मजे की बात सुनो, देश को आजाद हुए 75 साल हो गए. 75 साल से RBI प्रीमियम खा रहा है बाकी बैंक से गारंटी देने का. आज तक क्लेम का डिपार्टमेंट ही नहीं है. मतलब हम जा रहे हैं वहां पे, बोल रहे हैं भाई साहब आप तो अभी तक हमने अफसर नहीं बिठाया. हम बोल रहे बिठाओ. तो 2 महीने तो हमने धक्के खाए हैं जसपाल और मैंने कि क्लेम का कोई मतलब अफसर होगा तो जाके मिलेंगे ना उससे, बात क्या करें. पर हमने किसी तरह 5,000 करोड़ निकलवा लिए RBI से. तो 2,000 करोड़ रह गए. अब 2,000 करोड़ में जसपाल बोलता है मेरे पास तो पैसे नहीं है. ठीक है, मैं बोला भाई पंगा लेने से पहले बताना था ना. तो जसपाल brought in 750 crore worth of business into the bank. I brought in 750 crore cash.
Okay.
And that's how we saved PMC Bank. And all before my 40th birthday.
Okay. So it's all about, I would say, a mindset. You know, आपने अगर देखा तो अश्नीर ने क्या बोला कि बैंक तो चाहिए, ठीक है ना, बैंक चाहिए, फिर उसके पीछे बैकवर्ड काम हुआ, right? I think this is entrepreneurship mindset in each day. So entrepreneurship is not कि आपने सोच लिया और आप entrepreneur बन गए. Every day entrepreneurship है. आपके सामने इतने प्रॉब्लम आएंगे और आपको, I mean, it's one of the incidents which he would have done. अश्नीर, what is a Bharat Pays business model? चलता कैसे? मतलब हम तो यहाँ बैठे, हम कभी इंडिया जाते ब्रदर इन लॉ इनको बोल देते यार आप पे कर दो हम तो, लेकिन है क्या मॉडल?
सही, आपका ब्रदर इन लॉ पे कर देता है यार। उसके लिए अलग ऐप बनानी पड़ेगी। नहीं, बहुत सिंपल है यार कि क्यूआर कोड हमने नहीं बनाया, क्यूआर कोड पेटीएम ने बनाया था सबसे पहले। एंड पेटीएम का क्यूआर कोड पेटीएम की ऐप से चलता था। फिर इंडिया में यूपीआई आया, तो यूपीआई में क्या होता है, आप अपने बैंक अकाउंट से दूसरे बैंक अकाउंट में पैसे ट्रांसफर कर दो। दूसरी तरफ दुकानदार है तो क्यूआर पे कर दो, दूसरी तरफ इंडिविजुअल है तो उसको मोबाइल नंबर या उसके अकाउंट नंबर पे कर दो, ठीक है। एंड आई थिंक बहुत ही वर्ल्ड लीडिंग टेक्नोलॉजी है। मतलब जितनी नंबर ऑफ ट्रांजैक्शन यूपीआई में होती हैं वॉल्यूम वाइज, और जितनी इंस्टेंटली होती हैं, और जो आर्किटेक्चर बनाया है पूरी दुनिया में कहीं नहीं है, राइट। सो द गवर्नमेंट हैज डन अ ग्रेट जॉब। अब सबसे पहले चीज हमने क्या बनाई, होता क्या था, पहले ना पेटीएम का क्यूआर लगा होता था, फिर फोन पे आ गया तो दुकानदार ने फोन पे का भी लगा लिया, फिर ना 140 बैंक आ गए यूपीआई पे। अब दुकानदार हर एक का क्यूआर तो नहीं लगा सकता, उसके पास तो इतनी सी जगह है। क्यूआर लगाने से भी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है रिकंसाइल करना। मतलब एंड ऑफ द डे एक दुकानदार कैसे सोचता है कि भाई मेरी दुकान बंद करी, इतने की सेल हुई, तो या तो मेरे पास पर्ची होनी चाहिए मशीन की, या मेरे पास कैश होना चाहिए, या मेरे बैंक में पैसे आ जाने चाहिए। अब उस टाइम अलग ही चलता था, बैंक में पैसे आते थे 2 दिन बाद, ठीक है। अब एक जिस बिजनेस में ऑडिट हो रहा है, आप जैसे समझदार लोग जाएंगे वहां तो पकड़ी जाएगी चीज। जो लाला बैठ के धंधा चला रहा है वो ये थोड़ा ना सोचेगा 2 दिन बाद मैं पिछले का संभालता रहूं। एंड 2% चार्ज लगता था क्यूआर पे, और एक क्यूआर, हर बंदे का क्यूआर अलग था, पेटीएम का अलग था, फोन पे का अलग था। तो मैंने सिंपल चीज बनाई, एक क्यूआर, सेम डे पैसे आएंगे, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट।
2 दिन से सेम डे होगा।
हाँ, T+2 का है ही नहीं बॉस, उसी दिन दुकान बंद हुई रात को 12 बजे आपको पैसे मिल जाएंगे, तो आपको पता है कि मेरे पैसे आ गए, ठीक है। और तीसरा 0% चार्ज। एंड 0% चार्ज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था बिकॉज उसको इंट्रोड्यूस मैंने किया, फिर पूरी इंडस्ट्री ने उसको मान लिया, और बाद में गवर्नमेंट ने उसको फ्री कर दिया। तो इन सम सेंस यूपीआई को फ्री करने का क्रेडिट मैं लेता हूँ कि यार सबसे पहले लाके खत्म किया उसको।
और 2 दिन अश्नीर इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, 2 दिन कैश फ्लो पे।
हाँ यार, मेरे को समझ नहीं आता, मतलब इतना बेवकूफ बनाते हैं ना पेमेंट्स वाले। भाई 2 दिन बैठ के क्या तू कैश मशीन लगा के गिन रहा है क्या? मतलब सी इफ अ ट्रांजैक्शन हैज हैपेंड, आपके सिस्टम में तो आ गई ना, आप 2 दिन में क्या कर रहे हो? 2 दिन का ब्याज खा रहे हो, कोई और कुछ नहीं है। मतलब पेमेंट्स में अगर आपको कोई बोल रहा है ना आई नीड 2 days, तो बेवकूफ बना रहा है। यू डोंट इवन नीड 2 microseconds, सब कुछ सिस्टम से चलता है।
वो एक था ना अभिषेक बच्चन की कोई मूवी थी जिसमें 2 दिन तक वो पैसा भी कहीं यूज होता है।
हाँ, बस वही पूरी इंडस्ट्री 2 दिन के ब्याज पे चल रही है, एंड दुकानदार के ब्याज पे चल रही है। मतलब दुकानदार का पैसा आप रख के बैठे हो, उस पर 2 दिन का ब्याज कमा रहे हो, और कुछ नहीं है। फिर बट ये धंधा नहीं है, ये तो फ्री में बांटने वाली बात हो गई ना। मतलब ठीक है, इन्वेस्टर ने मेरे को पैसे दिए, मैंने क्यूआर कोड लगा दिए और सब कुछ फ्री कर दिया। धंधा उसके बाद ये बनाया कि एक बारी मेरा क्यूआर कोड लग गया, अब दुकानदार इससे पैसे ले रहा है तो उसके लिए कैश की तरह है, पैसे कटते नहीं है, 2% बीच में चार्ज नहीं कट रहा। तो मेरे को पता लग जाता था कि हर महीने ये दुकानदार कितना बिजनेस कर रहा है, ठीक है। तो एंड एक्चुअल कैश फ्लो, मतलब आप कैश फ्लो समझो, पहले कस्टमर के अकाउंट से मेरे अकाउंट में पैसे आते थे, रात को मैं दुकानदार को पैसे देता था। तो आई वॉज एक्चुअली टचिंग कैश, विच इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू बिल्ड एनी बिजनेस। तो मैंने क्या सिस्टम बनाया कि ठीक है, ये दुकान है, 30,000 रुपए का धंधा कर रहा है महीने का, मैं 1 लाख रुपए का लोन देता हूँ, ठीक है। एंड लोन भारत पे की ऐप में आ जाएगा, एंड प्रोग्रामेटिक है। आप 30,000 का धंधा कर रहे हो तो 1 लाख का लोन मिल रहा है, 60,000 का धंधा कर रहे हो तो 2 लाख का लोन मिल रहा है। 2% पर मंथ नॉन रिड्यूसिंग इंटरेस्ट रेट। मतलब अगर आपने 1 लाख रुपए का लोन लिया, आपको 1,24,000 रुपए चुकाने हैं साल में, और वो 1,24,000 भी हम महीने में नहीं काटते थे, हम हर रोज 400 रुपए काटते थे। मतलब कोई कस्टमर आएगा, उसकी क्यूआर पे पेमेंट करेगा 1,000 रुपए की, 400 रुपए हम रख लेंगे, 600 रुपए उसके अकाउंट में डाल देंगे। तो बहुत ही ब्यूटीफुल सिस्टम था. मतलब आपने लोन दिया डिजिटली, लोन दिया किस बेसिस पे? एक्चुअल कैश फ्लो के बेसिस में. क्योंकि हम क्रेडिट अंडरराइटिंग है कि आप प्रॉक्सी ढूंढ रहे हो, मैं तो प्रॉक्सी भी नहीं ढूंढ रहा, मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ एक्चुअल कैश फ्लो के बेसिस पे मैं लोन दे रहा हूँ. और रिकलेक्शन जो है वो भी ऑटोमेटिकली हो रही है. आपके 400 रुपए कटे जा रहे हैं हर रोज, राइट? एंड इफ यू लुक एट इट, वो 24% एनुअलाइज का बिजनेस नहीं है, बिकॉज आप 1 लाख रुपए पहले दिन दे रहे हो, फिर आप हर रोज 400 रुपए कलेक्ट कर रहे हो 1 साल के लिए, संडे को छोड़ के. तो 48% IRR का बिजनेस है, 48%.
This is a real fintech.
या एंड लोग सोचते हैं कि यार स्टार्टअप वाले तुम करते क्या, इन्वेस्टर के पैसे पे दारू पीते हो, ठीक है. वो ठीक है, बाहर से मोटा मोटा व्यू गलत नहीं है. बट जो लोग दारू नहीं पीते वो धंधा भी बनाते हैं. तो मैं दारू नहीं पीता, मैं धंधा बनाया. तो मैं 48% का धंधा था. एंड आई तो पहले तो ये बनाया. अब होने क्या लगा कि ठीक है, लोन की दुकान चल गई, पर लोन दे रहे हो तो आपका रॉ मटेरियल तो पैसा है. पैसा कहाँ से आएगा? और इन्वेस्टर जितना भी बेवकूफ हो, इतना बेवकूफ नहीं है कि डेट देने के लिए इक्विटी दे देगा. ठीक है, वो बोलेगा भाई अपना नेटवर्क बनाने के लिए इक्विटी ले ले, टेक बनाने के लिए इक्विटी ले ले, ब्रांड बनाने के लिए इक्विटी ले ले, बट लेंडिंग तो लेंडिंग से होएगी. ठीक है. और मेरे को ये पता था कोई बैंक मेरे से प्ले अलोंग नहीं करेगा. तो मैंने अपने दुकानदारों को क्या बोला कि यार देखो, मैं दिन के एंड में तुम्हारे अकाउंट में पैसे डाल देता हूँ. अब वो पैसे जा रहे हैं SBI में, HDFC में, ICICI में, वहां पे तुमको मिल रहा है 0% इंटरेस्ट, बिकॉज करंट अकाउंट है. और करंट अकाउंट में 0% इंटरेस्ट मिलता है क्यों है वो भी नहीं पता किसी को आज तक. किसी से पूछ लो, RBI का नाम ले लेंगे. ठीक है, वो हर बैंक के लिए झूठ बोलने का ब्रह्मास्त्र है RBI, कि RBI अलाउ नहीं करता. तो 0% आपको इंटरेस्ट मिल रहा है. तो मैंने क्या प्रोडक्ट बनाया, एक NBFC लाइसेंस होता है, P2P NBFC लाइसेंस इंडिया में था पर कोई यूज नहीं करता था. मैंने क्या प्रोडक्ट बनाया कि आप पैसा मेरे साथ रखो, मैं आपको 12% ब्याज दूंगा, और कोई लॉक इन पीरियड नहीं है. आपने 2 दिन के लिए रखा तो 2 डिवाइडेड बाय 365 इंटू 12% इंटू एंड ऑफ डे बैलेंस, आपको इतना ब्याज मिल जाएगा. एंड जिस दिन पैसा चाहिए बटन दबाओ, 2 सेकंड के अंदर पैसा आपके बैंक में.
And this is called what, 12% club?
No, 12% club was different. वो उस पे मैं अलग आता हूँ. तो this was an investment product for the shopkeepers. And मैंने वो शुरू करा, and it caught, मतलब वो होता है ना कि मार्केट में कोई डिमांड थी, कोई सप्लाई नहीं कर रहा था, वो वाला हाल हो गया. पूरी की पूरी बुक मेरे दुकानदारों ने बनाई है. तो आप सिस्टम सोचो, आप कैश फ्लो कंट्रोल कर रहे हो QR के थ्रू, आप उसी कैश फ्लो के बेसिस पे लेंडिंग कर रहे हो, एक 2 से 3% ऑफ योर बेस को, एंड बाकी 98% ऑफ द बेस वो कैश लेके आ रहा है जो 2% ऑफ द बेस को देना है. तो इट वाज लाइक अ परफेक्ट सिस्टम, राइट? एंड दैट्स व्हाई इट बिकेम अ $3 billion कंपनी इन 3.5 years.
तो ये किसी के माइंड में नहीं आया, ये सोचने की बात ये है अश्नीर, कि ये किसी के माइंड में नहीं आया. ये तो कॉमन सेंस था जो मिसिंग था. एंड हाउ डिड कम टू योर माइंड? व्हाट वाज, देयर मस्ट बी ऑलवेज अ ट्रिगरिंग, राइट?
कि मैं हिंदी में सोचता हूँ, ठीक है. पूरा एजुकेशन सिस्टम आपको अंग्रेजी में सोचने के लिए मजबूर कर रहा है. वो मतलब मोटी बुद्धि में अंग्रेजी घुसती नहीं है वैसे ही, ठीक है. आधे ब्रेन पावर इंडियन की ना हिंदी और अपनी मातृभाषा की ट्रांसलेशन में यूज हो रही है. तो आधा CPU खराब पड़ा है, ठीक है, यूज ही नहीं हो रहा. अपनी लैंग्वेज में सोच लो तो यार सब कुछ ही कॉमन सेंस लगती है उसके बाद.
अच्छा, ये व्हाट इज दिस 12% क्लब जो which I think is based on accounting on its head? What is the logic?
नहीं मतलब मेरे को शुरू से ही शायद कुछ एंग्स्ट था अगेंस्ट CAs, ठीक है. तो मेरे को लगा कि तो एक बारी तो हुआ क्या कि जब ये लेंडिंग का सिस्टम बनाया, अब धंधे की बात है, दिवाली आती है, सबको माल डालना है दुकान पे, ठीक है. अब आप लॉजिक से सुनो, जिस दुकानदार ने मेरे से लेंडिंग लेनी है उसकी डिमांड हाई हो जाएगी बिफोर दिवाली. भाई लोन चाहिए, मैं मतलब अभी मेरा टाइम है 100% कमाने का, तो 48% पे अभी तो लोन लूंगा, कब लूंगा फिर? और जो कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है वो भी दुकानदार था, वो बोल रहा है अब मेरे पास वेला पैसा नहीं पड़ा भाई, देख जब वेला पैसा पड़ा था 12% कमा लिए, अब मेरे भी 100% कमाने के दिन आए हैं, दिवाली आई है, मैं माल डालूंगा, माल रोटेट करूंगा तो ज्यादा पैसा कमाऊंगा। तो ड्यूरिंग दिवाली आई यूज्ड टू हैव दिस यूनिक प्रॉब्लम वेयर लेंडिंग बुक बढ़ रही है और मेरी लायबिलिटीज कम होती जा रही है, तो मिसमैच हो रहा है। तो एक दिवाली तो मैं बैंक के पास चला गया, मैंने बोला सर थोड़े टाइम का मिसमैच आप कर दो, बट मेरे को फिर से समझ आ गया बैंक इज नॉट गोइंग टू प्ले बॉल बिकॉज दे सी मी एज कॉम्पिटिशन। तो मैं अब होता क्या था, मेरे बहुत सारे रिश्तेदार आते थे, बोलते थे हमारे को भी 12% दे दे, बिकॉज 0% वाले को दे रहा है 12%, तो 8% वाले को 12% दे देना। तो मैं आधे रिश्तेदारों को पहले मैंने ऐसे टकाया, मैंने बोला ऐसा करो आप ना दुकानदार बन के मेरा क्यूआर ले लो और मेरे क्यूआर पे खुद ही पैसे लोड कर देना, मतलब खुद के क्यूआर पे ट्रांजैक्शन कर लेना और पैसे घर मत लेके जाना, मतलब अकाउंट में मत लेके जाना, तो जो पैसे मेरे पास पड़े हैं उस पे 12% दूंगा मैं। बट मेरे को एक बार ही पता लगा 200 करोड़ रुपए तो ऐसे ही रिश्तेदारों दोस्तों के पड़े हुए, ठीक है, क्यूआर पे। मैं बैठ के डेटा देख रहा हूँ, मैं बोल रहा हूँ साले ये कौन लोग हैं, ट्रांजैक्ट करते नहीं है, ठीक है, 10-10 लाख रुपए डाल के बैठे हुए हैं,
उनको 12%
12% मिल रहा है,
कौन देता है 12%?
तो देन आई अंडरस्टूड कि जेन्युइन डिमांड है एट रिटेल लेवल, बिकॉज मैंने कसम ये खाई थी मैं कंज्यूमर नहीं करूंगा, वो कंज्यूमर में लगते हैं माइंड बॉगलिंग पैसे, ठीक है, और मेरे पास कभी थे ही नहीं। मतलब मैंने जब धंधा शुरू करा था, पेटीएम $16 बिलियन की कंपनी थी, मैंने $3 मिलियन की वैल्यूएशन पे पैसे उठाए थे, ठीक है, तो मैं तो बिल्कुल ही नाप तोल के चलता था कि भाई पेटीएम से भिड़ना ही नहीं है, जहां इससे भिड़ेगी तो खा जाएगा, मतलब इतना पैसा है इसके पास। तो जब मेरे को ये पता लगा कि कंज्यूमर भी 12% कमाने के लिए बैठा है, तो लगा कि कुछ अतरंगी सा प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं, मतलब बिल्कुल ही डिफरेंट हो। अब पूरा कॉमर्स जो चलता है ना, वो आपके मतलब आप तब तो सीए हो, बैलेंस शीट मैच होनी चाहिए, कुछ भी हो जाए, ठीक है, चाहे एक वो बैलेंसिंग नंबर डाल के बैलेंस कर देना, बट कर दो, यही है ना। और क्या
टोटल दोनों टोटल,
मतलब सीए तो सबने ऐसे ही पास करी है ना, लेफ्ट हैंड साइड इज इक्वल टू आरएचएस करके, राइट।
तो मैं एक बार किसी से मैंने पूछा बैलेंस शीट का टोटल बता दे, तो उसने मुझसे पूछा राइट का बताऊं लेफ्ट का बताऊं।
तो अब मैंने क्या प्रोडक्ट बनाया, मैंने बोला देखो सिंपल है, कोई कंज्यूमर मेरी ऐप पे आएगा, उसका नाम रखा 12% क्लब, उसमें रेट मैच कर दिया, आप ब्याज पे पैसा दोगे तो 12% मिलेंगे, ब्याज पे पैसा लोगे तो आपको 12% देने पड़ेंगे, तो रेट में कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है, ठीक है। एंड उसको बनाया इसलिए कि हर बंदा जब फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन जाता है ना, उसको पता है ये मेरे पे ही पैसा कमा रहा है। मतलब आप इंडियन बैंक के पास जाओ, बोलो मेरे को एफडी रखनी है, बोलेगा हाँ जी 4% दे रहा हूं। आप शाम को जाओ, बोलो मेरे को एफडी तोड़नी है, वो बोलेगा लोन अगेंस्ट एफडी ले ले, ठीक है, उस पर 8% दे दियो मेरे को, बोलेगा भाई मतलब बेवकूफी है। बट लोग, हालांकि वो बहुत बड़ा प्रोडक्ट है लोन अगेंस्ट एफडी भी, बट आपको ये पता है यार ये मैं इससे पैसे मांगने जाऊंगा ना, ये मेरे से 8% से कम लेगा नहीं, और मैं इसको पैसे दूंगा, ये मेरे से 4% ले रहा है, तो मेरे पे ही 4% तो मेरे पे ही बना रहा है। मैंने प्रोडक्ट बनाया कि बॉस आप पैसा रखो या पैसा लो, कोई स्प्रेड है ही नहीं, 12% है। अब उससे क्या हुआ, लोगों को कंफर्ट आ गया कि यार ये भगवान का आदमी है,
फरिश्ता आ गया,
फरिश्ता है, मतलब पता नहीं बाकी सब बदमाश है, यही शरीफ है एक, ठीक है। और लोगों ने दबा के पैसे रखे उसमें। अब मजे की बात सुनो, पूरा प्रोडक्ट चलता है एसेट लायबिलिटी मिसमैच पे। मैं जिसको लोन देता था ना, उसको 1 लाख रुपए का लोन देता था, और जिससे लेता था 10 लाख रुपए लेता था। तो फंडामेंटली कुछ भी हो जाए मैथमेटिकली, आई वुड हैव ऑलवेज हैव मोर लायबिलिटीज देन एसेट। और जितना भी पैसा यहाँ पे रेज हुआ 12% पे, तो जितना लोन पे लगाया वो तो 12 माइनस होके 0 हो गया, जो बच गया वो अपने दुकानदारों को दे दिया 48% पे। तो पूरा प्रोडक्ट बनाया वो दुकानदारों को जो लेंडिंग करने थे उसको चलाने के लिए। बट इट्स द मोस्ट यूनिक प्रोडक्ट इन द वर्ल्ड की एसेट लायबिलिटी मिसमैच है बाय डेफिनेशन, नॉट बाय कि मेरे से बैलेंस शीट मैच नहीं हो रही।
important
timing is
factor.
the thing.
अश्नीर, आई एम श्योर यहाँ पे सब लोग जो बैठे हैं एक चीज़ जानना ज़रूरी चाहेंगे, भारत पे का जो आपका एग्जिट था, could you share some experience and your learnings?
यार किताब लिख दिया और कितनी लर्निंग चाहिए बस. किताब पढ़ लो यार, इसमें पूरी कहानी लिखी हुई है और दिल से लिखी हुई है. एंड मेरे को जेन्युइनली लगता है कि मैसिवली मिसप्राइज्ड बुक है. ठीक है, मतलब 500 रुपए की किताब में इतना ज्ञान दे दिया मैंने, मतलब बनता ही नहीं है. बट ठीक है यार.
अगर एक दो चीज़ें अगर आप बताना चाहो तो.
नहीं कुछ नहीं बताना चाहा यार. मतलब मैं 2 चीज़ें बता देता हूँ. 8% इक्विटी मेरे पास है. ठीक है, तो 8% ऑफ 3 बिलियन का मैं मालिक हूँ. पता नहीं वो चेक कभी कैश होगा नहीं होगा, वो अलग कहानी है, पर वो चेक मेरे पास पड़ा है. दूसरी बात यह है कि मेरा कोई कुछ नहीं उखाड़ सकता, जो मर्जी कर लो.
अश्नीर, हाउ इज योर एक्सपीरियंस? आपका जो स्टार्टअप में आपने इन्वेस्ट किया हुआ है, हैव यू रियली मेड मनी? एंड व्हाट अबाउट आईपीओस, फर्स्ट स्टार्टअप?
सर स्टार्टअप में मैंने कुछ ज़्यादा ही पैसे डाल दिए, मैं ऐसे लग रहा है. मतलब आज की मार्केट देखते हो तो ऐसे ही लग रहा है, बहुत ज़्यादा डाल दिए. बट सी मेरे को ना रिस्क से मज़ा आता है. सी पूरी सीए कम्युनिटी, पूरी लॉयर कम्युनिटी रिस्क मिटिगेट करने को बोलती है. मैं धंधे वाला बंदा हूँ, मेरे को कोई रिस्क कम करने की बात बोलता है ना, बोर हो जाता हूँ. मेरे को मज़ा ही रिस्क लेने में आता है. ठीक है, तो जब मैं स्टार्टअप कर भी रहा था, मेरे पास पैसे भी नहीं होते थे ना. मतलब अगर मेरे अकाउंट में 5 लाख रुपए भी पड़े और सामने से कोई लड़का आ गया स्टार्टअप वाला आइडिया लेके, मैं 5 लाख रुपए उसको दे देता था. ठीक है, क्योंकि एज अ बिजनेसमैन पैसा इन अकाउंट इज द वर्स्ट थिंग. मतलब उससे बुरी कोई चीज ही नहीं है. एंड बहुत कम लोग ये समझते हैं. मतलब लोग ना एक दूसरे को तोलते इससे हैं कि तेरे बैंक बैलेंस क्या है. नहीं, जो बंदा अपना बैंक बैलेंस ज्यादा बता के हीरो बन रहा है ना, उससे बड़ा बेवकूफ ही नहीं है. क्योंकि या तो उसने पैसा कमाया नहीं कभी लाइफ में, उसके बाप का पैसा उसको इनहेरिट किया है. ठीक है, इसलिए वो चौड़ा हो रहा है. अदरवाइज कोई रीजन ही नहीं है यार कि कोई बोले कि मेरे बैंक में इतने पैसे पड़े, मैं बड़ा आदमी हूँ. भाई तू, तेरे से बड़ा कोई बेवकूफ ही नहीं है. जितने पैसे तूने बैंक में रखे हैं, बैंक कमा रहा है ना, तू क्या कमा रहा है. ठीक है, यू कांट इवन बीट इन्फ्लेशन यार. मैं आपको डेटा दिखा दूंगा. इंडिया में आप एफडी रख लो, कुछ भी रख लो, आप इन्फ्लेशन तक नहीं बीट कर सकते. ठीक है, तो क्वेश्चन क्या था, सॉरी मैं भूल गया.
आपने स्टार्टअप में इन्वेस्ट करके.
तो मेरा सिंपल था यार कि अगर कोई सामने से चल के आ रहा है जहां मैं मल्टीपल आईआरआर कमा सकता हूं, और जहां मेरे पास एक एबिलिटी है उसको इवैल्यूएट करने की, तो मैं पैसा डालूंगा. तो इफ आई टेल यू माय बैलेंस शीट, राइट, अदर देन कुछ रियल एस्टेट जो कि सरकार ने मेरे को टैक्स बचाने के लिए खरीदवाई, ठीक है, उसको हटा दूं, 100% of my investment is in startups. I have backed some 70-80 startups till now.
I would like to say amazing.
And उसमें व्यू बहुत सिंपल है कि अगर स्टार्टअप एज अ स्पेस ही मर गया तो साले मेरे 240 मिलियन ही जीरो हो गए, तो फिर 3-4 मिलियन भी जीरो हो गए तो क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है. ठीक है, बट अगर चल गया तो इट्स अ मल्टीपल टाइम आईआरआर. एंड दूसरा क्या है, मेरे को लगता है दिमाग खुलता है. ठीक है, आप किसी बंदे के साथ बैठो ना जो कि एक स्टेटस को क्वेश्चन कर रहा है, कुछ नया निकालना चाहता है मार्केट में, आप शार्पर हो जाते हो. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे मेरे को लग रहा है अगर यार 365 दिन है, मेरे पास 80 इन्वेस्टमेंट है, 80 फाउंडर कोई रियल प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे हैं, मेरे को अगर उनसे एक एक बंदे से भी मैं 1-1 घंटा भी बात कर लूँ ना, आई एम बिकमिंग दैट मच स्मार्टर in that year about my own business. Right? Now in terms of monetary return, I have fintech में मैंने majorly पैसा कमाया. जिन fintech startups में पैसा डाला, majorly पैसा कमाया. मेरे को लगता है जितना मैंने असल डाला था वो मैं निकाल चुका हूँ. अब जितना भी है is going to be return. Right? And मैं bullish हूँ. मेरे को लगता है ठीक है अभी market थोड़ी खराब है, तो फैशन है स्टार्टअप्स को गाली देने का, फैशन है बोलने का ये सब फ्रॉड था, अब सब दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा. बट फैक्ट ये है कि इंडिया जैसी इकोनॉमी में टेक्नोलॉजी विल ऑलवेज बी ट्रस्टेड मोर देन इंडिविजुअल्स. सो जो भी टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बिजनेस बना रहा है, चाहे वो धक्के खा के सीखे, जैसे मर्जी सीखे, इवेंचुअली दैट्स गोइंग टू बी अ वेरी बिग बिजनेस. सो वेरी बुलिश ऑन स्टार्टअप्स.
सो आपने कहा कि फिनटेक में आपने कमाया, सो डज इट मेक सेंस कि सिंस आपका नॉलेज या फिर यू कम फ्रॉम दैट, इज इट एज एडवाइस कि सेंस बनता है कि आप जिसको समझो उसमें पैसे डालो?
हाँ, मतलब सेंस तो बनता है, बट कई बार बोरिंग हो जाता है.
द फर्स्ट पॉइंट जो आपने बोला, लर्निंग, एंड यू नो that will make you 10x thinking. That is another return on investment, I would say, in a theoretical way. Ashneer, what is your view on Dubai, Abu Dhabi and UAE, and have you made any investments in the startups in this country?
नहीं यार, मैंने यहाँ पे कहीं पे पैसा नहीं डाला है.
कितने स्टार्टअप वाले बैठे हैं यहाँ पे?
तो एंड सी, दुबई एज अ कंट्री भी बहुत चेंज, मतलब दुबई एज अ कंट्री नहीं, सॉरी, यूएई एज अ कंट्री बहुत चेंज हो गई है. मैं पहली बार ही आया था 2012 में, उसके बाद मैं आया 2019 में. 7 साल मतलब मैं आया ही नहीं, कोई रीज़न ही नहीं था मेरे को यहाँ पे आने का. बट जब मैं 2019 में आया तो मेरे को बहुत सी चेंज लगा, मतलब इन टर्म्स ऑफ 2012 में क्या देखने को मिला आपको, इवन एज अ टूरिस्ट आपको क्या देखने को मिलता था, और 2019 में कितना चेंज हो गया. फिर किसी ने मेरे को बोला कि स्टार्टअप वालों लड़कों को गोल्डन वीज़ा मिल रहा है, ठीक है. तो मैंने बोला ठीक है, हम भी वीज़ा ले लेंगे, क्या हो गया. तो सो आई हैव अ गोल्डन वीज़ा, आई हैव एन एमिरेट्स आईडी, बट हैव आई पुट एनी मनी? नो, सॉरी, मैं तो वो वाला बंदा हूँ जिसने 20 करोड़ रुपए प्रॉपर्टी में भी नहीं डाले. मतलब आई डोंट इवन हैव अ प्रॉपर्टी हियर, ठीक है. वो तो सामने से वीज़ा चल के आ रहा था तो मैंने ले लिया. मेरे को सी, इंडिया से बैठे हुए इफ यू लुक आउट, दुबई इज अ परफेक्ट प्लेस फॉर क्रिप्टो फाउंडर्स, बिकॉज इंडिया में तो ईडी वाले आपके घर बैठे रहेंगे, ठीक है. तो आपको अपने घर से भागना पड़ेगा, ठीक है. और यहाँ पे रिजीम साउंड्स मच मोर टूवर्ड्स क्रिप्टो, तो क्रिप्टो वाले बहुत सारे लड़के यहाँ पे हैं, इज हाउ आई नो अबाउट. एंड जिन लड़कों को भारत सरकार को फालतू का टैक्स देने का शौक नहीं है, वो भी यहाँ पे आ जाते हैं टाइमली डोमिसाइल चेंज करके. बट अदर देन दैट, सी, कंट्री छोटी है, मतलब एंड मैं ना बहुत ही देसी बंदा हूँ. मेरे को ये लगता है हिंदुस्तान में 140 करोड़ लोग हैं. यहाँ पे कितने हैं मेरे को नहीं पता. 40 लाख,
3 मिलियन,
1 करोड़ है ना. हाँ, 1 करोड़ लोग हैं. तो अपने घर में बैठ के अगर 140 के लिए प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर सकते हो, जहाँ तुमको मार्केट भी समझ आती है, जहाँ पे तुमको नई चीज़ें नहीं सीखनी है, मतलब बेसिक चीज़ें फिर से नहीं सीखनी है, तो दैट एक्साइट्स मी मोर देन. एंड वो ना आपको इंडियन मार्केट थोड़ा दैट वे स्पॉइल कर देती है, ठीक है. आप इंडियन मार्केट में कोई भी ढंग के प्ले में आपको टैम नहीं देखना, एड्रेसेबल मार्केट कितनी है नहीं देखना. यहाँ पे एड्रेसेबल मार्केट कैप है एक लेवल पे, ठीक है. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई हैव बीन मोर इन्वॉल्व विद द इंडियन मार्केट. बट हाँ, ठीक है, घूमने के लिए अच्छी जगह है.
So Ashneer, you've been IIT, IIMs, worked in the bank, saved the bank, built one unicorn, grocery unicorn, built Bharat Pay as a unicorn. You've been, I would say, a super influencer on social media, and you've been rocking. Is it done, or there's still something to watch for?
पता नहीं यार, वो डन एंड डस्टेड है, वो नहीं पता. बट सी, अभी तक जितना किया, आई हैड फन डूइंग इट. एंड मतलब डिस्पाइट गोइंग थ्रू लॉट्स ऑफ अप्स एंड डाउन्स, राइट, लॉट ऑफ एक्सट्रीम एक्सपीरियंसेस, मेरा कभी भी कोई रिग्रेट नहीं है, ठीक है. आई हैड फन इन डूइंग एवरीथिंग आई डिड, राइट. मतलब मैंने एक ज्वेलर के यहाँ पे भी काम किया है, जो कि आपको कोई IIT IIM का लड़का नहीं मिलेगा जो ज्वेलर के यहाँ पे काम कर लेगा. बट वहाँ पे जो 6 महीने मैंने काम किया, वो जो मेरा दिमाग खुला ना कि यार कस्टमर से पैसे कैसे कमाए जाते हैं, दुकानदार सोचता कैसे है, एक बनिया दुकानदार के मतलब दिनचर्या क्या है, दैट हेल्प मी बिल्ड भारत पे लेटर, बिकॉज फिर आप उस माइंडसेट पे जाते हो. शार्क टैंक हो गया, मतलब पता नहीं क्यों मेरे को पकड़ के ले गए वो टीवी पे एंड मैं भी चला गया, मैं जैसे यहाँ पे बोलता हूँ वैसे ही वहाँ पे बोलता था, तो इट कॉट द फैंसी ऑफ द पब्लिक एट लार्ज. तो शार्क टैंक बिकेम अ बिग शो. उसके बाद आज तक एक किताब नहीं पढ़ी थी, किताब लिख ली, ठीक है, वो भी नंबर 1 किताब हो गई. तो मेरे को लगता है मैं मतलब पूरा ट्राई कर रहा हूँ कि कुछ तो अनसक्सेसफुल करूँ कि बट हर चीज़ में कोई कहीं ना कहीं से कोई एंगल आ जाता है, वो सक्सेस बन जाती है. सो आई हैव हैड लॉट ऑफ फन डूइंग वॉट एवर आई डिड सो फार. इसके बाद भी यार 40 साल का हूँ, मतलब ऐसा तो नहीं है कि रिटायर होके बैठ जाऊंगा सत्संग करने लगूंगा, ठीक है. हालांकि एक अंकल जी मेरे को भी किताब दे के गए हैं कि आप एक स्वामी जी के पास जाओ थोड़ा बट मेरा कोई इंटेंशन नहीं है. मेरे को मजा आता है मार्केट में कुछ डिसरप्टिव लाने का, एंड मेरे आई कैन प्रॉमिस यू नेक्स्ट भी जो करूंगा डिसरप्टिव होगा. मतलब डिसरप्टिव टू द सेंस की even in third unicorn, right, it will polarize people. Everyone will have a view कि ये सही है या ये गलत है, ठीक है. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि कोई प्रोडक्ट आया मर भी गया किसी ने सुना भी नहीं, वो नहीं बनाने वाला हूँ मैं. एंड सक्सेस एंड फेलियर इट्स ऑल रिलेटिव यार. मतलब मेरे को लगता है कि if you are adding value to the money or value to the market, that's all that matters.
You said about Shark Tank, you actually built or launched the Shark Tank, if I have to say, and now there's a huge wealth to be created. How you feel about it?
नहीं बढ़िया था यार. मतलब
आपको लगता है यार मतलब आप मतलब फाउंडर हो गए एक तरीके से Shark Tank इंडिया के, is a proud for you, right?
नहीं फाउंडर तो क्या मतलब शार्क था पहले सीजन में.
पहले सीजन उसका मीनिंग है कि आपने एक प्लेटफॉर्म दे दिया, राइट?
प्लेटफॉर्म दे दिया, सी वो चल गया यार, वो किसी को नहीं पता होता. वो बाद में ना सब शाने बनते हैं कि भाई देखो मैंने चला दिया, मेरी वजह से चल गया. मेरे को तो हमेशा से पता था चलेगा, ठीक है. बट उस टाइम आपको ये पता है कि सही टाइम है एक प्रोडक्ट का आने का, और आप अपनी तरफ से बेस्ट एफर्ट दे रहे हो, राइट. वो आपको 2 चीज़ें पता होती हैं, चलेगा नहीं चलेगा वो जनता डिसाइड करेगी. आप तो प्रोडक्ट उतार सकते हो मार्केट में. थैंकफुली चल गया, मेरे को बहुत मज़ा आया. बट सेकेंड सीजन में मैं नहीं हूँ, मेरे को और भी मज़ा आ रहा है. नहीं वो तुमको नहीं आएगा वो पता है. बट सी एक तरीके से सोचो, बहुत ही ट्रिकी चीज़ है. अब बाकी जो शार्क है उनके लग रहे हैं 8 से 10 करोड़ रुपए सीजन के इन्वेस्टमेंट्स, ठीक है. मेरी तो नहीं लग रही, ठीक है. वो जाके 30-40 दिन उन्होंने शूट करा है, ठीक है. उनको सोशल मीडिया पे जाके प्रमोट करना पड़ता है. मतलब सब पैसे वहां पे लग रहे हैं, मजे मैं ले रहा हूँ. लोग बोल रहे हैं मिसिंग यू, मैं बोला अच्छी बात है मिस करो, ठीक है. मेरे इंस्टाग्राम फॉलोअर्स बढ़ते जा रहे हैं फालतू में. मतलब पहली बार ऐसे हुआ होगा कि बंदा टीवी पे है ही नहीं. तो मेरे को तो बहुत मजा आ रहा है.
So the crux is if you have fun, enjoy what you do, and rest is just happening. You just enjoy that, right? Last question from me, and then I'll leave for audience के लिए I'll have a time. Ashneer, हम सुन रहे you are entering politics, or what's the agenda, Ashneer?
एजेंडा क्या मतलब पॉलिटिक्स में एजेंडा क्या होता है? नहीं यार, मतलब मेरे को ये लगता है कि पूरी इंडियन पढ़े लिखे इंडियंस में ना पॉलिटिक्स की बहुत ही नेगेटिव कॉनोटेशन है कि ये गंदी चीज़ है, ये पूरे वाइस है. मतलब ये अल्टीमेट वाइसेस है, मतलब पॉलिटिक्स करना, कि मतलब दारू पीना, सुट्टा मारना, लौंडियाबाजी सबसे बड़ा वाइस है पॉलिटिक्स, ठीक है. फैक्ट है. आप हंस लो, बट आपको आपके खुद की हायरार्की में देख लो, आप पॉलिटिशियन की क्या इमेज बना के बैठे हो, ठीक है. बट वो सॉल्व बाहर बैठ के नहीं होएगी. ठीक है, अगर मैं बोल दूं ना कि यार हम बैठ के अच्छी तरह वोट करके ढंग के बंदे को वोट करके पॉलिटिक्स क्लीन कर लेंगे, वो होने नहीं वाला। आपको पहले ढंग के बंदे कैंडिडेट तो खड़े करने पड़ेंगे ठीक है, फिर वो आपका फर्ज बनता है उनको जिताना, वो चलो वो अलग बात है। बट समहाउ हिंदुस्तान में क्या है कि बॉस देखो कुछ भी कर लो, पैसा कमा लो, नाम कमा लो, पॉलिटिक्स में मत जाओ। वो अगर पॉलिटिक्स में चले जाओगे ना, वो पैसा और नाम दोनों एट रिस्क आ जाएंगे। यही बात है ना। मेरे को डर ही नहीं लगता, ले लो भाई जो छीनना है, अभी तक तो कुछ नहीं छीन पाए, क्या छीन लोगे। सी मैं लोगों को ये बोलता हूँ, तो बॉस बंदे को इतना मत डराओ कि उसका डर ही खत्म हो जाए, ठीक है। मेरा तो डर ही खत्म हुआ पड़ा है, मेरे को कोई फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता। तो मेरे को लगता है एंड वेरी रेयरली वुड यू रीच दैट स्टेज एक लाइफ टाइम पे कि यार ठीक है पैसा कमा लिया, नाम कमा लिया, किताब लिख ली, टीवी पे चले गए, सब कुछ कर लिया, अब तो जाना बनता है ना। एंड दूसरा, मेरा बर्थडे और ट्रम्प का बर्थडे सेम दिन पड़ता है तो वो भी 14 जून की पैदाइश है, मैं भी 14 जून की पैदाइश हूँ, तो मेरे को लगता है कुछ तो मजे मेरे को भी लेने पड़ते हैं।
I think Abhi, I'll give us time for questions for you guys. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions. We'll move the mic. Yeah. Can we allow a few more, Krishna?
To 2 questions.
भाई साहब को 2 क्वेश्चन पूछने हैं, बोल रहे हैं मेरे पे तो कोई टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट नहीं है, उनको ही टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट है।
हाय अश्नीर, राहुल ये ऐसा बैंक कब बना रहे हो जब करंट अकाउंट पे पैसा मिले? करंट अकाउंट पे पैसा मिले।
वही तो बना रहा था यार, वो सब बैंकों की सुलग की मेरे को बाहर कर दिया
सर दिस इज नरेश। एक क्वेश्चन था मेरा, लाइक आपने शार्क टैंक में इतने सारे बिजनेसेस इवैल्यूएट किए इतने कम टाइम में, सो मैं बस जानना चाहता हूँ 3 या 4 ऐसी क्या चीज़ें हैं जो अगर आपको थोड़ा सा टाइम मिलता है, मे बी हाफ अ डे और अ डे, एंड इफ देयर आर सो मेनी बिजनेसेस और लाइक इन्वेस्टर्स पिचिंग, व्हाट आर द 3 or 4 थिंग्स, क्या वो चीज़ें देखेंगे आप जो कि हाँ ये बिजनेस में दम है नहीं है, मे बी यू कैन जस्ट लिटिल कमेंट ऑन दैट।
सॉरी समझा नहीं, 3-4 क्या चीज़ें?
या 3 या 4 क्या चीज़ें देखनी चाहिए समझने के लिए कि हाँ यार इस बिजनेस में पैसा डाल दो, ये अच्छा है।
यार मैं तो बंदा ही देखता हूँ, ठीक है, बिजनेस बन जाता है यार। सी बंदे में दम है तो गलत प्रोडक्ट पे भी शुरू होएगा ना, इवेंचुअली राइट प्रोडक्ट पे पहुँच जाएगा समझ के, मार्केट से मार खा के। बंदे में दम नहीं है तो अगर T0 पे सही प्रोडक्ट से चल रहा है, वो जब प्रोडक्ट चेंज करना होगा ना उसकी सही सुई अटक जाएगी कहीं पे, वो नहीं होगा। तो फॉर मी फाउंडर इज एवरीथिंग। हाँ, द अदर थिंग आई सी इज मार्केट कितनी बड़ी है, ठीक है। छोटी मार्केट में आप कुछ भी उखाड़ लो, 100% भी उखाड़ लोगे ना, आफ्टर अ वाइल यू विल गेट कैप्ड आउट, ठीक है। सो फॉर मी टारगेट मार्केट एंड द फाउंडर आर द 2 थिंग्स दैट मैटर। सर मैं आपको एक सच्चाई वाली बात बताता हूँ, वो शब्द मैंने उसके बाद बोला ही नहीं मतलब कोई मुद्दा भी होना चाहिए ना। पहली बात, वो डायलॉग नहीं है, ठीक है, वो जुबान से निकल गया इन अ हीटेड कॉन्वर्सेशन, ठीक है। एंड मेरे को नहीं पता था इतना कौन सा खास वर्ड है यार, मतलब नॉर्मल लैंग्वेज का वर्ड लगता था, मेरी तो वोकैबुलरी का वर्ड था। मेरे को समझ नहीं आया, लोगों को ऐसा होता है ना कि कोई चीज़ पे मिट्टी की परत जम गई है कि भूल गए लोग कि एक शब्द था, वो टीवी पे देख लिया तो दैट बिकेम अ मीम। फिर वो मीम से लोगों को लगने लगा डायलॉग है, बट मैंने एक्चुअली वो शब्द उसके बाद बोला ही नहीं। और मैं इतनी जगह जाता हूँ ना, हर जगह मेरे को बोलते हैं दोगलापन बोल दो, ठीक है, वो डायलॉग सुना दो, एंड मैं बोलता हूँ भाई होने ही नहीं वाला, कि मतलब कोई मुद्दा होना चाहिए ना, मतलब ऐसे थोड़ा यार मैं कोई क्या बोलता हूँ, जावेद अख्तर थोड़ा हूँ कि सर वो वाला डायलॉग सुना दो, वो शेर सुना दो, वो वाला। भाई किसी को उतारना है तो उतरवाने आओ, अपनी सब सुना दूंगा।
Yes, standing ovation for the wonderful session by Ashneer and Surendra. Thanks a lot, Shark Tank, Ashneer Grover, for it. Most of the questions which the members wants to ask, as already asked by Surendra, and many of the questions are clarified. Thanks a lot, Ashneer, for coming over here. It is wonderful to have you over here. In fact, everybody is staying over here because that's why we kept the session at the last, so that all the people will stay till the end. So thanks a lot for coming and talking to us openly. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Just as a token of appreciation for Mr. Ashneer and Surendra, may I request CA Ashish Shah, Ashish, our past chairman, and CA Rohit, General Secretary of Abu Dhabi CA chapter, CA Anurag Chaturvedi, Chairman of Dubai chapter, to come and facilitate CA Ashneer Grover. We are going to have a raffle draw, so please stay for another 2 minutes. We are going to have a wonderful raffle draw. For memento for Mr. Surendra, may I request CA Rohit Daima. Okay, you good. Yeah. So we are going to have a raffle draw by manual here. So now we are going to have a raffle draw in another 2 minutes. It's going to be Namual here. Is going to give a Apple Watch. Then Azentio software, they are going to give 500 dirhams gift voucher. Please stay for another 2 minutes to get into the lucky draw. Good evening, everyone. My name is Krishnan, Vice Chairman of Abu Dhabi CA chapter. It's my great honor and pleasure to give vote of thanks today. President of ICAI, Vice President of ICAI, Chairman of Abu Dhabi CA chapter, past chairman, distinguished members, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. What an apt theme we have done it today. I believe that the theme which has been selected by the committee is very much appropriate in this current situation, which will be very useful in our professional and personal life. On behalf of the chapter, we would like to thank Puja Brahmavigar Swami and all other speakers to come over here and grace this occasion. This is the first time we have so many keynote speakers, which includes Mr. Yusuf Ali, Mr. Azad Mupan, and our ambassador also was here. And the fantastic sessions from the morning we had, see Aman Gupta, see M.K. Anand, then the panel discussion by eminent panelists, by Robin Singh, James Franklin, which has been moderated by our chapter member, Mr. Sandresan, and the last session by Ashneer Grover, interviewed by our own Surendra Jasrani. We believe that the delegates present were here are enriched with the knowledge and experience shared by our learned speaker. A big round of applause for all the speakers. As we continuously to provide an exceptional networking and knowledge sharing, it would not have possible without everyone present. Hence, my sincere thanks to all the members and guests for their gracious presence over here. A big round of applause for all the people who are present over here. Our gratitude to all our sponsors for the generous support. This event of this nature is not possible without the support of the sponsor. We look forward for their continuous support. Today we have a gala dinner and musical concert. It will start at 6:30 p.m. The dinner will start at 6:30 p.m. followed by the electrifying music performance by Ms. Kanika Kapoor and her troupe. So the event will be over by around 11:30 because tomorrow we are going to have a full day session again. So I may request everyone to come and present over here at 8 a.m. because the event will start around 9 o'clock. Before we start the event, we'll have a raffle draw. The first speaker of the day is going to be Chetan Bhagat. So request everyone to be present over here before 9. So the raffle draw, we have done only 1 or 2 raffle draws today over here today. So tomorrow we are planning to do it more than 6-7 raffle draws by the chapter, and also the sponsors are there. So tomorrow, there is a special gift also, a beautiful necklace, which is by Damani Group, Damani. It's a complimentary gift, handpicked pearl from Mikoya collection. So please present over here to get the beautiful gift. Tomorrow morning, we'll be doing an Apple iWatch also. And today, for the raffle draw, whoever has not put the visiting card for the raffle draw, may request Namuel to come over here. So whoever has not put their visiting card, they can put the visiting card now. On behalf of all the chapters, on behalf of all the overseas chapters, we are planning to cut the cake for the Best Overseas Chapter Award. So we request all the chapter chairmen and the executive committee members to join with us for cutting the cake on behalf of all the overseas chapter. So the Apple Watch is from Namuel. The MD and CEO, Mr. Jatin Pradap is over here. He is going to give the lucky winner. Okay, I'll also. All the overseas chapter committee members, please join. Muscat, Dubai, Kuwait, Bahrain, Fujairah, Ras Al Khaimah, So hope you have collected all the visiting cards. I have not put my visiting card. So that's why I have not put. Hopefully my wife has not put my visiting card. Thank you all the chapter committee members for coming over here and grace the occasion. This shows the unity and the amount of support for each and every chapter within all the chapters. Thank you everyone for coming over here. So now it's time for the raffle draw. So may I request Jatin, MD and CEO of Namwalier, to come to the stage. May I request Ashish to come over to the stage to pick the lucky winner. No, you might be lucky. Etisalat. Mr. Uzaifa. Congratulations, Uzaifa. So the next one is from Ascentio Software. May I request Rakesh, the Associate Director of Ascentio Software, to come on stage to pick the lucky winner. May I request CA John George, Chairman of Abu Dhabi CA Chapter. John, I will also join so that I will get the... See you all at 6 p.m. for our concert. It's going to be a musical event. Mamta Budrani. So I request everyone to be here sharp at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We are going to have a wonderful line of speakers tomorrow. Please don't miss it. So John wants to show once again the necklace. On behalf of John, again I am showing the necklace once again to all the members. So tomorrow it's going to be there for the lucky raffle draw.